Chapter 551 A New Age. In a small region that used to be in the United Federation of Noah's homeworld, a human was sitting outside a small house that showed his status to be one living a simple life in the countryside. There was a small barn to the side as this man had a few fields around him. The sounds of terrifying animals who were stared at the newly arriving and overflowing abundance of essence still apparent. This human farmer was sitting outside as he stared at the new world around him in shock, having heard the voices of two beings declaring the name of this new realm as he prepared to accept this reality. The atmospheric essence had already made him have a breakthrough to what would be considered a rank D hunter. His eyes looking at the abundant essence around him as he grabbed his hoe that he used for farming and went towards the fields he normally tended to. He could feel the soil of his field brimming with vibrant energies as he prepared to do some work and continue his simple farming life. Even in the midst of these unbelievable events, there was no threat of monsters from dungeons, no foreign armies or lands invading, nothing. The small farmer wanted to continue his simple life as he went to tend towards his fields, but this was when the sight in front of him rapidly changed, his body coming to a stop as he watched with an agape expression. Seeds fell from the skies and dug into the ground. A powerful light shining down thereafter as vibrant plants sprouted in front of his eyes. He watched as all the knowledge he built over the years about farming was violated, seeing flowers forming and then fruits erupting in a matter of seconds. As his hoe dropped to the ground, he reached out towards the now glistening fruits that had appeared in a matter of seconds from plants that did not exist before, bringing a blue-colored fruit in his hands that he bit down into. An explosion of essence erupted from the fruit and went through his body as the simple farmer shook his head, going to sit back down near his small house as a wide smile was apparent across his face as he watched this unfolding ridiculousness. What a ridiculous being! Such a thought crossed the mind of this farmer and the minds of many beings from many worlds that were currently integrated into the infinite realm. Billions of beings beginning their new lives in this area as they began changing their common sense into things they never would have believed before. It was a life-changing day for all of them, and time moved on as they quickly adapted to the wondrous landscapes and vibrant essence. As the first day passed since the formation of the infinite realm, Noah got the chance to experiment with many things while spending some time with his people, discussing the ways of governing this expansive realm with his powerful subordinates thereafter, as many officials had to crown to oversee the vast lands of the infinite realm. The one at the forefront was Steel Mikhail, the being who had stayed back to look over Noah's homeworld with Sophia. Being one of the few beings that could handle administrative tasks very well, he would be continuing this role as he aided Sophia in delegating duties to many beings across the infinite realm, as Sophia now represented one of the few beings that held a connection with the system of this new realm. The other being was the blood guardian of the former ancient blood world, this guardian continuing his job of overseeing that region with the addition of many more. The successful workings and future of this new realm did not just depend on Noah, but the many beings watching over things around him as he continued to do what he did best: rank up in power while creating the path forward. His clone continued to play with the features of the infinite realm as his main body wrapped up the celebration and administrative tasks, letting the others carry on as he appeared in the skies of the infinite realm. His eyes overlooked the colorful lands in this isolated space as he prepared to leave them, his right hand pointing out as he cast, "Pocket Realm, Rumble." Essence thundered forth as an illusory form of the large realm seemed to lift off the ground, coming towards him as it became small in size before solidifying on his palm. He looked at this illusory realm as he could observe the formation of small floating landmasses within, each of them with their own colors as they signified a different law space. This would be the pocket realm that he could carry with him as he moved around, being able to use features of the infinite realm like treasure hunter, defensive maneuvers, offensive maneuvers, and many more. Noah recalled the last time he used some of these features like the attacking capability of the infinite realm was way back when he was fighting against the devilish unveiler of the world of cultivation, with him having not used these features for a long time as they continued to be upgraded with every upgrade until this point. He looked forward to seeing the upgraded versions of all of these features as he continued forward, waving his hand as the pocket realm became minuscule and attached to his body. His figure disappearing from the enormous infinite realm. It was a newly built expansive space that would take many days to fully be used to for many people, but he didn't have the luxury to slowly enjoy it as there was still a war in the outside worlds. Even his second clone that remained in the time space of the infinite realm was getting back to training while playing with the features of Master Farmer and autonomous planting and harvesting in order to create more plants filled with fate and chaos essence to further elevate his progression in these two laws. But that was it. He left the long and arduous task of looking over these expansive lands which represented many worlds to his people. his main body disappearing as it flashed back to the battlefield above the starry void of space of the Veritas Fortress. Chapter 552 Formation of a Fearsome Celestial Legion. As his main body returned to resume the role of the Ninth Infernal Lord, his first clone that he had switched with was now acting as Commander Crixus. This celestial commander was currently leading his legion from the Witch's Lair that had completely fallen under the influence of Celestials, and this was because he had received the command for him to join up with his senior sister who would soon be leading a realm dreadnought. The shocking news of the newly rising commander Athena being thrust at such a spotlight confused many. But the moment they knew it was the words of the founder, they acquiesced as they welcomed this new change. To them, it wasn't their job to question but only to follow. Thus, in a region in the dark expanse that had fallen under the control of Celestials, numerous warsh.i.p.s were congregating around an enormous one that shone with a menacing light. This was the realm dreadnought, which was normally piloted by star-forging individuals, and one could count prime warsh.i.p.s that made up multiple legions being stationed around this enormous vessel. This included the legion of the three-eyed Fate Child, Grandmaster Light, Crixus, and even 2 more legions under the control of star-forging celestial commanders. These additional legions made it so that another 2 star-forging experts on top of the 2 that the founder had assigned to aid Athena would be joining the ranks of this new legion. At this moment, Athena had stepped into the realm dreadnought as she was surrounded by golden-robed celestials, her gaze going towards the 2 star-forging celestials that the being directly under the founder, Golden Child, had assigned to help her. The 2 powerful figures glanced at the world rank Athena as they actually smiled towards her and spoke. We realize it is a bit of an odd situation, but you can trust in the wisdom of the founder. If he says you are to lead us, you shall lead us to glory. Rumble. Waves of power rolled out at these words as Athena adopted a strong look, stepping towards the 2 individuals as they pointed towards an exquisite octagonal-shaped table built within this command room of the realm dreadnought. This is the command center which you can use to relay all commands. Where you want the prime warsh.i.p.s, individual forces, the world cannons attached to the dreadnought, everything is here. All that remains is for the 2 of us to provide energy at the star-forging realm to make sure it all runs smoothly. The War Princess was guided towards the luminous octagonal table that was the command center, her hands playing with the things atop it as she familiarized herself with it. If one looked deep in her eyes as she played with the commands of a fearsome weapon, they would see a shred of hesitation within them, as even Athena did not fully believe in herself at this moment. This was because she was thrust into the spotlight so quickly. Where just after her first battle controlling a single legion, she was now about to control multiple. Per the words of the founder, we are to heed your words and calls without question. We put our trust in you, War Princess. Rumble. Behind her, the 2 star-forging celestials spoke as they placed their hands on their chest and bowed, everyone who was lesser than them in rank shooting to their knees as they paid respects to the new commander of a realm dreadnought. Athena felt her heart shake at this scene as she hid the hands that were slightly trembling behind her, her eyes landing on the many beings paying respect towards her as she tried to adopt her usual cold expression. She saw the blank-faced three-eyed Fate Child, the disbelieving Grandmaster Light, and then her eyes landed on a single man she knew too well. She saw the calm and slightly playful gaze of Crixus as the trembling of her hands eased completely, her gaze gaining a confident light as she looked around the expansive room while speaking. I will not let you down. Oh, resonant yells greeted her as the Celestials rose, many of them reacquainting themselves as discussions erupted out. Athena discussed a few more things with the star-forging commanders before she excused herself, looking towards Crixus as she sent a telepathic message and stepped out of the command room of the realm dreadnought. This enormous vessel was as large as a continent, numerous prime warsh.i.p.s being stationed on it as one could even get lost if they did not know where they were going. Athena went towards the quarters meant for the commander of such a vessel where very few celestials were located, the area being devoid of life as she stepped into a grand room that would put the castles of kings to shame. This room had a one-sided mirror of walls that allowed those inside to see the beautiful starry space outside of the realm dreadnought, which was now occupied by the small figures of moving celestials and prime warsh.i.p.s. Athena felt the door she entered through close behind her as the being she had been spending the most time with these past few months entered, his playful voice ringing out to reach her. I never expected you to advance this fast, senior sister. Humph, stop that. Both I and you know this was purely on the whim of the founder. Even right now I'm not sure I can. The gaze of the War Princess was hesitant as she stared out into the starry space visible from this room, the auras of hundreds of thousands of beings around her that she now held the control of fully weighing down on her. Her hesitant expression eased as she felt the strong hands of Crixus wrap around her, his confident voice ringing out thereafter. You'll do just fine. After all, you have me by your side, a red light that hid the many manipulative effects of the sin of Lust was shining in Noah's eyes as he said this, the war princess in front of him turning around as her gaze was more filled with valiancy and confidence. Noah had never expected her progression of power to reach this level so quickly, but this being with the title of noble fate had gained a multitude of more uses because of it. He would continue strengthening his control over her in the following days as he planned to make the full use of this war princess that now controlled a realm. Dreadnought occupied by two star-forging celestials, Chapter 553. A terror converses with a founder. In the vastness of space, a myriad of beings lived with their own ideals as they looked for their purpose and meaning. There was one such being, in particular, that was traversing the Latalis expanse with a heavy weight on his shoulders, his eyes a mixture of colors as they were searching for a greater meaning. The being looked aged as his figure rapidly shifted across the space of the Latalis expanse, the space around him adopting a varying amount of dangerous elements of ether. His body was unconsciously pushing away these elements as he looked to be in a daze, his eyes only coming to focus after he reached a region where he found his body could actually not move forward anymore. Rumble. The body of the aged figure shook as he finally opened his eyes in awareness to his surroundings, noticing the chaotic elements of ether that danced around him as well as the opening of extremely red and enormously large eyes. He could gradually see the iris and pupil of these eyes, which reminded him of a memory of a long time ago. These oppressive eyes that shook one's soul being the size of planets. The opening of the eyes gradually lit up the massive body which they were connected to, the aged man being able to see the roiling tentacles that crackled with ether, each one more massive than the other as this terrible being in front of him seemed to be a wriggling moving mass of danger. Very sorry for disturbing you. The aged man seemed to adopt an apologetic expression as he scratched his head and spoke, the enormous eyes of the terror in front of him locking onto him as he felt an enormous amount of pressure. The eyes shimmered with the power of ether as they displayed utter coldness and brutality, seemingly deciding whether to wipe this being away from existence at this very moment for the disruption of his job. You did not come here accidentally, little creature. I remember your ugly face from 1,000 years ago. Sound waves that affected the very space itself rolled out as the aged man felt his skin tremble at it, even his power at the nebula realm not being able to grant him protection as all his senses told him this terror in front of him could wipe him out in a matter of seconds if he so wished, yet he had come here today. He had wandered until his figure reached the area where no beings were. One of the areas which released a fearsome aura that even the ancients of the Latalis expanse stayed away from. Are you searching for the sweet release of death, little creature? The voice of the terror boomed out as the aged man rose his head up with an unshaven expression, this being No, the third founder of the Celestials, speaking out while in front of this terrifying being. Even though his figure seemed like a speck of dust compared to the terror, he still brought himself to speak towards it without a shred of fear. I'm sure you know that my brother is once more waging war against the dark expanse. His goal is very likely to be reached soon, and I wonder why. His thoughts seemed to carry a sense of hesitation as he did not know exactly how to put everything to words. A silence descending briefly before the terror spoke out again. Both you and Aldrich were shown the truth. You lost all hope because of it, while he ignored it and continued on. That little creature should be more like you, as it would have saved him a whole lot of pain. Words that seemed to carry profound wisdom and admonished at the same time rang out, the eyes of the terror that were the size of planets actually beginning to close again after it found out the topic this being had raised forward. Its attitude actually said that it didn't find this topic worthy of its time, getting back to what it was originally doing, but he nears completion of a supreme law because of his actions. Why don't you stop him once again like before? Why won't you save the lives of billions? Why sit here doing nothing? Or rumble, boom. The eyes of the terror opened briefly once more as they released a shockwave which smashed the third founder back tens of miles, his body trembling with the residual destructive elements of ether as he still looked towards the terror with an unwilling face. Careful of your words, boy. A trace of coldness was carried in the words of the terror as it continued, we cannot act because of constraints placed on us because of our power. The last time we did, a heavy toll had to be paid. We do not act because we do not need to. The coldness faded as the enormous eyes of the terror began closing once again. Whatever Aldrich aims to do, he will not succeed. She will not let him. She has made it so. All that will happen is the loss of billions, and she allows that as well. If she does not care for her own, why should I? Just as you were shown it is futile, he will find out the same very soon. The voice of the terror shook in the third founder's mind as his words carried with them a mysterious meaning, his eyes snapping shut as the destructive ether elements chaotically danced and permeated throughout. the third founder looked at this as his eyes shook, unwillingness and despair floating within them as he continued to ask himself, why? 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 And the question plagued his mind but held no answer. His body that had taken a single blast from the terror beginning to move away as one could sense a deep sense of sadness within his figure. The sadness stemmed from feelings of utter uselessness, of shame from his own actions, and of things he did not understand. As he moved away from the overpowering area where a terror resided, he continued to ask himself repeatedly, why? Chapter 554 Reinforcements. A narrow focus. In the Veritas fortress, a buzz of activity was going on as a large number of reinforcements were continuously arriving. The old man Inuit had foreseen of what was to come as many pieces were moved towards the Veritas fortress, the auras of multiple star forging experts being added as time passed. This arrival of multiple new star forging experts was not the most surprising thing to happen at the Veritas fortress though, as many beings watched in a stupor when the realm of the ninth infernal lord was revealed the moment he returned. His devilish handsomeness seemed to have increased as he reappeared next to his infernal legion, his aura actually standing stably at the star forging realm as the legion which waited for him at the Veritas fortress welcomed this new level of strength with even more vigor, ready to serve, ready to destroy. Soon after, the appearance of the powerful beasts that followed the infernal lord reappeared, with their realms shockingly being at the world rank. Many of the beings at the Veritas fortress nearly doubted their eyes at this scene as they knew they saw these beasts at the domain realm just in the last battle, and yet now just a day later multiple of them returned at the world realm. Was it so easy for one to advance realms nowadays? Did world rank experts grow on trees? They watched on with disbelieving gazes as an arrogant emperor penguin flaunted his aura at the world rank, its beady eyes watching the newly arriving reinforcements with its beak raised high. Raa! Ra! Raa! Cries that seemed to foretell of future victories rang out as more beings packed the defensive stronghold that was the Veritas fortress. Commanding Mage Turner, who had been overseeing this stronghold for the past months, was currently relinquishing his control over to the newly arriving star forging Grand Mage that Idrusim sent over. This powerful figure learning all about the defenses of the fortress as they prepared for an attack unlike anything they had faced before in this war. This was because they had received the crucial information that an enormous legion was being formed on the Celestials' side made up of multiple star forging individuals, terrible beings like the War Princess Athena, Crixus the Destroyer, and even special existences joining this legion. This wasn't to mention the star forging Golden Commanders, two of which would be piloting a realm dreadnought that was known for wiping away planets with ease while using the terribly powerful weapons on this vessel. Thus, the side of the Dark Expanse was preparing as the defenses were reinforced. A star-forging vampire lord and the sixth infernal lord at the star-forging realm both leading their legions to the Veritas fortress. The fearsome chants of the infernals could be heard as the mindset of many of the beings in the Veritas fortress was actually not fearful, many of them feeling confident even with the news that a realm dreadnought would be heading their way sooner or later. This was because they all knew the single being who held too many surprises protecting them, the ninth infernal lord that had actually trashed two star-forging celestials when his realm was still at the world rank. Now that his strength seemed to have grown a whole other level, the confidence in the hearts of the defenders of the Dark Expanse was actually bolstered even more. Noah saw the eyes watching him on the battlefield as they all emanated hope while looking towards him, his heart remaining firm as he continued to enhance his strength in order to remain confident himself. This was not turning out to be an issue as his second clone continued to work hard in the time-space of the infinite realm, the first skill tree in his toolkit advancing into the star-forging rank. As he continued to advance forward and saw the scarceness of the skill points with their increasing uses in both skill points and when unlocking skill trees, he was planning on focusing on a few specific skill trees. He was planning on focusing on the skill trees of the supreme laws, as well as the skill tree dealing with the abilities of a terror, instead of raising multiple skill trees and spreading his scarce skill points across multiple trees that would just be at the star forging realm. He planned to focus on two, or at most three, as he planned to raise them to the powerful nebula realm. This led for his clone to fully shift his focus onto a single tree as its proficiencies were wrapped up officially. The first skill tree to step into the star forging realm being the Lesser Cthulhu tree. From the small stage of Lesser Cthulhu until reaching the world rank Juvenile Terror, Noah chose the next upgrade of this skill tree to be Terror of Ether Cthulhu, Young Rumble. As soon as the requirements were met and the sacrificial skills required given, a unique energy signature erupted out even though he had yet to even activate any of the new abilities of this skill tree. When he went forward to upgrade this skill tree, the terror that was trying to return to slumber while spreading his expansive senses out in order to return to his job was woken up once more. A grumble of annoyance ringing out from him, his eyes that were the size of stars opened. Slowly once more as he was interrupted for the second time today, the annoyance palpable as the destructive ether rolled around him. This was not the first time the terror of ether had sensed its unique energy signature being displayed elsewhere. Every time this signature appeared, the terror had paid it very little heed as it was very weak. Yet today, it felt extremely potent to the point that the terror could say it felt like the energy he released when he was first born. The enormous red eyes for stars twinkled in the vastness of space as they seemed to be in thought, closing to return to slumber once more as the terror ignored all distractions to focus on the job he was assigned. Yet, he could not stop letting a thought pass through. Must you always experiment with more? Can you not be happy with all of us right now? A question was asked from the mind of one of the most powerful beings in the novice galaxy, but he received no answer as the river of time continued forward. One could sense loneliness and feelings of neglect in these thoughts, the history they carried being something very few could understand. Chapter 555, The Terror of Ether. Cthulhu, young, in the celestial realm, a white-robed man was standing in front of a clear illusory gold barrier that stretched for miles. The area around him was filled to the brim with sparkling vegetation that had drunken too much essence, the illusory gold barrier actually seeming to blend and match in the surroundings as if by design. The eyes of the founder, Aldrich, flashed with an unknown light as his hands reached out to touch this gold barrier as immense vibration rumbled out, his hand being pushed back explosively thereafter. Ripples spread out from this event before everything quieted down soon after, Aldrich staring at this barrier with cold eyes as the emotions hidden within threatened to spill out. It was at this time that a gold light descended down, his expression changing as he actually saw a change in the river of fate. This time, it concerned the recent move he made of placing multiple celestials with unique abilities into a single legion, the information he received at this moment actually telling him the fates of these beings that were gray before, which meant that their fate could go either way had actually turned dark at this moment. Aldrich did not know, but this was also the exact moment that Noah went forth to upgrade his lesser Cthulhu skill tree in the Starforging realm. Gaining the terror of Ether. Cthulhu, young Aldrich gave a light sigh as he sent out a telepathic message to the Golden Child in response to this change. Have another realm dreadnought accompany the one that the young Athena would lead. Double the number of Starforgers, rumble. Waves of golden essence spread out as he received the affirmation from the Golden Child, his golden eyes overlooking the paradisiacal atmosphere past the golden barrier as he saw the fates that had turned dark just a moment ago return to shining gray, and that was all. Not even a fate of fortune from the doubling of forces. He shook his head at the unfairness of it all as his ideals were even further reinforced. Yes, he thought of the unfairness. This was because he knew what he was up against. He was fighting against the novice galaxy itself, or even to the point that he had some of the most powerful forces in this galaxy. He still had not been able to get his wishes achieved. Even now, when he was waging a war against beings in the dark expanse that were much less powerful than his forces, he only recently found success, and that was after multiple plans and sacrifices of powerful pieces. When he recalled the enemy he was up against, he would occasionally feel a sense of helplessness as he recalled the reason why his third brother had also left him. But Aldrich had squashed this sense of helplessness every time it erupted. His gaze becoming firm again as he knew he still had a card to play that could grant him victory against his enemy. This was because he was focused on a part that his enemy had slightly less control of, and that was the universal laws. As long as he could completely comprehend just a single supreme law, as long as his hands reached out to the golden barrier in the celestial realm that prevented anybody from venturing out further, his gaze switching from ruthlessness and longing as his eyes hid an enormous drive for his goals that were bordering on madness. Across the vast space, Noah himself was looking at the enhanced skill tree that now held the addition of Terror of Ether. Cthulhu, young. Starforging, Amorphous Space Beast, 1515, Abilities Spatial Cage, May 5th, Destabilize, May 5th, Shattered Star, May 5th, and Miniature Space, May 5th. Lesser Cthulhu, 45/45, Additional Abilities Morph, 5/5, Child of Space, May 5th, Portals of Terror, May 5th, and Sever, May 5th. Kin of Terror, 60/60, Additional Abilities Ether Reinforcement, May 5th, Multiplicative Ray Support, May 5th, Triple on Cast Support, May 5th, Lunacy Inducement, May 5th, Fledgling Ether Terror, 75/75, Additional Abilities Ether Emission, May 5th, Ether Chain Support, May 5th, Fatal Ailment Support, May 5th, Size Distortion, 5/5, Juvenile Terror, 100/100, Unique Being, 5/5, Compounded Terror Support, 5/5, Unnatural Size Support, 5/5, Tentacle Manifestation, 5/5. Terror of Ether Cthulhu, Young, 50 out of 125, Masterful Ether Control, May 5, Ether Starform, May 5, Dissension of Madness, May 5, Anomalous Ether Construct Support, May 5, Masterful Ether Control. The ether that surrounds the young Cthulhu is able to be controlled as the ability to form ether weapons is granted, Ether Starform, 5/5. The size distortion and unnatural size support abilities are further enhanced as the user is now able to take on the star form of the terror of ether. The size of the form taken is as large as a star, Dissension of Madness, May 5. The essence of madness unique to the terror of ether spreads out as an area of attack ability that plunges enemies into a state of madness. Anomalous Ether Construct Support, 5/5. The versatility of Sever is further enhanced. Every time the released ether ray from this ability hits an enemy, a construct of unstable ether forms as it finds the nearest enemy to attach to as it discharges destructive ether until it dies. An additional 4 abilities were clearly listed in front of his eyes as they shone with a light of confidence. The unlocked skill tree at the Star Forging realm was as terrifying as he expected from the abilities of a terror, even if it was a young one. When one looked at the new abilities, they might say how Dissension of Madness and Anomalous Ether Construct Support seemed spectacular enough as they were. Or they might even say Masterful Ether Control was slightly subpar, but no matter the side, when one looked at the ability that was termed Ether Starform, they would be forced to agree that it was utterly ridiculous, as it would actually give Noah a size large enough to be considered a star. Chapter 556, Wish for More Wishes? As Noah upgraded the Cthulhu skill tree into the Star Forging realm and looked over its ridiculously powerful abilities, he became increasingly conscious of the number of skill points that continued to dwindle. This brought him to look towards the feature of skill creation once more as he wondered of even more possibilities through this feature that would allow him not to just spend skill points, but possibly gain them. To understand this process, one must recall that for Noah to gain skill points in the first place, it was only made possible because he was an entirely different existence compared to the Infernals before he went on to become one himself. The Infernals were not just another race that lived in the Novice Galaxy, they were unique existences that the vast majority of did not even have their own free will, their hearts only knowing destruction and their purpose of opposing the Celestials. Only the infernal lords that stood at the highest peaks of Infernals could be considered different. Noah was able to gain skill points because of this, and he instinctively knew that sometime in the future he would meet other beings that were a separate existence than him, and this would give him the chance to amass more skill points once more. Yet he now looked at the skill creation feature that gave out skills in exchange for skill points as he wondered if it might be possible to bypass a wait time of who knew how long and begin amassing skill points even sooner. He was thinking of the possibility of whether he could create a skill which allowed him to get more skill points. He had not seen the full extent that skill creation could be used, his mind only focusing on combat or non-combat skills so far. What if thought outside the box? It felt like a light bulb had lit up inside his mind as while he remained in the Veritas fortress awaiting for the next attack the Celestials would throw this way. He began tinkering with the possibility of a new skill that was unlike any he had made so far. His thoughts were relayed to the system as he properly classified and added many small details and restrictions to make sure that the idea he was thinking of would not be too expensive. But if this idea was even feasible, then it would open up a brand new world of possibilities. A few minutes passed and soon enough, a beautiful blue light shone in the stat panel as the system computed the feasibility of the inputted skill, and exactly what it would cost to bring it to life. Origin conversion, skill point absorption, by using defeated enemies as a base. Their very origin is converted into usable skill points for the user. While this skill is active, enemies will not drop any form of loot aside from the skill points. This method produces 50% of the skill points that the user would normally gain from defeating separate existences. Cost of skill creation, 10,000, a distinct skill that shone in his eyes but seemed out of reach appeared. The 10,000 skill points price tag for an ability that would allow him to possibly amass skill points again being something he could not pay. Yet, he did not give up as he added even more restrictions to this possible ability. Seeing whether he could bring this price tag down to an affordable level, he started with the percentage he placed compared to when he received skill points from Infernals as he brought it down from 50% into 25%. The price only dropping by 300. He gritted his teeth as he changed this to 5%, the price only dropping by another 3,000. He continued to experiment as he added more and more conditions until a semi-possible skill was displayed in front of his eyes. Origin conversion, skill point absorption. By using defeated enemies as a base, their very origin is converted into usable skill points for the user. While this skill is active, enemies will not drop any form of loot aside from the skill points. This method produces 5% of the skill points that the user would normally gain from defeating separate existences. The user provides all the mana required for the conversion of origins into skill points. Only those at the level of soul rank or higher are capable of condensing skill points. Cost of skill creation, 300, after numerous restrictions and an extremely small percentage compared to how fast he acquired skill points from Infernals, a usable skill appeared, take it, his eyes shone with asunder as he even had to reduce some points from the Abyssal Lich and Juvenile Ancient skill trees to be able to pay the price in full, but he did it without question as it gave him a pathway to gaining more skill points when he had no way to at this time. He also had the perfect opportunity to use it as he knew a great number of enemies would be making their way over to the Veritas fortress very soon. His heart was already content when he realized that multiple star-forging golden commanders were making their way over with Athena and even himself in the lead, but even this thought was proved to be wrong as Noah's clone that was acting as Crixus began seeing the arrival or more legions that began to CLU.S.tour around the already bustling area. His clone was enjoying a meal with Athena when he began to see the addition of even more Celestials, his excitement rising as he saw more and more of them, because it meant his newly created origin conversion, skill point absorption, would be able to greatly display its usefulness as he planned to regain the full skill point cost he spent of this skill and then push past it as he collected more skill points for the future. Chapter 557, What Are You Fighting For? As Noah's watched the continued formation of a fearsome legion, the commander that would actually have a large amount of control over it was in the same room as him enjoying his food that now had the added taste of 5-star chef. His eyes moved towards Athena at this time as he decided in his mind that it was time. This war princess having come extremely far into a place he couldn't have even expected, but it was now time to put his months-long efforts into realized results. Athena, what exactly are you fighting for? He threw out a question as he placed his drink down onto the regal dining table, the war princess looking towards him with a content smile before she saw his seriousness and stood straight. Replying to him with careful eyes, of course, I'm fighting for order and balance. I'm fighting to bring an end to endless chaos that is permeating through the Novice galaxy. A simple, sharp, and quick answer came out as Athena regained her valiant look, glancing towards Noah questioningly as she wondered why he would ask this question now. For order and balance, huh? So you would point your sword to whoever is sowing chaos? Noah's eyes shone with asunder as Athena found herself attracted to their light, not being able to pull away as her gaze tightened even further while replying, of course. Then, Noah heard the strong reply of the war princess as he waved his hands. An illusory screen appearing in front of the both of them as it depicted a certain star. This star could have been any random one across the Novice galaxy, but it was a particularly important one as Athena's eyes widened when she saw it. This was because she had seen this star a very long time ago when she was being led away from it when she was saved by a certain celestial called Grandmaster Luo. This was the same Grandmaster Luo that had been the first Grandmaster to fall into Noah's hands. When he saved the Magus world some time ago, this was the Grandmaster that Noah had devoured and gained the memories of, learning a great deal of things from this celestial that had saved Athena from her dying planet. He gained all the memories of this being as he now showed them in the illusory screen in front of him, showing the exact truth of what happened tens of years ago on a small world called Isilla. Watch, a flicker of light shone from Noah's eyes as Athena watched the scene playing out. It displayed Grandmaster Luo overlooking the small world called Isilla as he held a contemplative look before waving his hands towards it. An indiscernible flicker of light spread out from his hands as it descended towards this star, dying at a flicker of gold before Grandmaster Luo descended down into the star himself. Grandmasters raised their power through a variety of ways. Whether through war to gain more influence or fate lines, or those with more freedom choosing to focus on a singular world as they practiced their techniques of fate, Noah narrated as the illusory scene playing out in front of them rapidly changed to show Grandmaster Luo setting up and beginning to live on this star, his focus on the unknowing inhabitants living within as he actually began personally acting in the dark to influence the history of this world. Whether it was by sowing discord among factions or assassinating rulers and placing the blame on other groups, anything that he could do to influence the fates of the beings living on this star he did. The Grandmaster Luo Yunu particularly loved experiencing the changes of the fate of billions under his fingertips, choosing worlds such as this to carry out his aims as he only sought a single thing, yes. This was also the reason why Luo had descended onto the Magus world with his disciples. It was to alter the fates of the beings living there as they gained a more intricate control of their techniques and fate lines. The illusory scene in front of them continued playing as it showed the passage of time. showing Grandmaster Luo continuing to affect the state of affairs of this world as it went from a stable one into one filled with wars and conflict. The inhabitants living within could not even explain how they found themselves on this state, only fighting countless wars as they began destroying the world they lived on in the process. At this time, the illusory scene changed as it showed a small girl dressed in worn-down clothes looking at the lifeless bodies of two humans, her gaze blank and not even being able to shed any more tears as the one she knew as her parents did not open their eyes anymore. This was the time that Grandmaster Luo had first observed the young Athena, and it was due to the uniqueness that surrounded her in this world full of chaos and ruin, a world that Luo himself had set on this path. He noticed this being called Athena during one of the days when he monitored the different regions of the world, noticing this girl that had lost both her parents and yet was somehow still surviving. Luo watched on for weeks as this girl buried her own parents and began living on her own, fighting against those that wished her harm as she also escaped deadly situations with her life hanging by a thread. Luo watched this repeat multiple times before a few thoughts entered his mind, his lips moving as they could be seen on the illusory scene playing out. This world might have even more surprises. Athena's body was shaking as she watched this scene and heard Grandmaster Luo's words, her mind being carried back to when she was young and watched as her parents passed away, and as she struggled to live until one day a single man appeared in front of her that changed her entire life. "Child, you seem to be in a great deal of pain." Full of compassion and wisdom, Grandmaster Luo had appeared in front of her not because he had just happened to pass this ruined world and noticed her uniqueness and talent, but because he was the cause of such ruin, as he just happened to notice one of the beings on this world that was actually changing her own fate multiple times, coming close to death and surviving every time, beating odds that are stacked against you. Luo thought of all this as he associated it with a single thing, and that was the possibility of a being having a noble fate. He had appeared in front of Athena while lending out a helping hand to lift her from this ruined world that he had in fact made so himself. The light of mercy shining in his eyes as he called out to her, "There is too much chaos being spread across worlds nowadays. Child, come with me. I will teach you how to bring order and balance in these chaotic times, so that no other worlds can share the same fate as yours." With a gaze filled with light and mercy, Luo had reached out to the young war princess that he ruined the home world of, and called to her to join the same ranks as him. Chapter 558. What are you fighting for? 2. Athena's entire body was shaking as she watched the scenes playing out in front of her, Noah's voice ringing out beside her as he watched the same thing, effectively causing the death of your parents and billions more, and then appearing before you in order to see you from the misfortune that he himself created. This is what you are fighting for, Rumble. The question struck Athena like a hammer as she watched the scenes continue. Watching as Grandmaster Luo took her from her world as they appeared in the void of space, where he actually turned around and made her watch the destruction of her own world. "We cannot do much to save them now, the chaos has spread too much." Luo had said this as the ignorant Athena kept her eyes forward, not noticing as this being at the world rank flicked his fingers and initiated the destruction of her own homeworld as a final action for his research. "I will take you back to a celestial star where you can be trained with powerful techniques that will allow you to save worlds like yours." Luo spoke with confidence as invisible fate lines descended unto him from destroying the fates of billions. "If you work hard enough, you will be able to gain the strength required to bring order and balance amidst chaos such as this." Athena recalled these same words she heard as a child, the same words that she made her conviction for seeking strength and power until now. Thump, she could feel her heartbeat as she slumped down with sunken eyes, her eyes not being able to leave the scenes on the screen as the life of Grandmaster Luo continued. It showed him bringing her to the 7th celestial star, it showed her receiving Fate's disciple and other techniques as her identity as a being with noble fate was confirmed. And it showed the appearance of Grandmaster Vridril as he talked with Luo on taking Athena as his disciple. "Luo, I know that bad habit of yours is the reason you were able to find a being like her in an unknown world. You probably destroyed her star just to finish your routine." Vridril was looking towards Luo as he asked to be Athena's master, Luo glancing towards him as he replied, "Brother Vridril, don't say it like you haven't messed with the fates of a few worlds yourself. You've become much more reserved after returning from the celestial realm." Humph. Athena's eyes became darker as she realized even the living Grandmaster Vridril knew of the hidden secrets of Luo, and even he himself did similar things in the past before he went to and returned from the celestial realm. She watched as Vridril used his status on the 7th celestial star to obtain the rights of training the young warrior that would be known as the War Princess, and then watched on as Grandmaster Luo went on to return to his methods of cultivation and raising fate lines by directly influencing the fates of others. This is the order and balance you strive for? From the beings that are sowing the most chaos in the novice galaxy, Noah's words continued to smash towards her like sharp knives as Athena's eyes remained on the scenes in front of her, her mind not knowing how to proceed as Noah's voice became even firmer. You also went along and destroyed an entire world yourself. I ask you again. Was that balance, rumble? Her gaze shook as she turned from the screen and looked towards Noah, seeing a cold gaze she had not seen on him before, from the same beings that hiddenly go around ruining and destroying worlds for the sake of increasing their fate lines. You listened to their words and used a vessel to destroy a world with billions residing within. For what reason? Rumble. A red light erupted out as Athena coiled back, her expression filled with uncertainty, shame, anger, fear, and a myriad of more emotions. Her eyes shook even more as she looked at Noah and felt an inexplicable sense of pain. This was the only being she had opened up to after tens of years. The only one she truly felt happy and safe around as they trained and rose in power together, yet this being was looking at her with such coldness that it made the pain she felt on top of everything else even worse. That's it? Just blankly stare after knowing and even possibly realizing that you are the one spreading chaos in all of this last war that you are now leading. Why should the beings of the dark expanse not defend themselves as you all attacked them 1,000 years ago and then you repeat the same thing now? The innocence of the world you destroyed, the innocence you are killing now, the chaos and discord you're sowing now, what can you do to atone for it all? Rumble, question after question seemed to strike towards her as she looked towards Noah with an unfocused gaze. I can't. She had no words to say as her gaze traveled back and forth from Noah and onto the illusory screen he showed that continued to replay scenes of Grandmaster Luo's life over and over again. Her mind was reeling as the basis of reasoning she had built her strength on was crumbling. The effect of it on her mental state exacerbated even more with the inclusion of Noah. Was I really? Doubt and pain clouded her as she recalled the images on her parents and the apathetic Luo that caused it all. The images of Vridril and his cold gaze as he bargained for a position as her master while using his status. Numerous images passed through her mind as Noah's voice rang out once more. Whether you want to or not, you will atone for all that you have done. You said you will point your sword against all those spreading chaos, that your purpose is to maintain order and balance. Now, you will fulfill that in a much truer sense. Athena raised her head towards Noah as she looked at this being that looked familiar yet seemed so distant. He looked so warm yet felt so cold. Her voice was hoarse as it left her mouth. Impossible. Nothing can be done. Her gaze was that of someone that had lost all hope in what she believed in, of someone that had no reason to do anything anymore. Nothing is impossible. My dear senior sister. Noah's voice was cold as he placed his hand on her chin and raised her head, moving the dark hair from her face as he stared her dead in the eyes and spoke out as his eyes shone with Luester. After all, you have me by your side. Remember, chapter 559, painful coldness. For a particular war princess, it was an extremely rough day as under the influence of Noah, she experienced a slew of the hidden truth that she may have even already known, but it was now made more apparent with the life history of the Grandmaster that was very much involved in her being where she was now. More than an hour had passed since Noah had begun playing the life history of Grandmaster Luo on the illusory screen. And Athena stood up at this moment with a blank gaze that just seemed tired. What do you want? Her eyes seemed to have no emotions as she stared at Noah, only shaking thereafter as an overwhelming power descended around her. It is never about what I want, senior sister. It has always been about your goals. Your purpose is to establish order and balance, pointing your sword against all enemies that sow chaos. You will simply do that. Athena felt the overpowering essence of a star-forging realm individual squeezing her defenses as she deprecatingly let out a hollow laugh, realizing her junior brother had always been ahead of her as always. Her tired eyes looked out to the numerous warsh IPS surrounding the realm dreadnought as she spoke. You're planning on using my new status to destroy this huge force. The war princess was still actively thinking as always, seeing Noah's overall plan as she felt his power and irresistible red light that seemed to always be erupting from his eyes. Naturally, your atonement will begin there. Whatever judgment falls upon you thereafter, well, that will be your fate. Noah was saying this as his hands reached out towards Athena's head, the red light in his eyes beginning to shine ever brighter as Athena felt her mind and thought becoming cloudy, her mouth moving slowly before Noah could do whatever he intended. You do not need to put me in any mental state. Noah paused at her words as the war princess rose up while dusting the thin robe she wore. My new state will most likely be found out by the other Starforgers if you do, and I most likely will not be able to carry out my role as a commander as I normally would. Her emotionless eyes looked towards him as a tinge of her valiancy returned, her words continuing. I also wish to look upon Vridril and ask him, if we really are the ones sowing chaos, I will stay true to my heart and seek judgment for us all. She looked towards him as light was gradually returning to her eyes, her gaze locking towards him with only a slight tremble. Noah's hands coldly moved as he initiated one of the newly gained abilities from the upgraded Terror of Ether skill tree. It was Masterful Ether Control. A crackling ring of destructive ether erupted between them, a golden light of fate going on to cover it as it turned into a thin golden line. This line went on to pierce into Athena's chest as she felt a tinge of pain, Noah's voice ringing out thereafter. That is a destructive strike of ether veiled by the light of fate. It is currently going on to wrap around your heart, veiled from being seen by anyone other than you and me. And for even more assurance, Noah placed a destructive ring of ether around Athena's heart as he also went towards her, glistening fangs erupting from his mouth as he turned her face to the side and exposed her slender neck. Athena's eyes followed his as she didn't even portray the surprise in her eyes, her gaze only watching emotionlessly as Noah's bit into her, and she felt the intrusion of a strong authority of blood that was changing her very origin into something else. She could have normally resisted or even put up a fight, but her mixture of mental state did no such thing as she let everything happen, her body feeling pain and pleasure she had not felt before. Noah released his fangs as he watched the body of Athena convulsing, her blood gaining the quality of a normal vampire as he did not even grant her a bloodline of a pure or royal vampire, but one of the lowest ranks. Rumble, fate lines, and chaos particles floated around them crazily as many shot into Noah's body. But the essence of fate and chaos also descended onto Athena's body as she gained the right to be called Noah's subordinate, gaining the boosts of his two guider-type abilities. Athena felt the change in her blood as well as the descent of a powerful essence of fate and chaos, her gaze towards Noah constantly changing as she now felt a sense of domination that she could not even say no to. Noah then waved his hands towards her as her bloodline, any of the chaos and fate essence, everything that he wanted to be hidden and remain beneath was covered through the use of unique origin, while also using to cloud the fate of this being in front of him. With this, he finally came to a stop as he stared at the war princess who had straightened up and looked towards him emotionlessly. "Are we done?" She brought forth a question that seemed to contain many meanings, her eyes hiding the biggest emotion of pain she felt currently as she gazed towards Noah. She felt pain every time she stared at the cold gaze he showed towards her, at none of the warmth or teasing she was used to before. Her question seemed to be filled with double meanings as she asked whether they were done. Noah's luminous eyes locked toward her unshaking gaze as he only replied passively, "I will send you telepathic messages on how to move from now on. Just be ready." His words were devoid of emotion as he looked at her while she nodded and replied, "If you could please leave, I would like to prepare." She said these words as she looked around at the areas where they were just spending time on. On the dining table they ate on the bed they slept on the blank space where he showed an illusory screen not too long ago. She looked at all of this as she then observed the back of a man that seemed like a towering mountain to be leaving the room. The moment Noah left the room and closed the door behind him, the war princess within slumped to the ground as tears freely spilled from her shaking eyes. Her body trembled as the entire belief system she had was brought down on this day, and the only person who could have even been there to comfort her was not there anymore. Her eyes shook as she realized that apart from everything else, she had no one to even hold her at a time like this, no one. On the other side of the door, Noah's eyes were cold as he moved away. He felt like he had one, and yet, chapter 560, nearly there. The concept of laws was very hard and mysterious to understand, but some beings were extremely talented and used many ways to comprehend these laws and use them to their advantage, if one found a loophole or a certain system to help them. Even crossing the threshold that many could not even near on laws such as those placed on the level of supreme was not that hard. For Aldrich, he had found one such loophole, but even with the use of it, it had still taken him hundreds of years just to near completion in this single law. The current remaining founder of the Celestials was still meditating in front of a certain gold barrier in the celestial realm as line after line of fate descended down onto him, the ongoing war in the dark expanse continuing to provide him with fate lines. The war was not just occurring in strongholds like the Veritas Fortress, but also in thousands of other locations as the lives of hundreds of billions were constantly being affected. Some of these locations didn't have flashy commanders carrying out magnificent battles like the few that were mentioned before, but their battles also held great significance as each of them came together to make for a singular result that was taking place right now. The result of all of these small battles across the dark expanse came together to provide Aldrich more and more fate lines, his eyes opening brightly as he reached 9,917,134 fate lines at this moment, 99% comprehension of the supreme law of fate. All he required was less than 100,000 fate lines, less than a single percentage, and his goals would be achieved. His eyes shook with a strong light as he felt as if all his goals were right in front of him, as if he could actually reach out and grasp them with just a wave of his hands. He looked at the golden barrier of light that stood between him and something wondrous, as he knew the moment he achieved the full comprehension of the law of fate. This barrier would not be a problem for him. This was because he could feel the barrier was created by the essence of fate, but it was so pure that nobody in the novice galaxy could have achieved its level of purity. Not unless they had mastered this supreme law. When I first began my journey, I thought I was a chosen child, you know. He spoke out with a reminiscent smile while staring at the golden barrier of light, fate lines continuing to descend around him every now and then, stronger than all of my peers, venturing into the vastness of space and even coming across this bountiful central realm. It felt like I was on a golden path of greatness that only climbed higher, a path meant for things I could not even imagine. Yes. He felt like a hero writing his own story, his adventures only seeming to propel him higher and higher as time passed, yet you tore all that down in a matter of minutes. Erased years' worth of work in but an instant as you sent just a single one of your lackeys you call terrors. Do you know how mad you can drive someone by dangling something so great in front of them only to take it away thereafter? Without so much as a word, his voice was gradually rising higher and higher, one being able to see the light of madness slowly shining out of the depth of genius of a being that was actually pitting himself against his own home. It's enough to make any being take drastic measures. The light in his eyes shimmered down as he moved his hands forward and twirled the golden essence of fate around him. The recent events have made me wonder though, have you found another toy to play with? Another being you're planning on elevating to a high stature. His eyes shone with the light and knowledge that felt terrifying for a single being to have, speaking about things he should have no conclusive ideas about, but he knew he was thinking in the right direction. I wonder, if you will tear them down from that high place you're elevating them just like you did to me. His thoughtful expression remained on his face as he rose up, nobody being able to answer his question as the golden light of fate wrapped around him. He glanced at the golden barrier one last time before he began moving away. Well, it doesn't really matter. I'm nearly there. All of this, even you, none of it will matter. He said these words in a foreboding tone as he seemed to have a grander plan at hand than just the last war and achieving complete comprehension of a supreme law. As for what exactly he had planned? Only he knew at this moment, in the infinite realm, Noah's second clone was transforming the medicinal plants filled with the essence of chaos and fate that he just harvested from automatic planting and harvesting into pills while using the alchemy hall feature, the upgrades this time allowing the process of pill formation to be even faster than when he used his Forge of Silver Flame skill. His gaze was playing out the events with Athena as he popped these pills filled with the essence of fate and chaos, the number of chaos particles and fate lines continuing to increase within him on top of the vibrant show of colors playing out around him as he was also performing dual cultivation for both fate and chaos, and fire and water. His rapid progression of laws became even faster as his mind was thinking of the coming battle that would be unlike anything else, the involvement of multiple star forging experts as well as the play he would have to enact with Athena. All of these things swirled around his mind as he continued to move with three bodies, hundreds of chaos particles and fate lines continuing to rush towards him ceaselessly. While others would take numerous weeks or months to achieve just 100,000 fate lines, he was doing it in a matter of days or sometimes just hours. This created a situation where two beings in the novice galaxy were all racing towards the complete comprehension of a supreme law, but their speeds were so vastly different that they could not even be compared. Chapter 561 set off at the location where large amounts of celestials were tiered together as they came to form an enormous legion. The one who would be leading at the forefront was standing in the command room of the realm dreadnought while staring out to the numerous warships floating in the void of space. The command room was placed at the very front of the continental-sized vessel, being extremely wide and vast as it gave an expansive view of everything occurring outside while hiding everything inside from the eyes of those prying. Athena, the war princess that would lead this enormous legion filled with star-forging commanders, was overlooking the expansive space as numerous thoughts crossed through her mind, many that she did not have the answers to. I never imagined your noble fate would be this grand. It makes your master feel proud even now. Beside her, the voice of Grandmaster Vredrel rang out as he stroked his white beard with a prideful expression, his position continuing to be elevated as his disciples rose ever so higher. Athena looked at this being she knew as her master, her eyes hiding the dangerous light that came whenever she thought about Grandmaster Luo and this Grandmaster Vredrel. Her master knew exactly what Grandmaster Luo had done, and even he used to do it himself in the past. These powerful beings pulled the strings as they affected billions of beings in the light expanse, spreading the same chaos that she herself promised to stand against. But, did any of it matter? Athena's thoughts were despondent as even while knowing all of this, even if she aimed her sword at the beings that a particular person pointed her to at this moment, she felt like it would all be for naught. This was because she knew the power of the organization extremely well. And she knew the impossibility of standing against them. Thus she was very perplexed at Crixus, who had managed to bind her through blood and threats, currently telling her how to act and what to do as he actually went against Celestials. Athena, Grandmaster Vredrel, turned towards her as she didn't reply, her thoughts coming back as she released a fake smile while talking. Sorry, Master. I was basking in the glory of it all myself. We should be setting off soon. Yes, haha, yes. Crixus, you need to show even more exemplary abilities in the coming battle to not be left behind by your senior sister, Vredrel continued, stroking his beard wisely as he turned to a calm Crixus on the side. Athena's eyes also turning towards him as they trembled with an unknown light, Noah smiled while looking at Vredrel and Athena, his voice ringing out clearly, "It will be a battle to remember." His words were released as they held different meanings to the people that heard them. Athena heard these words as she sensed something foreboding while imagining exactly what this being that used to be her junior brother was planning, while Grandmaster Vredrel only nodded while looking forward to battle where his disciples were at the forefront. But he was not privy to the telepathic conversations that Noah was currently having with Athena as he garnered all the information available to the being who would be directing powerful experts around the battlefield because of her unique skill. Precognition. He now knew of the presence of 8-star forging individuals, his heart shaking as he found out this number because it truly represented something grand. If he could actually play this coming battle well, it meant he could possibly bring under his heel 8-star forgers. Think of the fate lines, think of the loot or the skill points. His heart was shaking because they provided him with such an abundant feast that he did not even know how to best make use of it. He had the War Princess who would actually be commanding this enormous force led by 8-star forgers, so he had a lot of leeway to strategize and possibly set a trap that would allow him to sweep all of these powerful star forgers away. Rumble, the space around him began shaking as he was taken out of his thoughts, the enormous realm dreadnought beginning to move as a drove of prime warsh.I.P.S accompanied it along. In the wide command room, there was also the presence of 2-star forging celestial commanders that were the ones providing the energy to run the realm dreadnought smoothly, the one at the forefront speaking out as the Legion began to move. Commander Athena, you can have your precognition skill active as we near our target. We are to treat the 9th Infernal Lord as an extremely dangerous figure who can dispose of star forgers that have yet to achieve half comprehension of a law with ease. Thus, me and Commander Lil, who have obtained an authority of a universal law, will face him in close combat. With you sending us the information of what your ability tells you in real time, the voice of the green-haired Commander Verdant rang out strongly, causing Athena to nod her head that was filled with too many thoughts. Her precognition skill would be ready as the battle began, but she wondered how all of it would go down as these celestial commanders who were waiting for her directions would actually be receiving directions that someone else commanded her. Her heart was tumultuous as it wanted to return to one that was valiant and ready to eradicate any beings causing chaos, but she knew her power would not be able to allow her to achieve anything she wanted, even though she was angry and wanted to confront and bring to account Grandmaster Vredrel for his role in her life. She knew the moment she acted, the star-forging celestials would use their powerful energies to stop her. Even if she had to atone for all the lives she had taken with her own hands under the orders of others, she could not, as the only person special to her was holding on to her life. The celestials she had considered to be her family but were actually beings spreading chaos were standing on one side, and the being that had bound her by blood and had destructive energies swirling around her heart was standing on the other side. Even though she had told Crixus that she would stay true to her heart and point her sword to those causing chaos, she doubted if she was strong enough to do so. The War Princess did not know how all of this would be resolved as this chosen commander led an enormous legion filled with hundreds of thousands of celestials and packed with 8-star forgers towards the Viridius fortress. She led them towards the location where she knew Crixus would ultimately command her to betray them. She led them to the location that she knew would most likely be her death as Crixus made her atone for all she had done. The thoughts of the War Princess were sad and melancholic as her awareness secretly focused on a single being in the expansive command room while her gaze continued facing forward, her mouth already beginning to release commands as many vessels thundered forth at full speed towards the Viridius fortress. Chapter 562 No Need. Noah's main body continued to act as the 9th Infernal Lord at the Viridius fortress, his gaze peaceful as he awaited the arrival of a huge force of celestials. His second clone that remained in the Infinite Realm was currently utilizing the feature of Library, as he meant his abilities as well as the first stage of his skill trees in order for his subordinates to copy and learn them, contributing to boosting their strength by a wide margin as he wasn't the only One increasing in strength, the feature of library was a unique one, an ancient-styled building that had the ornament of an open book being erected near the center of the infinite realm that anyone can access. Inside of this actual library, there were different levels that all held varying skills from Noah, each of them in their own books that his subordinates could go in to touch and learn if they had the required level of strength. This library could also be accessed through his pocket realm, with the portals he laid out there, so even those that were already around him at the Veritas Fortress could quickly access it and learn new skills. As for Noah himself, he was currently glancing at the progress he had made just in the past few days as he fully utilized the law spaces, dual cultivation sessions, authorities, as well as the highly potent planted herbs containing dense fate and chaos essence as he glanced at his stat panel. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, Variant, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Fate Lines, 5,438,365, Chaos Particles, 2,021,264, Origin Cores, Fire 5, Water 5, Domains, Fate, Chaos, Space, Fire, Water, Vitality, Starforger, Focus, Strength, Starforger, Laws, Fate 55%, Chaos 20%, Space 8%, Fire 57%, Water 57%, Authorities, Fate Lord, Flame Lord, Water Lord. His Chaos Particles were actually rising at a more rapid rate than even his Fate Lines at this moment, the use of Fate Lord's authority to amass more Chaos Particles being extremely potent. Compared to Fate Lines, the Chaos Particles actually had tripled the rate of progress in the past few days by amassing close to 600. This was a terrifying number to imagine, but Noah made it possible. Even though they were rising this rapidly though, he knew his progression in the law of fate would blow every other law progression out of the water, with the cause being the coming battle. Truly too many beings were delivering themselves to him, and he had Fate Stealer. When it came to the law of fate, his eyes continued scanning the starry space surrounding the Veritas Fortress as he watched the deployment of numerous infernal legions under the 6th Infernal Lord, as well as a multitude of mages and wizards accompanied by parties of devilishly handsome vampires. The many commanders were moving about rapidly as they strengthened their ranks and prepared. A heavy atmosphere spreading out as they had to once again defend this important location. Noah was currently conversing with Old Man Inuit as he monitored the situation around the Veritas Fortress. He was sending telepathic messages as he provided the old strategist with information that would be used to deploy the forces of the Dark Expanse to expertly match the Celestial Legions. At the same time, he sent a message about how the coming Celestial Legion, where even his other clone that was known as Crixus was coming along, had a force of 8 star-forging celestial commanders on the other side of space. Old Man Inuit heard this as he rose from his seat abruptly. What? 8 star forgers? I'll send range dash. Noah laughed lightly as he quickly sent back a reply while sensing the worry in the old man's voice. Even though Old Man Inuit knew of Noah's ability and trusted in it, it was still terrifying to imagine a force of a realm dreadnought and 8 star forging realm experts coming for you. No need. Old Man Inuit stood with a blank face as he heard these words, his aged ears distinguishing them from words that many would think were of arrogance to those of plain confidence. From Noah's words, Old Man Inuit actually felt a level of confidence that showed Noah did not have even a semblance of worry. Inuit did not know what show of power to expect, but never in his wildest dream could he imagine that Noah had very little worries because he was effectively controlling the enemy commander of the coming legion. Even though the commander was weak at the world rank, the star-forging realm experts that listened to her words were the targets that he set his eyes on. He was planning on making sure that he would be able to personally take down most if not all of these star-forging commanders. As he speculated, he would be able to pull a significant number of fate lines just from them in this one battle. The number of fate lines he could possibly get made this battle extremely significant, as it could potentially hand him 3 or 4 million fate lines, double what he got in the prior 2 battles. For this reward that could potentially push him to 80% or even possibly nearly complete the comprehension of the law of fate. It was too important. Even the discarding of his identity with Athena's coming betrayal was nothing if he could really get his hands on a few million fate lines. He looked towards making this dream into a reality as he thought of amassing a shocking number of fate lines in one day that would take others hundreds of years. It was truly too ridiculous, too balance-breaking, too unfair to any others properly studying the universal laws, yet it was something that Noah thought about simply turning into a reality. Oh, and during the fight at the Veritas Fortress, they will be using the other realm dreadnoughts to advance forward at the Blackscale stronghold, the icy supercle.u.s.ter. He continued his conversation with Inuit as he planned. numerous hidden information that he now had access to within the realm dreadnought he was moving in were also shared with the old man for him to spread to Vladivostok and the forces of the Dark Expanse, the defenses being set up against the Celestials expected to hold off all of these forces moving behind the scenes. The state of war was constant and ever moving, where they were currently at the stage where Celestials were still taking the lead. With their plot during the failed assassination of the Ninth Infernal Lord, they had advanced far into the Dark Expanse as they now needed a single stronghold to fall in order to consolidate these newly gained areas before they broke through into the inner depths of the Dark Expanse. This meant that for the Celestials to continue forward, the stronghold at the Veritas Fortress had to fall. This established truth had many beings on the edge as the realm dreadnought composed of multiple legions thundered forth through space, heading towards a single location where many eyes would be watching the coming battle once again. Chapter 563, Be Wary of the Ninth Infernal Lord. The dreadful realm dreadnought streaked across space as the void itself trembled, the movement of so many vessels causing a shift in the surroundings. Commander Athena stood at the forefront while being surrounded by 2 Star Forgers who had achieved more than 50% comprehension in universal laws. Another 6 Star Forgers spread out across their own vessels. The presence of Crixus and Vredrel were the most prominent ones around her, Athena actually finding herself growing calmer as the time that she thought would be her death neared. After all, how could she escape the grasps of 8 Star Forgers after she betrayed them? How could she escape the hands of the being that had fooled every single Celestial and had already bound her by blood? The only ending she saw for herself was death, and this thought actually made her return to her calm and valiant mental state. If she was to die, she would at least look upon the face of Vredrel and see his expression as everything crumbled around him. She would at least look upon Crixus with confidence as she atoned for all that she did. At the end of it all, she wanted to know, who was he, really? The thoughts swimming around her mind were many as she prepared to not be hypocritical and actually point her sword to those causing chaos, her mind looking at the advancement of Celestials into the Dark Expanse differently as she questioned the meaning of everything they did. Regardless of the circumstances, she was a being with the goal of bringing order and balance, and she would destroy any of those causing chaos. With this thought, her eyes shone with luster as she recorded the valiant light that had been pushed down, her body beginning to emanate a unique aura in the command room of the realm dreadnought as her eyes glanced towards their goal. Rumble, they broke through layers of space as their eyes honed in on a particularly fortified stronghold far in the distance, the numerous vessels of the huge legion making their grand appearance as they came to a halt while nearing the Veritas Fortress. Numerous communications began to be sent through as the two sides looked towards each other, Athena's gaze glancing towards the forces of the Veritas Fortress as she tried to see exactly what plan Crixus had, to be so confident as to place someone like her under his command while moving with the force of Celestials he stood against. What trick did he have up his sleeve? Her eyes scanned the forces at the Veritas Fortress as she found nothing unique. Counting the auras of only 4 Star Forging realm experts with the collection of hundreds of thousands of vampires, mages, wizards, and infernals, she looked towards the forces of vampires as this was where she expected Crixus's allies to be, recalling how he had displayed glistening fangs when binding her by blood. Even though the force of vampires looked fearsome, she still did not see something that would be able to withstand a force of 8 Star Forgers. Her discerning gaze then landed on the body of the being at the forefront of the defense at the Veritas Fortress. He had a shimmering red crown coming from his head that signified his title as an Infernal Lord, a regal battle robe wrapping around him as hundreds of thousands of Infernals stood behind. The reinforcements of the 6th Infernal Lord were present as the numbers of defending Infernals exploded, their force at the very forefront as the 9th Infernal Lord was leading one side, and the 6th Infernal Lord was leading the other. Athena's eyes scanned all of this as she still believed the side of the Veritas Fortress was outgunned and outmanned, wondering exactly where Crixus's plan lied. Her eyes focused on the being floating calmly at the very forefront as she wondered were all the hopes of this battle being placed on this powerful and mysterious 9th Infernal Lord. The one we have to be wary of the most is that arrogant-looking creature at the very forefront. The voice of Commander Verdant rang out in the command room as his body already shone with the luster of stars. The enemy has access to 2 authorities, so I will head out first and deploy my authority. With Commander Lil coming after and deploying his authority, his voice was filled with confidence as he said this, because he knew his enemy had the authorities of 2 normal universal laws, while the 2 of them had the authority of a Fate Lord. As we pin him and his 2 authorities down, 3 other Star Forging commanders will enter the domains of the authorities as we besiege this 9th Infernal Lord until his death. The remaining Star Forging commanders will match the 6th Infernal Lord and other commanders of the Veritas Fortress. A clear plan was relayed in the minds of Athena and the 7 Star Forging realm celestial experts from Commander Verdant. And it was a plan to overwhelm the ninth infernal lord with 5 beings at the same level as him. We will depend on you, precognition, ability to evade any unexpected moves from this creature, as we hope to not have even a single one of our brothers fall in this battle. Commander Verdant's eyes bore into Athena as he said, the war princess nodding as the forces of their enormous legion came face to face with the defenders of the Viridi's fortress. Athena's eyes shone with a melancholic light as she sent a telepathic message to Crixus. What commands do you have for me? As the battle was about to begin, the commander of the enemy forces sought another being's command as a battle of immense proportion was about to begin. Athena could feel the calm smile on Crixus without even turning around, the telepathic reply of this being ringing out thereafter. Continue with the flow that Commander Verdant mentioned for now. I'll let you know when the time comes for you to move. The words in her mind reeked of such confidence that the war princess wondered exactly what plan was afoot in the mind of this mysterious being. Oh, the horns of war were blown as the tensions between the two sides reached the peak. Chapter 564, Descent of Multiple Lords. On the celestial side, the vigorous shouts for order could be heard clearly. Oh, for order. For balance, rumble. Athena heard these battle yells, as she wondered if those yelling out knew exactly what order and chaos was. On the side of the defending forces of the Viridi's fortress, the battle cries of the Infernals were the main thing, building up a unique battle state. OM, ready to serve, ready to destroy. WAA. WAA, droning sounds rang out as the Infernals smashed their weapons onto the empty void of space, every clash generating a unique force that created a unique sound that affected the hearts of many. In the command room, Commander Verdant gazed at all of this as he shook his head in disgust. Such wicked creatures. His gaze filled with a golden light bubbled with power as he got ready to move. Oh, fight with all of your power, and fight with great confidence. Because we are on the side of balance and order. We are the ones that will bring these savages to the right path. Oh, what do we fight for? Order. What do we do to those that stand against us? Destroy, rumble. The rousing words of Commander Verdant rang out across the legions of Celestials as a level of fanaticism was brought out. Athena glanced at all of this as her heart trembled. Her mind no longer being in the same state as such a scene actually cemented her new belief of her and all the other Celestials being on the wrong side of order. Charge, boom, like a bomb that had been set off. The words of Commander Verdant caused the explosion of forces to rush forward, space itself shaking at the level of destruction about to ensue. Commander Verdant's own figure disappeared as he and Commander Lil went towards their target, the ninth infernal lord. Their figures blazed with their own abilities as on Commander Verdant. Aside from the vibrant light of fate, the green light of earth was abundantly flowing as it made him seem like a moving mountain. Commander Lil was even faster as his sole focus in the law of fate made him all the more proficient, his figure shaped like a golden strike of lightning as it thundered forward. Commander Verdant and Lil set off first as they were to match this being with their authorities before the other Starforgers joined them to take his life in a swift manner. Rumble, space shaking might exploded out as the two sides rushed towards each other. The display of skills rushing forth as the sixth infernal lord already found an opposing star-forging celestial commander to match with, the vampire lord leading hundreds of thousands of vampires also matched with another celestial starforger, while the commanding mage that had replaced Turner also matched with one himself. 3 celestial starforgers were occupied by the enemy commanders, and 2 were stressing towards the ninth infernal lord. 3 starforgers remained in the dark as they waited for the perfect moment to swoop in and take the life of a single being. Light Legion, pull back to the previous coordinates. Commander Three-Eyed, the Penguin Commander is about to swarm you with 4 others like him. Pull back. Numerous commands were ringing out from Athena as she read the battlefield like the palm of her hands and moved the forces of Celestials as needed. Her last command meant for the three-eyed fate child, who was actually facing a particularly arrogant Emperor Penguin, prevented many casualties, this penguin actually teleporting fearsome beasts at the same level as him to nearly surround the legion that Three-Eyed led. As she gave out these commands, she also displayed the terror of the realm dreadnought as numerous world cannons activated, terrifying red pillars of light shooting out as the defenders of the Viridi's fortress formed a huge defensive shield to stop the advance of these horrendous lasers. The realm dreadnoughts were extremely useful not just because of their sheer size, but because of the destructive weapons they carried. The most used ones were the world cannons, which released horrendous destructive rays of light that could even destroy a world, but the rays of realm dreadnoughts were even more unique as they had faster activation and could actively seek out their targets. Athena was the one put in charge of commanding the world cannons of the realm dreadnought, her task being to use her precognition ability to foresee any unexpected situations as she reinforced their forces. When it came to the lasers of the realm dreadnought, only those at the world rank could manage to even withstand one. And even they would lose their lives if they were not reinforced by others. As Athena's eyes fully got into the groove of the battle while listening to everything precognition was telling her, she waited for the command that would cause for her betrayal patiently, her heart solidifying more and more as the battle fully began. She was the war princess. In any battle or war, she would be among the very few that could perform at the optimum level. A valiant light was slowly returning to her eyes as the will she had lost ever since Crixus bound her slowly returned. It mattered not what side she would fight, she would continue fighting for her beliefs as she pointed her sword at those sowing chaos. Commander Verdant, the Ninth Infernal Lord, will continue to remain still with no unexpected moves. Now would be the time, she relayed another message as the figures of Verdant and Lil arrived in the proximity of a particular smiling Ninth Infernal Lord, his body simply floating at the forefront as all celestial legions avoided him like a plague, only the two-star forging celestial commanders that had achieved more than 50% in the law of fate appearing around him, Fate Lord's authority. The words left Commander Verdant's mouth as he moved with vigor to spread out a powerful authority. To encompass this unique Infernal Lord, Commander Lil waiting to see what would happen as he held his own authority back. Flame Lord's authority. A simple reply was uttered from the mouth of the Ninth Infernal Lord as the might of another authority entered the battlefield, his gaze remaining calm as he turned to look towards Commander Lil in a taunting manner as if to ask, "Aren't you gonna cast your authority as well?" It was a domineering gaze that did not seem to give even an ounce of care while being surrounded by an authority of a supreme law, his gaze actually taunting another Star Forger to release his authority. As the battle at the Veritas fortress began with a bang, many focused their eyes on the scene of this domineering Ninth Infernal Lord as they wondered what surprises they would come across today. Chapter 565, You think too highly of yourself, humph. Commander Lil looked at the show of arrogance from the Ninth Infernal Lord with disdain as his figure streaked behind him, a brilliant golden light releasing from him as he released his Fate Lord's authority in another region so there would not be any overlap with the one Commander Verdant deployed. Noah felt the heavy strain of two authorities of a supreme law descending down on him as it felt like his body and defenses could begin crumbling at any moment, but his gaze was still calm as he released another authority, Water Lord's authority. WAA, it was a gorgeous show of colors as in front, he countered a resplendent circle of a Fate Lord's authority with Fire Lord's authority, showing a mixture of gold and red that drew in the eyes of all those watching. Then behind him, he countered another released golden light of authority as he replied with a brilliant blue one, the aurora of colors being extremely beautiful to observe in the expansive space. Even the many fighting subordinates from both sides could not help but spread out their awareness or turn their eyes to watch this rarely seen spectacle of multiple beings using the fearsome power of authorities, their hearts being able to feel the oppressive strength even though they were miles away from it. The Emperor Penguin looked at this scene as he steeled his heart even further, his beady eyes locking towards the three-eyed Fate child that Noah had fought in the Battle of Geniuses. This being was extremely slippery as he seemed to know all the moves before they were made, and the Emperor Penguin could barely evade the attacks of this special existence with his own spatial abilities. RAA. Ra! RAA, he screamed out valiantly as he chose to finally use the abilities he had obtained recently, Destabilize. Spatial cage, the space surrounding him and the three-eyed Fate child became disordered as an enormous cage descended down, heavily restricting the spatial movements of his enemies. If one has a good memory, they would recall that the abilities that the Emperor Penguin used were those found in the first stage of the Terror of Ether Cthulhu, Young, skill tree. The abilities were under the skills of the first stage that was termed Amorphous Space Beast, and it was this exact skill tree that Noah had inscribed in the library, feature of the infinite realm that allowed him to record all his normal skills and the first stage of skill trees for his subordinates to learn. The only thing he could not grant were absolute, unique, and ultimate skills, but even his normal skills and skill trees were ridiculous enough as the Emperor Penguin was not the only one. Dawn of the Blood Lord, Nightmarish Descent, Summon Poison Totem, Dereliction of the Saintly Poison Lord, Rumble, the Kraken appeared as he used the first stage abilities of the Blood Lord skill tree, while Barbados appeared to be using the abilities of the first stage of the Lich of Abomination, that was the predecessor of Abyssal Lich. Through the battlefield, Noah's subordinates all displayed a spectacular set of skills from his skill trees as they showed an overpowering presence in the battlefield, where even the beings that were considered at the same stage as Noah, such as the three-eyed Fate Child and Grandmaster Light just a few weeks ago, were now being matched by his subordinates. RAA, the battle cry of a fearsome beat rang out as an Emperor Penguin could be seen moving with majesty, his body covered in an armament filled with chaos essence as the flippers of this penguin rose to above and then struck down. As they swung down, they came with the force of a destructive star as the shattered star ability from the amorphous space beast skill tree was used, this strike causing the three-eyed fate child who could not move freely in the destabilized space to turn serious as his body shone with splendor. Boom, world-shaking might erupted out as a glorious scene of a penguin with brilliant flippers were imprinted in the eyes of many, its beak rising high across the starry space as its beady eyes actually looked down on this being termed a special existence. You think yourself at the same stage as Master? Humph. This unique penguin along with the other uniquely armored beasts were relentless as they showed powerful skills while facing their enemies. As millions of beings embroiled and fought together in space above the Veritas fortress, a few distinct figures shone more strongly than most. The one shining the brightest was of course the side of the ninth infernal lord, with the next ones being armored beasts that were his subordinates, but many could not keep their eyes off another brilliantly shining figure. It was the being known as the Destroyer, the one that brought dread to the minds of many defenders of the dark expanse after they watched his overpowering show of strength at the witch's lair. It was Crixus. A golden light of mercy seemed to be erupting from the face of this golden-robed being as he appeared a few miles away from the figures of the ninth infernal lord and the two-star forging commanders besieging him. The face of Crixus seemed to be full of sympathy as he waved his hands forth and uttered the lines that brought chills into the hearts of many. I am here to save you, Rumble. With a wave of his hands, blades of liberation, that were tens of meters long thundered down gloriously, rushing towards enemy commanders, mages, and even vampires as any caught within them were evaporated in a matter of seconds. Of course in reality, they were all sent into Noah's infinite realm as he moved them from a hellish battlefield and into a paradisiacal landscape. But the terror a few others felt was real as he raised his hand and caused the appearance of a glowing golden star, golden decree. The dreadful light this Crixus released was another focal point of the ongoing battle as even Athena, who was overseeing the battle in the realm dreadnought, wondered what exactly this Crixus aimed to do. In this chaotic battlefield occurring across miles of the starry expanse of space, too many figures were moving with their own show of power and strength, but the show revolved around a specific few. The light of authorities continued to shine as strongly as ever as bountiful attacks were released from the two-star forging celestial commanders facing the ninth infernal lord. Wicked creature, die for me, Rumble. Chapter 566 AFING star, wicked creature. Commander Verdon's voice rumbled out as numerous sharp blades of liberation flew out from him as freely as they could, their number easily towering over a few hundreds. On top of this, the sharp blades seemed to be layered with a tinge of green light as they were reinforced by the law of earth as they barreled towards the infernal lord, who actually released two authorities. He was using the authorities of laws that were lesser than fate to withstand the authority of two fate lords, his body obviously feeling the strain as the power of the supreme law dominated. Even though the authorities of fire and water offset some of the oppressive air, many could see that the celestial fate lords actually had the upper hand as they seamlessly threw off the ninth infernal lord's attacks while they continued to throw out even more that actually landed. Many beings adopted heavy expressions as they did not observe the dominance that they always saw the ninth infernal lord showing, when he released the terrifying black ray of light which could chain between enemies and caused the eruption of dreadful portals that released destructive lights. These rays of chaotic light would actually not reach the bodies of Commander Verdant and Lil as they weren't able to find any targets. The oppression of two Fate Lords' authorities was this much that even the wondrous abilities many beings observed from the ninth infernal lord actually seemed to be bearable against beings that had achieved similar law comprehensions, especially in a supreme law at that. Rumble, Commander Verdant observed the scene as he saw that while the infernal lord was receiving their attacks, their damage did not even seem to be accu.mulating because of his horrendous defense. But since he and Lil were pinning the infernal lord down with their authorities, he sent messages out to the remaining three-star forging celestial commanders to finally enter the fray so they could all work together to bring this aberrant infernal lord down. Janus, Ogda, Xander. Now is the time. His message reached the star forgers hiding in the dark as in the ongoing battle involving millions, those involved felt the vibrant appearance of three more star forging auras as they looked towards a certain direction in shock. At this moment, Athena's eyes were also scanning the battlefield and continuing as she would with her job as a celestial commander, still not having received any large commands from Crixus all this time. When Commander Verdant called for the appearance of the other three-star forgers to join hands in defeating the ninth infernal lord, though, she finally received a command that made her tremble. WAA. Many being watched with shocked stupor as they saw three more celestial star forgers go towards the ongoing battle between the infernal lord and two celestial fate lords, their minds reeling from the fact that just for a single ninth infernal lord, the Celestials had actually prepared 5 beings at the same rank as him just to take him down. 5. The cowards, wretched, those not in the loop watched this scene with disgust as many defenders of the dark expanse prepared to throw their lives away to lend help to the infernal lord that would soon be surrounded. But their enemy Celestials used this opportunity to further strengthen their defense, as they knew the fact that once this powerful infernal lord was defeated, they would effectively win this battle. Rumble. The figures of the 3 celestial star forgers were streaking towards the area of overlaid authorities when at this moment, all the commanders as well as Verdant and Lil heard the voice of Athena ringing out in their minds, this time revealing shocking information. Stop! It is a trap from the infernal lord to lure you all in. He has a third authority, WAA. The 3 rushing celestial star forgers came to a screeching halt as their essence even exploded to push themselves further back, their hearts trembling as in the next instant, they heard shocking words be released from the infernal lord, as he actually also had a surprised look with the instant retreat of 3 beings who should have fallen into his newly expanded authority. Fate Lord's authority, Rumble, Commander Verdant and Lil watched on with sinking faces as they saw the spread of a golden light much similar to the one they released begin to rapidly spread out and cover the both of them. Only the other 3 commanders being out of its bounds because of the quick words Athena. Shockingly, this infernal lord was somehow also extremely proficient in fate, being so proficient in fact, that he was actually also a fate lord, defiling the law of fate. The 3 commanders not under the bounds of the authority were happy with the timely words of Athena, because they saw the surprised expression on the infernal lord because of reactions they should not have been able to make, and they could now safely release long-range attacks outside of the influence of the layered authorities to reinforce commanders Verdant and Lil. They called the use of the law of fate under an infernal as defilement while they strategized how to reinforce commanders Verdant and Lil that were now matched with the 3 authorities of this infernal lord when they received another message from Athena. And this time it was as frantic as the one before. Commanders Janus, Agda, and Xander moved to Commander Crixus's position quickly, after having just received the words of Athena with her precognition ability that allowed them to escape the trap of the terrifying infernal lord with 3 authorities. They acted instantly without question once more as they located the figure of Crixus a few tens of miles away, their bodies streaking towards him at the speed of light as they soon flashed to surround him protectively. Commander Verdant and Lil, who had begun casting many defensive skills as they prepared for the reinforcements of the other 3 commanders, were left alone for a moment as they wondered why they had suddenly pulled back to a position tens of miles away. The 2 of them not receiving Athena's telepathic message this time around, the 3 commanders that had swiftly followed Athena's words vigilantly spread out their senses as they expected another shocking show of power from the infernal lord or a hidden enemy targeting the genius Crixus. But nothing occurred for a second as they sent a questioning message to Athena. Even though the situation seemed urgent, they did not hear anything back as the next voice they heard actually came from the Crixus they protectively circled to protect. Well then, let us properly start this battle. Rumble. World-shaking might erupted out at this moment as the 3 celestial commanders felt a foreboding feeling descending. A shocking set of words being released from the mouth of the one they knew as Commander Crixus, the destroyer, ether star form, boom. Chapter 567, AFING star. 2. In the vastness of space, one could come across varying sizes and shapes of stars, with the smallest neutron stars being 10 to 50 miles long, and you could even have supergiants that reached hundreds of thousands of miles. So when an ability existed that talked about the size of a star, it was hard to know exactly what size such a star would take. Crack. Boom, space cracked and folded as an immense sound of something shattering erupted out, a massive gravitational force appearing thereafter that pushed everything near the area where Crixus and the 3 star-forging celestial commanders were located away. This gravitational force had truly affected too many because the cause of it, the appearance of the terrifying form of a being that was much too large, had actually went on to instantly enlarge to 100 miles. And then continued to expand thereafter in a grotesque fashion. It felt like complete and utter silence had descended on the battlefield as everything came to a stop with the appearance of this massive entity, its size being larger than the smallest stars, but still nowhere near as large as the most enormous ones. It wasn't even close to the size of the enormous Veritas fortress that boasted thousands of miles in diameter, but its appearance had a tremendous shocking factor because those watching knew that it was an ability from a being that had allowed for this form of an actual star, an actual fucking star. Oh, the shock and horror only became more apparent as the form of this star became clearer. Those watching observing the appearance of crackling purple-blue ether that surrounded grotesque tentacles that were miles long and stretched in every direction. These tentacles had terrifying feelers and spikes that threatened to wrap around anyone and disintegrate them whole, especially the baleful aura of ether that had begun permeating outwards a few tens of miles close to this newly appearing grotesque star. Is that, it can't be impossible, the color drained from the face of many celestials as they saw distinct similarities of this grotesque form of a being that had appeared as wriggling masses of tentacles, their fears only being ascertained as in the next moment. The enormously red eyes of this creature in the form of a star opened. These glistening red eyes drew in the gazes of many as they contained a brilliant golden and blue hue, seeming like irresistible sinks of light that drew everything in. Terror, terror, terror. Cries of dismay and shock rang out as even though it was much smaller than the last seen terror more than 1,000 years ago, its form very much resembled the particularly monstrous terror that had ended the war of the righteous more than 1,000 years ago. With a size multiple times smaller, this star-sized terror of Ether Cthulhu, young, made a grand appearance in front of the eyes of many, for those that were paying even more attention before everything went down. They would be having a hard time understanding how this terror had appeared between 4 celestials, Crixus the Destroyer, as well as 3 star-forging realm celestial commanders that had rushed towards his location right before the appearance of this creature. Where were they all now? For the answer to this, one would have to look at the very center of Noah's star-sized form, where 3 star forgers were panicking, evading the massive tentacles that swarmed all around them with the power of ether, each tentacle trying to wrap around them and strangle them into nothingness the moment they let their guard down. Noah's current star form was comprised mostly of these massive tentacle feelers that rumbled outwards terrifyingly. These tentacles being his hands and feet, as the rest of his body was a round grotesque mass of muscles with his extremely red eyes opening at the very top. His entire gaze and awareness of his surroundings were breathtaking as he took the form of something that had now grown to close to 200 miles, multiple times larger than the smallest star that one could find in a galaxy. His awareness felt wide and massive, his feeling of strength as his tentacles wriggled grotesquely all around being something he could not even describe. Most of all, he felt an astounding sense of freedom that he had not come across before, a freedom in this expansive space that made him just want to float around in this humongous form for years. He released a satisfying sigh that reverberated in the ears of every single being in the hundreds of miles around him, this sigh seeming like a terrifying bellow that gave many beings fright. Rumble. He then turned his awareness towards the 3 star forgers trapped within his body, numerous of his tentacles swarming around them as they used powerful skills to cut off any that neared, but even more replaced them as the circular area they were in began closing tighter and tighter. It was akin to being in a very tight space, and this space only shrank down more and more every passing second as it aimed to suffocate you into nothingness. When you added the grotesque look of massive tentacles and the destructive energies of ether swarming around them, maybe then you could begin to understand the terror that these 3 star forging realm celestial commanders felt. On another side of the battlefield, the gravitational push of the newly appearing star affected nearly the entire battle as the forces were scrambled and strewn around. Only the 3 beings using authorities remained relatively stable. Commanders Verdant and Lil looking over where 3 of their brothers should be as they looked with dumbfoundedness towards the appearance of a being that seemed very much like a terror. Their brief lapse would be a deadly thing as during this time, the attacks that Noah was holding back thundered towards them in full as destructive rays of ether rained down. His own body beginning to be wrapped in the light of fate as he used Fate Lord's authority to wrap a unique armament around himself. His clone had trapped 3 star forgers on one end, his main body trapping 2 more that had more than halfway completed comprehension of the law of fate. He was ecstatic as he felt the immense strength on both bodies, but he was more ecstatic for what was to come as he looked at the enemies in front of him. This was because he wanted all the shimmering fate lines they had, and he wanted them all for himself. Chapter 568, A Grand Show. In the realm Dreadnought, Athena stood with an agape expression as she did not even know how to react. She had made multiple predictions and hypotheses in her mind on exactly what Crixus had up his sleeve. She had thought about how he could have been a genius operative of the Dark Expanse or someone with a connection to the Infernal Lords. She had thought of many other possible scenarios, but never something like what she was seeing right now. In front of her eyes and the eyes of many, a monstrous figure of tens of miles had appeared, trapping the 3 celestial commanders that she had sent to that location herself. She looked at this figure as she asked herself, was this really Crixus? Vidril was also standing by the side as he looked at the chaotic battlefield in shock, him being one of the few that were keeping attention on Crixus, and he had observed the events that happened before this huge change came to be. Thus, he was among the many that were so shocked they could not even speak. Grandmaster Vidril turned to Athena with an ashen face as he asked with panic, Athena, What's going on? Athena was the one in charge of the realm dreadnought currently, and she was the one who should have her precognition ability active at all times to foresee events like these. Yet, Vredrel's mind moved rapidly as he thought about how the three-star forging celestial commanders had stopped their movements to rapidly go to Crixus's location, this being very similar to the prior time when they evaded the erupting third authority of the Infernal Lord. Thus, Vredrel's mind was in turmoil as he thought about a terrible possibility while he watched the body of Crixus erupt into a star-sized monstrosity. The shocked Athena turned towards Vredrel at this point, the entire battlefield being placed into a LUL because of the appearance of the young form of terror. Her gaze contained shock and melancholy, and she glanced at Vredrel and the many surrounding celestials in the expansive command room. Only a few hundred celestials remained within, 2 world-rank celestials apart from Athena staying behind to monitor the changes of the battlefield as well. The rest were lower-ranked celestials with power less than the world realm. Thus when Athena received her next command from Noah, none of them could have foreseen what happened. Rumble. The brilliant light of fate glimmered in the command room as numerous golden spears ruptured the body of the 2 world-rank celestials first, targeting the lesser celestials thereafter as blood freely flowed from the unexpected attack within the command room. Vredrel was the only one remaining untouched as everyone but him and Athena fell to the ground at this dreadful sneak attack. The strengthened Athena, who had the boosts of 2 supreme laws because of Noah's guider-type abilities, utterly decimating 2 world-rank experts and the rest of the remaining celestials in the command room. Grandmaster Vredrel's body was trembling as the terrifying possibility he thought of when he observed Crixus to turn into a monstrous figure was ascertained, and it was even more horrible as his other disciple was also involved. What? That why? His aged brain seemed to move slower as his white beard trembled, his eyes on Athena switching from shock to wrath as his status as an experienced grandmaster returned gradually after the shock, his body beginning to glow with power at the domain expansion realm as he screamed out in a painful manner, "Both my disciples! Who did this? Who did this?" His attacks went towards Athena as she brushed them off, her level of power that was a rank higher than her master dominating the scene as she looked towards him with a difficult gaze. "You took me from Grandmaster Luo as my master, taught me all I know about fate and chaos. Yet, you were the one acting hypocritically all this time." Hey, immense power that was a realm higher wrapped around Vredrel as he was completely incapacitated, his gaze wrathfully shaking as he looked towards her. "You were a being with a noble fate. What could have possibly made you turn away from such a golden path? What made you and that other monster I trained into such wretched creatures?" Rumble. Athena was about to confront Grandmaster Vredrel and release all her pent-up emotions and injustices she felt from this being that effectively raised her. She was about to see if she could get a sense of peace before her death came under the hands of the terrifying being that had turned into a star. She actually wanted to say many things to this being she called her master. Yet at this moment, a spatial ripple erupted out as a figure swiftly appeared in the command room of the realm dreadnought, his gaze landing on the disciple and master about to confront each other in an emotional tearjerker. It was a devilishly handsome being with hair tinged gold and black, streaks of silver within as his face looked eerily similar to the 9th Infernal Lord outside of the realm dreadnought facing Commanders Verdant and Lil, Noah's second clone that always remained in the time-space of the infinite realm. Training had taken a brief break as he appeared on the command room of the realm dreadnought, a veil spreading out from him as the events in this expansive room were covered from any peering eyes. "Well, isn't this sweet?" His voice rang out as his face rapidly changed, adopting the face of Crixus, a being the both of them knew all too well. A master and his 2 disciples are together once more, this time watching a grand show. He spoke with a smile as Grandmaster Vredrel's body shook even more, feeling an immense power from this being with the face of Crixus as he waved his hands towards him, the energy that Athena had used to wrap around him fading away as his body was raised in the air like a ragdoll, his face being raised towards the clear glass that showed the events playing out in the starry space across the Veritas Fortress. "I want both of you to watch the events about to play out next with full attention. You can play out the drama of betrayal and emotions thereafter." Rumble. His words rang out as Athena bit her lips and turned her gaze towards the shocking scene playing out in the starry expanse of space, her mind filled with many thoughts as she considered the face of the Infernal Lord that had changed into Crixus just a moment ago. But as she heard his cold tone towards her once more, the hope she had that the relationship she had with this junior brother of hers might still have a semblance of meaning were dashed as she wondered, was he just putting on a show, or was there actually something deep within his heart that made the time they spent together real? She never received an answer as her hopes sank even lower. The LUL that the battlefield experienced with the advent of a monstrous figure of star ending at this moment, a shocking level of power was erupting out on 2 sides of the battlefield. Both of them had Noah as the central figure among them. As if this was not enough, his second clone had also appeared in the realm dreadnought of the Celestials as a maddened Grandmaster was forced to lay his eyes on a terrible nightmare. My dear senior sister, go out and let me see you give judgment to those who truly spread chaos. Let our master see exactly what those establishing order look like. Athena's let out an emotional sigh as she nodded, her body beginning to be wrapped in colors of gold as she adorned fate's armament. Her gaze became sharp as her eyes honed in on the backs of many Celestials populating the battlefield. A grand show was about to play out, and its conclusion would be a shocking one to experience. Chapter 569, 3 down. In the vastness of space where chaotic battles were already taking place, a particular war princess appeared out in the open. Her body was clad in a golden fate armament, two golden hammers hanging beside her dangerously. She breathed out with cold eyes as her gaze landed on the forces of many shocked Celestials. She wondered how many of them were like her. How many were brought into the organization that was the Celestials as they listened to their doctrines and killed under their orders? All for the sake of order and balance, but they were the ones causing the most chaos. Her body moved even with these thoughts as her hammers began to land on the nearest Celestials that were clustered around the vessels closest to the realm dreadnought. In her mind, it mattered not how many of these Celestials were like her. All of them, her included, were guilty and they had to atone for what they did. Maybe after atonement, there was a chance. Maybe. Many thoughts and possibilities swam in her mind as the picture of a single being continued to occupy her thoughts. Boom, a powerful explosion rang out in the back of the defense line of the Celestials, that particular region going into disarray as they were attacked in a place they never expected. The War Princess had begun carrying out judgment in a true sense as it delved the battlefield into further chaos, many not being able to understand what exactly was happening. It was chaos. Utter and complete chaos. Rumble essence continued to erupt through as when one pulled to observe the wider state of the battlefield, they would have to pay attention to truly too many things. Multiple figures were fighting in many directions, each of them having their own thoughts on what was currently happening. There was the appearance of enormous monstrosity in the form of a star on one side, as well as the glimmering and beautiful display of authority in the hands of the Ninth Infernal Lord and the commanders Verdant and Lil. There were the fearsome armored beasts like the Emperor Penguin and the Kraken that were using spectacular skills they had learned with the library feature of the Infinite Realm. There were the commanders of the Veritas Fortress that were matched with the three remaining Celestial Starforgers. One person truly could not get a full grasp of what all the pieces in this battlefield were doing at this exact moment, but the intrusion of a golden armored and wicked war princess beginning slaughter in the back lines of the Celestials caught the eyes of many. But the only thing that many of the shocked beings could muster on top of this already chaotic battle was but a single thought. What the hell is going on? Yes. Not many people knew what was even happening with the sequence of events. To them, it seemed like an unbelievable fantasy where there was a competition for how many more shocks they could receive today. Very few knew the actual reasoning, and the single person behind all of them was in the realm dreadnought. Noah's second clone was holding on to the body of Grandmaster Vredrel as the old man's beard shook as he watched the scenes of his first disciple taking down Celestials on their own camp, while his second disciple actually controlled his body and made him watch. At the next moment, Noah also waved his hands as an illusory screen appeared in front of them. The screen displayed a hectic and terrifying scene of the three Starforgers that were actually at the center of the ether starform that Nob had activated. Something interesting seems to be happening over here. Why don't we watch? His voice rang out as the scene played out. The three Starforging commanders were using all of their skills to battle the grotesque moving tentacles that trembled with the power of ether. At the center of this monstrous starform, the tentacles seemed nearly endless as they wriggled and constricted further and further in the small circle that these three Starforgers were encased in. As if this was not enough, each of these tentacles released terrifying rays of ether that were wrapped in chaotic essence. The moment these rays of ether and chaos landed on them, a portal of terror blew and a construct of ether came to being. This construct of ether looked like a devilish little imp that danced and jumped around in space, their eyes constantly dancing with the light of destruction as they went on to attach onto the bodies of the three Celestial Starforgers and continued to release horrendous destructive ether. It was damage on top of damage all around as the minds of these Starforgers turned chaotic. They actually could not do anything against this continuing constricting tentacular grotesque form of a being they had fallen into the trap of, and saw no way out. Burn your souls. Burn your souls. Their hearts were in pain as they actually saw the wriggling masses of tentacles getting closer and closer, the circle that were in getting smaller and smaller. This suffocating feeling was shocking to experience as while very few could actually see what was happening in the middle of the grotesque form of a young terror, The scene in it was truly a sight to see, as three actual star-forging individuals were about to face their deaths without anyone being the wiser. Rumble. As if this wasn't enough, Noah's mind moved as he used another one of the new abilities from the star-forging terror skill tree, Madness Dissension, that a horrendous air bloomed with the targets of the three celestials at the center. A purple-colored energy permeating through them as their already chaotic states were made even worse. They felt the control over their defenses and skills weakening as their minds slowly fell, their eyes becoming blanks as a second later, they actually faltered as a light of madness overtook them. It was a terrifying scene as their bodies actually came to a halt. The terrifying tentacles, they were horrified of being able to come close to them with no intrusion as they began to wrap around them in a suffocating manner. The power of ether in these tentacles began ripping their bodies apart as the small circle that existed with Noah's star form fully closed, the beings within squashed into paste. A shocking scene where three star forgers fell in a matter of minutes played out, very few actually being able to see such a thing. Chapter 570. Let's get crazy. Noah's enormous ether star form felt an eruption of might the moment that the star-forging celestial commanders fell. The most immediate effect was watching his fate lines beginning to shoot up by hundreds of thousands. The number continued to change on his stat panel until he saw an addition of more than 1 million fate lines from the deaths of just these three celestials. The 12% effect that Fate Stealer had meant he was eating up hundreds of thousands of fate lines every time that a being that held millions of them died. These powerful starforgers that had trained for hundreds of years, finding all of their efforts being taken by him. This wasn't all, as another section in the stat panel that had only been getting reduced the past months actually jumped, his skill points increasing by over 100 from the origins of these powerful star-forging experts. His humongous red eyes could not help but shine with a brilliant light as he ascertained this reality, his aura becoming even more oppressive. Rumble. Boisterous laughter erupted from his grotesque ether star form as it shook the surrounding miles, those hearing this laugh feeling a sense of foreboding as the aura of the three celestial commanders had disappeared. Brothers, Commanders Verdant and Lil released pained and shocked cries as they felt the auras of their three being they knew for years disappear, but they could not even take the time to look at the monstrous form of a terror that had taken the three of them as they were under constant attacks themselves. With a glorious demeanor, the ninth infernal lord was actually crowned in the golden light of fate. A Fate Lord's armament wrapping around him as he seamlessly used the authority of fate even better than the two celestial commanders he was facing. The light of chaos also somehow surrounded this grand aura of fate as it dealt even more damage to the two celestials, the battle actually going on to favor the infernal lord as the seconds passed. Noah glanced at this scene as he knew he could simply continue using his authority and his armament to overwhelm the two Fate Lords until they were defeated. All three of them and the overlaid authorities knew this, but why should he play it like this? What if he went just a little crazy and had more fun? Rumble, his eyes closed into slits as while surrounded by three authorities and adorning a Fate Lord's armament, his main body that was the infernal lord also uttered ridiculous words, ether starform. Ridiculousness ensued as enormous tentacles covered with the aura of ether, chaos, fate, fire, and water elements erupted out from the ninth infernal lord and began swallowing everything. Commanders Verdant and Lil were quickly wrapped in the tentacles as they directly began burning their souls to defend themselves, their areas of authority being overtaken as another enormous form of a young terror took shape to cover over 200 miles, but this enormous star-sized being was different than the one that appeared first. The colors of gold, black, purple, red, and blue were swimming around this enormous mass of moving tentacles to represent all the elements that were actively being used. As when the eyes that spanned for miles on this being opened, they blazed red while adopting a star-shaped golden pupil. This wasn't all, as in the back of this monstrous form, golden particles of light were forming as wings that spanned tens of miles were established in an aurora of colors and lights, giving this new other star form a majestic yet terrifying look as the wriggling masses of tentacles were attached to golden wings beautifully spanning out. No matter if it was the attackers from the light expanse or the defenders of the dark expanse, all those watching were stumped at the scene playing out as they thought similar things. Come on, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? All those watching had their jaws falling to the floor as they simply could not wrap their minds at what was happening. They wanted to pack their bags and go home. They were just here to participate in a war, but who the hell was this guy who just continued to break all common sense? As if one star-sized monstrosity wasn't enough, Noah simply pulled out another one as in the starry space surrounding the Veritas fortress, two new moving stars had appeared in full grandeur. In the celestial realm, Aldrich watched on with emotionless eyes as the scene of monstrous stars appeared on the battlefield at the Veritas fortress. He watched when things suddenly began going wrong as the first enormous creature that resembled a young terror actually came from a being his own organization had raised, and then watched as the commander that he appointed himself begin to attack her forces whether by her own will or someone else. The situation had colossally crumbled down and would have made many beings falter. But not Aldrich. Amidst all of this, the moment things began veering off track, he had focused all of his power and comprehension of a supreme law to focus on the single figure that seemed to be the center of this disruption. His eyes shone with a golden luster as they first focused on the 200 miles long monstrous being, and then locked on when the ninth infernal lord took a similar form. They tried to peer behind the veils of secrecy as Aldrich used his authority that neared 100% completion, and they were finally able to see something as he rose up with a shocked gaze for the first time in hundreds of years. Ridiculous, yes. Using his authority of a supreme law that neared completion, he had actually been able to peer through multiple veils and see something that was truly ridiculous. He used his immense power and authority as he was actually able to see the three figures that were inside the monstrous young terror that had stemmed from Crixus in a shade of gold, and the moment these commanders were decimated, he observed their millions of fate lines fading away as universal laws would normally have them. But then he observed a portion of these fate lines, which were in the numbers of hundreds of thousands, go towards the monstrosity that had killed them. He had to confirm this ridiculous possibility twice just to make sure he wasn't seeing an illusion, and he was met with the same scene when the ninth infernal lord changed into the tentacled monstrosity as well. His eyes peering through the veil, seeing as he saw one of the shining commanders fall as the scene of fate lines repeated itself again. You would bend the universal laws like so? Ha ha. Ridiculous. His eyes blazed with the light of anger as he saw this, his figure beginning to flicker into particles of light as a maddened voice rang out, Good. Good. Let's play dirty then, rumble. His figure rapidly disappeared as this monstrous genius who had nearly mastered a law actually began teleporting towards a particular region in the dark expanse, his foresight actually showing him a dreadful scene where his enemy, the novice galaxy, was actually making use of his own forces as fuel to create something to stand against him. His foresight told him to quickly move the Celestials away to stop this birth of an abomination who seemed to not have any of the restrictions of terrors. Chapter 571, 8 million. In the starry space above the Veritas fortress, all the attention was on the appearance of two enormous star-sized forms of a being with wriggling tentacles that thrummed with the power of ether. I'm the eyes of the watching beings. There seemed to be a plot afoot as the forces of Celestials looked to be in disorder. A being clad in golden armament that many beings were rubbing their eyes to confirm it was the image of the war princess. This being was actually attacking her own forces as her golden luster was becoming bathed in blood. At the position where the being known as Crixus the Destroyer used to be, one of the monstrous star-sized young terrors had also appeared, the force of 3 star-forging celestial commanders going missing thereafter. And now, the same monstrosity had appeared in the space where 3 beings with authority were battling, this time having the addition of brilliant wings of light being attached to this moving star, a palpatine dangerous energy constantly vibrating out of it, disorder in the ranks of Celestials, terribly powerful beings appearing on the battlefield. At the center of it all was a single being that continued to break all known norms, and currently trapped 2 star-forging Celestials that were actually Fate Lords within the bounds of his body. These were genuine Fate Lords, each one having mastered more than 50% of the law of fate, and this meant that they had more than 5 million fate lines. Just from a conservative estimate on the effect of the Fate Stealer ability taking away 12% of the amassed fate lines of these beings, that meant Noah would gain more than 600,000 fate lines from just a single one of them. And this was exactly what happened as he released baleful rays of ether while utilizing masterful ether control around his spiked and slimy tentacles to constrict the one known as Commander Lil to death, this star forger being the first to go as he released a resplendent amount of fate lines towards Noah. Brother, Commander Verdun was crying out painfully as he witnessed this, never imagining that he would ever be in this precarious position when they had prepared so much. Just what could have gone wrong? Where did everything begin to fall apart? No answer was waiting for him, as the only reason he still kept his life was because of his mastery in the law of earth as well. The green film of light reinforcing his golden essence of fate being his saving grace as he was able to survive a few seconds longer, but it truly was not sustainable. This was because in the constantly shrinking area Commander Verdun was in, Noah was releasing attacks from the Dark Guider skill tree along with the abilities of the young Cthulhu and the respective skills from the Herald of Fire and Water skill trees. Mixing up the attacks this being received as he was faced with constantly changing attacks, his mental defenses further could not remain as Noah released madness dissension, his soul fighting strongly to keep his consciousness active as it continued to slip away from him. You will never succeed. Commander Verdun spat out painful last words as the golden and green light around him faded. Even his laid out authority that was cancelled with the three authorities that Noah laid out not being able to save him as his body began to be ripped apart by fearsome tentacles. Blood and gore were all that remained in a matter of seconds. Noah's main body trembling as hundreds of thousands of fate lines rushed towards him again. In the realm dreadnought where his second clone was holding onto the body of the maddened Grandmaster Vredrel, an eerie silence permeated in the control room as well as the entire realm dreadnought. This was because Noah had spread out his energy. Any celestials that were taking post within the enormous vessel were killed, him and Vredrel being the only two beings remaining in it. Your fate lords have fallen, along with 3 star forgers from the help of your first disciple, Noah's clone spoke out as he kneeled down and placed his palm on the floor of the enormous realm dreadnought, his voice continuing as his energy spread out once again. As much as I would love to make you watch even more, there is something else much more important that I need to be doing now. I'll see you again after a bit, Master. Noah's second clone waved his other hand towards Vredrel as his body disappeared, teleported away without his permission as the realm dreadnought below the clone also began to fade away. Rumble, waves of essence erupted out as Noah wrapped his essence around the entirety of the vessel, warping it as he placed all of it into his expansive space. Those nearby and could still have the energy to pay attention saw the disappearance of the continental sized realm dreadnought, the only thing appearing in its place being a devilishly handsome figure who could barely be discerned from a far distance. But the eyes of the figure, of Noah's second clone, actually had an intense light as they were focusing onto a single being far across the expanse of the battlefield. It would actually be apt to say that he was looking at 3 figures, as each of his bodies actually had their eyes locked on towards the 3 remaining star-forging celestial commanders that were fighting in panic with the forces of the Veritas fortress. This was because the moment Noah killed the 2 Fate Lords and made his kill count of the Star Forgers 5, his fate lines had unbelievably shot up towards 8 million. The 2 Fate Lords alone had given him close to 1.5 million because of their comprehension in the law of fate and having a bit over 6 million fate lines. The prior 3 celestial star forgers who had not yet gained the title of Fate Lord also granting him a similar amount. This meant that in the span of a few minutes, he had actually snatched over 3 million fate lines, his progression abruptly shooting over 8 million. It was utterly ridiculous and went against every possible logic, and yet he was still able to do it. Now, his eyes honed in on the 3 remaining star forgers as he knew if he could just have these remaining celestials, he might just actually be able to achieve something nearly impossible. Chapter 572, Aldrich. The eyes of Noah's 3 bodies each locked on one of the 3 remaining celestial star forgers as he began shooting towards them. Those on the battlefield saw the rapid movement of the 2 monstrous star-sized tentacular creatures, as well as a single golden shining figure on a much smaller scale, all begin to head towards 3 panicking celestials commanders. Those targeted also felt the threat of death as they tried to leave behind the enemies they faced and escape, their essence burning freely as they tried to pierce through the defenses of the enemy commanders and escape. But would such a chance be given to them? The answer was no. Among his 3 bodies, his second clone was within reach of the enemy celestial commander within seconds as he teleported multiple times to near the spatial coordinates. This process was much slower for the enormous ether starform that his main body and first clone were adopting, their enormous bodies rumbling with power as the star-sized lifeforms pushed aside any nearby beings with an overpowering gravitational force while barreling towards their respective targets. It was a scene of grandeur and shock. One could distinctly observe a star flapping its golden wings and streaking forward. Any beings in its path repulsed out as they uncontrollably moved across the void of space. The commanders of Veritas Fortress saw these humongous forms barreling towards them as even they quickly pulled back, not even wanting to be near the monstrosity that was now targeting the 3 celestial star-forging commanders they were just fighting. In the distance, Athena's bloody hammer smashed into another celestial as she carried out the command she was given while reflecting on the ongoing situation, her mind rapidly trying to make sense of the unfolding situation as time passed. At this moment, she knew that somehow, Crixus and the 9th Infernal Lord were one and the same, this truth causing her to throw away any previous possibility she had in place as this one was too outlandish to even imagine. The 9th Infernal Lord that she had looked at before and even had the goal of defeating. The being that had currently cut down 5 of some of the most powerful beings in the Novice Galaxy as if they were chickens. This was the same being that played the role of her junior brother. As she looked at the enormous masses of star-sized abominations, she wondered whether there was really a possibility to attain true and actual order with the power this being displayed. This question was yet to be answered as the situation continued to unfold in an even crazier fashion. Noah's second clone that had reached the already worn-down celestial star forging commander released a small area of authority under the law of fate as pure fate essence overflowed within his body, his hands layering this with the essence of chaos as he formed a terrifyingly dense blade of pure chaos and fate essence that streaked towards his target. Schluck, the defenses of this worn-out commander were shredded instantly as the blade made of pure fate and chaos essence pierced through, his clone utilizing masterful ether control, as he released ether to completely shred apart this enemy. His eyes shone with light as he saw the addition of hundreds of thousands more fate lines, his stat panel showing this number rising up and changing constantly. Next up, the first of his enormous ether star forms to reach another star forging commander was the one that had golden wings of light erupting out. The many tentacles of this ether of terror struck out as they deflected all the coming attacks from the frantic celestial, enormous tentacles beginning to wrap around and constrict the being thereafter as Noah deployed multiple portals of terror within the confined space to further rupture the defenses of his enemy. Rumble, star-shaking might erupted out as yet another figure was defeated, many beings looking at this as they had long since gone past shock and were simply numb at this point. The being causing all of this shock was currently feeling even more ecstatic as with the death of the seventh celestial starforger, he actually gained another 500,000 fate lines from this being that had slightly over 4 million in total themselves, and this number pushed his own fate lines over 9 million, over 90% in the law of fate. The more shocking thing was how this had occurred in just a single battle, with him actually jumping from slightly over 50% and now proudly standing over 90%. He could feel his connected heartbeats as he focused on the last remaining celestial starforger that was trying his best to escape. The figure of his first clone in the ether star form finally reaching him as the abundant tentacles reached out towards the celestial. With the defeat of this remaining celestial starforger, he would be just a few 100,000 fate lines away from completely comprehending a universal law, and a supreme one at that. The baleful tentacles filled with ether thundered forth to clasp onto this celestial. Noah already feeling this being falling into his hands when suddenly, there was a flash of gold, yes. Just a simple and pure flash of gold, SHA, but this flash of gold arrived with an immensely powerful and domineering aura, an aura that overwhelmed any beings currently on the battlefield. It was an aura filled with a shining light of coldness, a light that seemed to be filled with madness. This single appearance of light thundered down in a dramatic fashion as it brought with it golden discs of light that were tens of miles in diameter, these discs multiplying numerous times as they easily went through the baleful tentacles of Noah's ether starform clone. The tentacles never reached their intended target, SAA. Like a knife passing through butter, these enormous gold discs of light miles long in diameter appeared to surround the over 200 miles long young Cthulhu, descending unto him in but an instant as they shredded through all defenses as if they did not exist. These powerful discs of light were filled with an intense power and authority. Power at the level that Noah's clone currently had not reached as they dug into the enormous body and shredded it apart like nothing. Boom, these sharply spinning golden discs actually located the core of the clone instantly, their domineering light crushing everything around it as Noah's first clone became a cut mass of tentacles, the entire body exploding into a shower of blood thereafter. Silence reigned in the surrounding space as it was not shock or horror that many beings felt at this moment, just simply blankness. A moment later, the sharp golden discs disappeared as light particles came together and formed into the shape of a single man. He appeared in front of the celestial star forging commander that was trying to run away from Noah's first clone. His appearance taking the eyes of every being on the battlefield, hair that seemed to be a mixture of white and gold. Eyes that shone with a powerful light of genius and madness which drew everything in. An expression that was normally calm and peaceful, yet currently it seemed to contain boundless wrath as it stared at Noah's main body far in the distance. Rumble, a domineering air that caused the origins of many beings to tremble spread out across the silent battlefield as the founder of the Celestials, Aldrich unexpectedly and shockingly made his appearance for the first time since the beginning of the last war. His first action was a single attack that utterly decimated a creature that had seemed immensely strong to all those watching the previous battle. A clone of Noah's being taken out the moment that Aldrich arrived, his eyes that actually shone with a light of wrath focused on a single figure as the dynamic of the last war were forever changed, entering into a stage nobody had expected. Chapter 573, Are you sure? Now, many times throughout history, events that are otherwise uncontrollable occur. When such events occur, all that someone can control is how they react to them. Currently, an unexpected and uncontrollable event where the founder of Celestials, Aldrich, had actually appeared on the battlefield at the Veritas fortress occurred. His entrance was a grand one that announced his power for all to see, releasing a single attack that pulverized a creature that had given the image of terror to all those watching. Many beings were still in a state of shock as not a single figure moved the second after Aldrich's arrival. The eyes of this being were currently locked onto two figures: the golden-winged ether starform that was Noah's main body, as well as the devilishly handsome second clone that was standing with a cold expression while staring back. The man he locked eyes on with an unwilling expression was a genuine expert at the nebula realm, a realm where one forged numerous stars within their origin as they expanded into a nebula. Such a realm had varying levels of power, where a new expert that had just broken through could be defeated with a being that had been in the same nebula rank with a single move, just as long as they had been cultivating in that realm for many more years. So even on the same level, there could be huge gaps in strength, as one being could only have 3 stars forged within their origin, while an older one could have 20 stars that were backing their strength. This realm made it so that anyone ranked lower could not even begin imagining the possibility of matching those in the nebula realm, and yet now, Noah was looking at such a being with an unwilling expression. His eyes were cold as many thoughts came and went, multiple options opening themselves up to him as to what path he could take as he saw Aldrich raise his hand, rumble. The first attack of this being had decimated his first clone, and he now made a move to release another without so much so as a word. "Brother! Please, stop PWAA." It was at this moment, though, that a tired voice rang out across the expanse of space, an aged figure materializing from particles of light not too far from Aldrich. This newly appearing being did not release any ounce of energy, yet the eyes of Aldrich that locked onto him had their light of wrath and madness slightly dim as his raised hand came down, his gaze reluctantly shifting entirely to this new being. "You, abandoning me for so long and only appearing to get in my way again." Aldrich's cold voice rang out as shockingly another being at the nebula realm descended. This time, it was the third founder that had just returned from seeking out a terror in the Latalis expanse. A tired being that released an expression of helplessness and sorrow anytime you looked at him, rumble. But this wasn't all, as a second later, multiple more auras at the nebula realm descended madly, many lower-ranked being losing consciousness and beginning to float in the expanse of space as others nearly felt like their bodies were folding within themselves. The rarest beings in the Novice galaxy, those that stood at the highest realm of power that anybody had achieved in this galaxy 5, had shockingly appeared in this one central location. The newly appearing figures were led by an astonishingly gorgeous woman, brilliantly shining white hair and blue eyes making her stand out like a sore thumb as she wore a white robe. She appeared right in front of the 200 miles long ether star form of Noah's main body, her gaze cold as she stared at Aldrich. Near her, the two other figures had red and black crowns above their heads as their bodies outlandishly and freely released their power at the nebula realm. If someone knowledgeable looked at the newly appearing figures, they would be able to ascertain with stupor that it was the first, second, and third infernal lords. The moment that Aldrich made his appearance on the battlefield, their figures came a second behind the third founder Fritz. Their gazes were filled with coldness as they stared at Aldrich, a unique sense of strength and oppression spreading out at this moment. Aldrich took in all of these changes as he looked away from his old friend and towards the 3 most powerful infernal lords that were now protecting a particular figure, his eyes regaining the light of apathy as the wrath and madness were hidden within. "I see, rumble." He said these words as his body began to erupt with power, a pillar of golden light erupting and shooting out around him in a cylindrical manner. "So this is the new puppet, WAA." Each of his words only caused a spike in the aura he released as it caused any nearby beings to madly begin to run away, this aura so overpowering that they felt their souls would be injured if they remained close by, as he was faced with 4 nebula realm experts. Alric actually didn't back down as his eyes blazed with strength. "Are you sure you want to do this now?" At this time, the crystal clear voice coming from the first infernal lord rang out, her head turning to the side as she asked in a quizzical manner while staring towards Aldrich. "Brother." In front of him, the third founder Fritz called out towards him again as all he received were cold eyes. A standoff occurring in the battlefield near the Veritas fortress as these shocking figures of power remained still. Aldrich's eyes honed in towards each of these beings as he measured his options, once again feeling the unfairness of it all as his heart strengthened even more. WAA, his power began to retract as the enormous cylinder of golden light reduced, his voice ringing out as he locked eyes with the being closest to him. "Out of everything, your cowardice is still what stands out the most, brother." Fritz's shoulders shook at these words, a sorrowful expression appearing on his face as he looked towards Aldrich, who had begun moving his fingers towards the remaining star-forging celestial behind him and the many celestials still remaining across the Battlefield, sparks of golden light appearing on their bodies. When Noah saw these sparks of light appearing on Celestials, his second clone teleported to a blood-stained Athena who was looking forth with a troubled expression as he placed his hands on her. His essence beginning to cover her head to toe in case this energy that Aldrich released even came near her. The founder only glanced at this change briefly as his eyes locked on with the figure of Athena for less than a second, seemingly choosing that this being was well below his required attention for now as he continued, "For against one, and you still believe you were in the right." Aldrich's voice now addressed the four nebula realm being opposing him as a golden light began to appear. On the bodies of the Celestials he pointed to, the shocking scenes continuing one after another in the starry expanse near the Veritas Fortress, chapter 574, so close, as Aldrich was faced with four beings in the same realm as him. He actually weighed his options as he came to the truth that he had more than a 60% chance of winning if he actually faced all these beings at once, but he really did not like this percentage, as it involved something that was extremely important to him. It was his life's work, and he did not wish to risk it for a 60% chance. It was the reason why he initiated the last war, with the prize actually being nearly within his grasp as when he achieved it, he would have a 100% assurance of winning against any beings in the Novice Galaxy, no matter what power they held. He was so close that it seemed just a few days or weeks was all he needed. Even as he stared at the anomaly that he rushed over here to nip in the bud. The being he considered a puppet in a true sense as he observed how so many natural laws were bent to allow him to actually rapidly advance in the law of fate. This being was the biggest consideration at this moment as he weighed the possibilities. To solve this problem and not allow this being to gain any more power, he arrived to save the last star-forging celestial commanders, and now his hands were moving with brilliant light that covered the remaining hundreds of thousands of Celestials. Their bodies beginning to disappear from the battlefield, he would not give this creature any more fuel to increase his strength, knowing that he needed very little time to achieve his goal of 100% in the law of fate. When that time came, it would not matter what puppet she was trying to raise, nor which being stood in his way. Aldrich's apathetic eyes looked towards one of the only beings he considered a brother as all the Celestials around the Veritas Fortress began to be teleported away. Before he carried out his plans, before he did what he needed to do, he wanted to look at the face of his brothers and tell them how wrong they were, how things could have gone much differently. But this only seemed like a pipe dream as his eyes only showed apathy, his gaze moving from Fritz and towards the ninth infernal lord who was surrounded by three nebula realm creatures. At this moment, he was actually very angry. Can you imagine putting in enormous hard work over more than 1,000 years, striving to slowly comprehend a supreme law? Then one day, you watch as someone makes more progress in this law in a matter of minutes than you did in hundreds of years. It was stifling, wrath-inducing, and just showed the unfairness of it all. You just wait for me, puppet. This will not go on for much longer. His words carried enormous wrath and foreboding as they thundered towards Noah, the eyes of the founder landing on Fritz one last time before his body began to be covered with brilliant particles of light that then disappeared. Aldrich, the star-forging expert he came to save. And all the remaining hundreds of thousands of Celestials, all disappeared. Rumble. Noah continued to stare at this scene as he cancelled his ether star form, his mountainous body beginning to reduce in size as crackles of ether spread out. His eyes went towards the stat panel that had the number 9,139,376 next to his number of fate lines as he calmed his mind from the euphoria of power and the recent events of the battle. He was very close. So close that he felt it was all within his grasp, but Aldrich had seen something and appeared to prevent him just before he could achieve it. Noah, bring me over there for a bit. At this time, he received a telepathic message from a being far away from this battle. He received word from Old Man Inuit who was in the past ancient blood world that was integrated into the infinite realm and also currently watching the scenes of the battle. Noah's essence connected to his infinite realm with the words of Inuit as he stared at the being called Fritz who still floated in the void of space and looked towards the position where Aldrich had disappeared. Rumble. Waves of essence fluctuated out a second later as Noah teleported Old Man Inuit over, the aged being giving Noah a nod of thankfulness as he then floated towards a lost brother of his with a shaking heart. Fritz. Old Man Inuit called out to this being that had just resurfaced for the first time in hundreds of years, his gaze melancholic as Fritz turned towards him with a sorrowful expression. When these two beings looked at each other, a myriad of emotions sprung out. But the strongest one was the shame and helplessness that Fritz was releasing as he could barely meet the eyes of Old Man Inuit. This was because he knew his brother had been confined by Aldrich this entire time, and he had not moved any time during the last hundreds of years to save him. He knew it was helpless and could never succeed escaping from Aldrich in one piece if he tried, so he went roaming around for answers that he never received, and now here he was hundreds of years later. It was an emotional scene with two old friends meeting, and Noah turned his eyes away from this as he looked at the three infernal lords that had arrived just in time. I had considered the possibility of Aldrich moving if ever he saw something about you. Never did I think he would be so bold though. The sonorous voice of the first infernal lord rang out as she turned towards him with a smile. Noah looked towards her and to the battlefield that only had the shocked forces of the defenders of Verida's fortress remaining, glancing towards his own subordinates that were looking around in dissatisfaction for having their battles cut short. He looked at a disgruntled emperor penguin who was facing a special existence like the three-eyed fate child. Blow to blow before he was teleported away, to the forces of vampires that had the curvaceous Elena who was glancing towards him with a dangerous reverent expression. He glanced at his second clone that was standing beside a blood-stained Athena, the being that was effectively the only remaining celestial on this battlefield. He looked at all of these scenes and reflected over the past events as he heard the sweet voice of the first infernal lord ring out once more. It seems that a conclusion of this last war is coming faster than many of us expected. Silence overtook the surroundings and the first infernal lord casually voiced out a shocking reality. The far-reaching effects of this last battle at the Verida's fortress only beginning to unravel at this moment. Chapter 575, Useless? Just to suppose, in a region of the light expanse near the border it shared with the dark expanse, Aldrich reappeared with the brilliance of light as hundreds of thousands of figures were teleported at the same location thereafter. This being at the Nebula realm had carried out a mass teleportation of hundreds of thousands of beings to bring them countless miles away from the Verida's fortress, the spatial movement bringing them into a region in the light expanse as the many celestials looked towards the founder with reverence. They had just faced a colossal loss where 90% of their star-forging commanders were destroyed, where only a single one remained alive, as it was only because the founder had arrived in time to save him. The masses of celestials that had just participated in the battle at the Verida's fortress felt a sense of shame and helplessness as they thought back to the past events, their eyes not being able to lock with the powerful being that saved them as they waited for his commands. Aldrich was looking at all these beings he had teleported as his gaze landed on the remaining star-forging celestial of this force, thinking back at how when the abomination who could bend universal laws killed other beings of this level, he actually absorbed hundreds of thousands of fate lines every time. This was such a ridiculous and unfair concept that would quickly create a monster capable of mastering a universal law in a short period of time, but it was something that Aldrich knew was only happening because his enemy was behind it, this whole event serving as another reminder to him that in order to win against an enemy no being would dare face, he had to think outside the box and be prepared to do things that very few beings could even begin to imagine. Using his vast experience and authority in the law of fate, and the knowledge he had just uncovered, he was able to come to the conclusion that the anomaly that was the ninth infernal lord would actually just continue growing stronger and amassing more fate lines the more celestials he faced, the more that this war carried on. As he came to this conclusion, the answer he faced was to simply end it. This was the shocking conclusion he had arrived at the moment he saw the creature that could rapidly absorb hundreds of thousands of fate lines, knowing that any celestial that fell in his hands would put him all that closer to completely comprehending a universal law, and then this creature would be used to oppose him from ever achieving his goals. Thus, Aldrich moved quickly as he relayed his commands to the many celestial commanders still spread out across the dark expanse, and even those still moving within their realm dreadnoughts or prime warships to actually begin retreating. It was a shocking and abrupt move, but one of extreme precision as it identified the biggest problem the founder faced at this moment, and he moved to instantly cut off the source of this problem as the fuel that was being fed to the ninth infernal lord. The celestials that were spread out across the dark expanse were all being called back. At the same time, Aldrich knew that the less than 100,000 fate lines that he required before completely comprehending a universal law would be rising up much slower. So he released another command to recoup his losses and even increase his progress further. But the command he relayed was an extremely cold one that even sent shivers to the commanders that received it. The conquered planets you are retreating from, the strongholds you have taken over, destroy them all. Decimate everything, rumble. Waves of gold erupted out at this command that would affect the lives of hundreds of billions, yet Aldrich gave it without so much as a second thought as he was currently being driven into a corner. He ignored the masses of celestials around him as he closed his eyes and thought, "Do not blame me for being cruel. I had simply forgotten just how unfair of an enemy I faced. And I needed this reminder to be more resolute." He spoke to no one as his thoughts moved, but he relayed terrible commands to his forces that he telling to retreat, passing down the command for them to destroy the stars they had captured as the original plan of taking over the dark expanse and slowly collecting fate lines over time was thrown away. Aldrich simply choosing to scoop whatever benefits remained by directly destroying the fates of the billions that his forces had taken over. It would not be as fruitful as the steering of fate over time, but at this juncture where he only needed less than 100,000 fate lines to begin going towards his goal, it would be enough. His command shook the hearts of the commanders that heard it, but they began carrying it out without any hesitation as cruelty never before enacted on innocent civilians and conquered forces that were not fighting anymore began taking place. At this moment, Aldrich opened his eyes to see hundreds of fate lines shimmering down towards him as this cruelty began on multiple conquered fonts of the dark expanse, his gaze then turning to the celestials he had teleported away from the Veritas Fortress. Founder, the remaining star-forging celestial he had saved was bowing down shamefully as his shoulders shook, showing reverence to Aldrich as he also could not look up as he was ashamed at their performance and the loss of so many forces in this battle. Aldrich looked at this celestial and the hundreds of thousands more around him as his thoughts focused on these beings once more. This force of beings that he raised was actually being used against him by his enemy in order to create an abomination to match him, and he could not even deploy them to do their jobs anymore. Deploying any more celestials meant that a being such as the Ninth Infernal Lord would only continue to amass more fate lines and grow stronger, so the force he worked hard to create and raise over centuries was actually rendered useless. I see why Fritz became disillusioned and left me. You truly are a terrifying enemy. The light of madness swam in Aldrich's apathetic eyes that now landed on the hundreds of thousands of beings he could not even use anymore. On the beings that he now considered useless, he spoke but a single command as they looked towards him with reverence and hope. Die, rumble. Chapter 576, an end, die. It was a single command which perplexed all the forces of celestials that just battled at the Veritas Fortress, as it was not something any of them expected to hear from their founder as he glanced towards them. Many of them titled their heads to see if they heard correctly, but then their eyes began shaking as from the figure of Aldrich that they feared to even look at for too long. A golden light had begun to swiftly permeate from him. This light caused their hearts to palpate as it did not seem warm or calming, but it held a cruel glimmer which shook them to their very cores. What, this? No, pandemonium ensued as those who were covered by this light began to burn in body and in origin, screeching shouts resounding out as an unbelievable sight occurred in this nondescript region in the light expanse where Aldrich had teleported the celestials who were fighting at the Veritas Fortress. Rumble. Aldrich's hand reached out as he clasped onto the neck of the remaining star-forging celestial that was about to fall into the hands of the Ninth Infernal Lord, the shocked look of horror on the celestial's eyes not making Aldrich falter one bit. Founder. Cluck, his hand clasped tighter as he used an authority about to near completion to decimate the forces of celestials he just saved. Those in the world realm or below not being able to last even a second as their bodies burned flames of gold, screams resounding across the region they were in. Not a single celestial could escape as his authority spread out to cover all the nearby space, many only being able to speak their grievances for a single second before they perished. Why, no, in the midst of all of this, Aldrich's eyes remained impassive as he watched the star-forging celestial commander in his hands begin to fade away, a shocking sight displaying itself all around the tens of miles area as hundreds of thousands of celestials had their lives extinguished. There is no underlying reason, your uses have just run out. Aldrich spoke out slowly as there was not a single soul to answer him, only golden flames remaining in the surrounding miles that signified the lives of celestials he had raised for years. Numerous fate lines descended down at this juncture as the apathetic eyes of Aldrich glanced at the ashes around him. Do not blame me for what I am about to do to the creatures dwelling in this little cage of yours. You have simply pushed me too much. His cold voice rang out again as his figure carried out another long-distance teleportation, disappearing from this area that bordered the dark expanse as he went towards a different location. At this same time, the commands he released to the other celestial legions to destroy the location in the dark expanse they occupied were being carried out with extreme cruelty. The Celestials themselves not knowing that hundreds of thousands of beings just like them were just decimated by their founder, as they began destroying the lives of many in the dark expanse, they had no idea what fate awaited for them as they made their return to a place they called home. The events about to occur next were simply too horrendous, and the deaths would be simply too many. It was a cruel and sad time period, and one that would be remembered throughout history. In the location above the Veritas Fortress, Noah and the other commanders began receiving news from many locations that were monitoring the occupied strongholds of the dark expanse by Celestials. The news they received was of shocking cruelty, of numerous stars beginning to be destroyed as Celestials could be seen retreating. The monsters, many beings growled out in pained fury as they heard this, as too many of them had connections to these places, where some soldiers even had their families still living in strongholds occupied by Celestials. Now, They were hearing that they would not even get the chance to fight back for them, that the Celestials had begun destroying stars using their world commanders or prime warships, if not the more horrendous realm dreadnoughts. Snowfield Stronghold has been destroyed, the Bronze Star Cluster is. A numerous shocking news rang out as the many forces in the dark expanse began to move and react to these news. Noah turning towards the first infernal lord that had begun speaking with a cold tone, it seems Aldrich is adopting drastic measures. Go, save all those that you can. Noah's figure disappeared even before the words of the first infernal lord could finish as he teleported to the location that his identity as Crixus had a role in helping occupy, his main body appearing at the witch's lair where 3 stars were rotating the last time he was here. Now, only 2 stars remained as one had already been targeted by a prime warship, its core blasted by destructive lasers as the billions within it were wiped away. Wretches! Rumble. Noah moved with a cold expression as his eyes blazed red. His figure targeting the 3 prime warships that were now aiming their weapons towards the other 2 remaining stars as he cast Ether Starform and barreled towards these vessels in an instant, smashing into them and destroying all those within as he moved to save the remaining 2 planets. WA8 Baleful Ether and many other skills were employed as he moved to wipe out any of the remaining Celestials nearby, moving fast to save as many beings as he could, as his eyes watched the already shattered star. He felt pangs of guilt for the billions lost as it was through his identity as Crixus that this witch's lair was taken over, but never did he expect for Aldrich to command his forces to destroy conquered areas after he appeared. Rumble. Noah continued to move as he was among the many beings across the dark expanse that moved angrily to stop the injustice and blatant genocide currently being carried out by retreating Celestials, the fates of many creatures being affected this day as chaos freely spread out unbound. It would be a long, painful, and sad day for many to live through, but it signified the nearing of the end of something that would have carried on for years if it had followed the normal route. The last war would have lasted for a much longer period of time, with the possibility of trillions facing their deaths, but now, less than even a month after the last war began, the Celestials were already retreating while carrying out horrendous actions. Whether it was through the law of ever-increasing chaos and disorder, or through the steering of the river of fate, or through the karma sowed by the multitude of creatures, an end was coming, and a new beginning would soon arise. Chapter 577, The Inquisitor, Athena I. A few hours had passed since the Celestials began their retreat while carrying out horrendous actions. During this time, Noah and the others had moved to save all they could, even the Nebula Realm Infernal Lord and the recently appearing Fritz lending their hand. But when all was said and done, billions of lives were still lost on this day as numerous stars faced complete destruction. It was a sad day, but it also marked the beginning of something new as all celestial forces effectively retreated out of the dark expanse, leaving many beings to wonder where exactly things would go from here. Noah's figure flashed back to the Veritas fortress as he glanced at the starry expanse of space where many things had occurred. His mind receiving a message from the first infernal lord as he looked after his forces in the area. Aldrich must have seen your genius methods of advancements and pulled back his forces because of it, choosing the route of stumping your growth while he completes his comprehension in a supreme law. The words of the first infernal lord rang out in his mind first, with her figure materializing beside him thereafter as she continued to speak. But fate continues to move where it wishes, and the actions of a single being will not stop it. Even during this situation of immense loss of lives that occurred today, the first infernal lord smiled as she continued. You recall when I gathered all the infernal lord and gave out the commands to hold captive the enemy commanders they faced? A grand present is waiting for you in the 4th infernal realm when you have the time. Noah turned towards this unique existence as he reined in his emotions, seeing that the gathering of fate lines might actually be continuing with a much smoother method even after Aldrich interfered and initiated an unexpected move that still had its effects spreading out even now. Noah nodded towards the first infernal lord as he began sending messages to his subordinates. Sensing that huge things would be occurring in the next few days as he had to prepare diligently, I'll finish a few things here and then make my way over. He looked towards the smiling infernal lord as he said this, seeing her expression shine even brighter as she began to disappear into particles of light. The space around the Veritas fortress regained some quietness as figures moved here and there, Noah's subordinates beginning to disappear as his infernal legion also began to move back towards the doorway leading to the 2nd infernal realm. The commanders of the Dark Expanse continued to busily move as Old Man Inuit worked with Vladivostok and the Grand Mage Drusim to stabilize the chaotic situation. Noah not needed to attend to any of these things as he went on to conclude events of his own before the next stage was set. His forces disappeared one after another as they returned to his infinite realm, the gaze of his main body landing on his remaining clone who had gone to protect Athena when Aldrich appeared. Those 2 figures also disappearing as they were sent to the infinite realm. he left the battlefield at the Veritas fortress for the last time himself as he teleported into the radiant infinite realm, this time appearing above the wide seas that used to be in his homeworld. The unique aesthetics of the infinite realm that was vibrant with the essence of all sorts of laws brought in a calming effect, but the figures currently populating the skies above the wide blue seas had varying expressions. Noah glanced at the beings that he had teleported in this area as they ranged from harbingers of sin to the beasts of the infinite realm, with the addition of a figure imprisoned in a cage made of ether and a lone Athena that floated in the skies with a difficult-to-read expression. All of them were above the beautiful blue seas, an enormous vessel arising below them as the figures of Atlanteans and merfolk rose to the surface, their gazes all locking towards the two new figures of Grandmaster Vridrel and Athena. Vridrel was the being imprisoned in the cage of ether, his mouth snapped shut as the baleful essence restricted him from even speaking a word. All he could do was send murderous glares toward the creatures around him. Noah looked at all these beings as he raised his hand, his voice resonating out clearly to every single being here. We have advanced much, those we labeled as enemies being stopped in their tracks as they even retreated today, yes. He and his forces had moved forward with their goals as they opposed Celestials. Being largely successful so far as now all that remained was a final battle. Some of you faced varying levels of pain from Celestials, with a few holding very personal grudges as things that were very important were taken away from you, the gazes of the Kraken, remaining calamities of the sea, and the ocean master that had appeared from the sea below on the expansive vessel all shook at these words as they continued to listen. A few months ago, multiple figures boarded a prime warship as they appeared above the lost world. These two are the only ones remaining alive at this moment. Noah pointed towards the caged Vridrel as well as the figure of Athena who stood with his clone. His voice continuing to ring out, when it comes to revenge for the lives lost and for the destruction of the lost world, we have reaped the lives of many Celestials. The ones standing before you today are the principal figures that were directly involved, but there are also intricacies behind the scenes that created for the way that events occurred on that day. He waved his hands as he said this, causing the appearance of an illusory screen that began relaying the truth behind many events, starting with the similar scenes he had shown Athena not too long ago as he narrated the hidden history that very few were privy to. He was set on coming up with a good conclusion to the being that had helped to set in motion many of the events that occurred so far. The fate of Athena being the major thing to be decided on the meeting here today. Chapter 578, The Inquisitor, Athena 2. An entire hour passed as those around Noah learned a great deal about how the Celestials used to operate behind the scenes, coming to know of the reasoning they used to destroy many worlds as well as some of the ways they recruited their disciples. The major thing was for them to understand Vridrel and Athena, the beings they had come to know in the past few months as Noah moved with them using his identity as a Celestial. After the hidden truth and histories were laid out with the inhabitants of the destroyed lost world understanding everything fully, Noah looked towards them as he asked, "You know the past history, and you have lived the future. What do you all wish to do?" An eerie silence descended upon the gorgeous environment of the infinite realm where a few powerful figures were clustered. Athena's eyes glanced towards all of these beings as her heart actually felt at peace, hearing the words of the being she knew as Crixus that caused this silence to descend. When she saw her own life history playing out in front of her, she had gazed towards this being as he was the reason her heart had grown calm, and it was because she confirmed that there really was something in the heart of this junior brother that was forcing himself to act coldly towards her the past few days. A person that did not care would not have bothered to explain or justify things to his own subordinates, but Crixus went to great lengths to show the truth to them before he asked them what they wished. Athena looked at the beings that she had destroyed the world of as even in the calmness, her eyes shook. This was because she still remembered carrying out those actions, and even if she used the excuse of being deceived by Celestials, she was still the one to ultimately push the button that released the destructive lasers. Even though Grandmaster Vridrel was right there beside her on that ship powering it with his domain expansion realm energy, it was still her mission that she completed. Thus, her heart was at peace as she prepared for the actions that the inhabitants of this destroyed world would take, even though it seemed her junior brother was actually going out of his way to protect her. The silence ended when a single miniaturized calamity of the sea moved forward. It was the one holding the sin of wrath, the being who was closest to the lost world as he heard its last few words when it fell. The Kraken moved towards the crazed figure of Grandmaster Vridrel who was contained in the cage of ether. "Master, may I?" The Kraken voiced out as Noah waved his hands, the cage of ether disappearing as Vridrel regained control of his body and screamed out, "You all will perish." Hook. His words were stopped short as the tentacles of the world-rank Kraken wrapped around him, his power still at the domain rank this entire time, not being able to do a single thing as he felt his body constricted and his bones begin to break. Crunch. the Kraken did not even give Vredrel any time to release any last words or curses, using its powerful strength to actually crush the body of this being instantly. The Ocean Master and other inhabitants of the Lost World looked at this scene as their hearts became lighter, the eyes of many moving towards the figure of the War Princess they had seen move with their master, and also the being that played a crucial role in the last battle at the Veritas fortress. The Kraken also floated towards her as his red eyes looked into hers deeply, as if trying to sense something or discern a deeper meaning. Even though this woman was brainwashed at a young age and deceived by the Celestials, she is still responsible for what happened. But we are not cruel like our enemies, so I will speak out on behalf of the inhabitants of the Lost World when I say this. The gaze of the Kraken, who was the most powerful being from the Lost World, shone with splendor as he finished his words. So long as she continues to use her strength to work with us in order to change actions that she and many other Celestials have carried out over the last hundreds of years, she can earn forgiveness. Rumble, invisible waves of fate spread out at these words, Athena looking up to the Kraken and then towards Noah as her eyes shook. Many of the beings looked towards each other as some held nodding expressions while others were impassive. The Emperor Penguin shook its beak as its beady eyes glanced at everyone with disdain, its gaze seemingly looking down on everyone here as if it knew a larger truth that many of them were not privy to. Noah nodded at the words of the Kraken as he waved his hands and began sending out commands once more. If one was really paying attention, they would be able to notice the heavy weight lifting off his shoulders at this moment. Very well. I will send out word later for the role this being with noble fate will continue to play in the future. Noah looked towards Athena as he said this, his words continuing as he spoke to his subordinates. Continue training and prepare, as it looks like the final fight is coming soon. Though it seems that many of you will not be able to participate in it. Noah's words trailed off as his subordinates nodded, many of them beginning to move out as they sought the time space or a specific law space for them to train in while using their loot they obtained from the recent battle. The Atlanteans and merfolk nodded appreciatively towards Noah as their vessel returned to the sea below. The Kraken and other harbingers looking towards Athena before they moved out as well. Above the beautiful blue sea, all that was left were the two figures of Athena and Noah's main body, his clone returning to the time space to continue training as the time drew closer. The voice of Athena rang out at this time. It seemed to be filled with complicated emotions as her expression held a gaze of hopefulness and loss at the same time. She was extremely grateful for the kindness that the inhabitants of the Lost World showed, as she knew they were well within their rights to even demand her death from their master. But they chose a different path. Thank you, junior brother. Noah heard this voice that seemed to have many emotions in it as he nodded. Looking out across the expansive blue seas around them as his mind went over his own thoughts multiple times, the places affected by the Celestials are many, and even if this war ends in your favor, they will require the help of powerful beings to re-establish order. Athena continued to speak with slight hesitation as she glanced at the back of her junior brother, regaining the valiancy of the past war princess as she continued, I will stay true to my aim and stand forth to establish order, and I would like your assistance again if it is possible, junior brother. Athena said these words with conviction as her figure straightened, choosing to speak what she felt as even if her relationship with this being would not go back to how it was just a few weeks ago, she would still move and try her best to establish something like it as she aimed to achieve the goal of order she had this entire time. Noah nodded as he stopped staring out into the blue seas, his figure glancing towards Athena as he went towards her. When it came to this war princess, there were a myriad of conflicting feelings as Noah had tried to separate anything he felt while thinking back to his subordinates from the Lost World in the past weeks. When one thought about their relationship, it began on a lie, and was built on top of the blood of many beings. He came close to her as he thought about these things, his eyes turning red as his mouth opened and his pristine fangs protruded once more. He turned her shaking head aside as his fangs sunk in, using his authority as the vampire progenitor to upgrade the bloodline of a normal vampire that he granted her before into one of a royal vampire. Athena voiced out as her body convulsed, Noah moving away from her as she began to release a more powerful aura. She clutched her neck as she looked towards Noah and spoke, Junior brother, is there still a chance? Her words wandered off as she felt the new power coursing through her, Noah glancing at the wide blue seas once more as he replied honestly, I don't know, yes. He did not know. He thought back to his relationship with Adelaide and Barbados, even Elizabeth who still resided and looked after the blessed empire under Steel Mikhail. All of these women that he surrounded himself with, even though he had connections with them, he either found himself spending very little time with or even not seeing them completely. In the case of Elizabeth, when it came to Athena, who had actually spent the most time with as much of the past months were sparring and moving with her with his identity as Crixus, he was conflicted even more because of her identity, and wanting to stay true to what he promised the inhabitants of the Lost World. Now that all of it was resolved, he was asking himself whether it would do him any good to start something again out of this relationship that began on a completely wrong note. Even if he did, would it be any different from what he had with the women he surrounded himself with now? As he continued to advance to greater and higher levels, he had of course continued to notice the distinct changes with the people he surrounded himself with. In the case of Barbados, the wild and unruly necromancer had long ago stopped calling him little fish, where Noah felt a gap being created and widening every time he continued to elevate himself onto higher stages, and this wasn't just in terms of upgrading through ranks. Even the docile Adelaide began to look at him with a light of reverence aside from the infatuation, his continued advancement into greater heights creating a sense of loneliness even when surrounded by many beings that loved him. This was an extremely unique feeling that he did not know how to explain. If he had told his past self that he would feel a sense of loneliness even when surrounded by the most beautiful beings, he would have laughed and called it ridiculous, but he was actually feeling this emotion for the past weeks. He continued to stand alone atop an extremely heavy pedestal that now bore the weight of multiple worlds that had fused into a realm where he himself did not know where his journey would ultimately lead. He loved the feeling of power and experiencing brand new skills and skill trees, exploring wondrous locations and lands he would never even dream of before, but he still could not figure out how to erase this feeling where something seemed to be missing in his connections. This was why he replied that he did not know, but when Athena heard these words, her eyes brightened up as her valiant aura visibly erupted out even more as she seemed to make a new goal, nodding as she heard the words of Noah ring out once more. Get familiar with the infinite realm first before anything else, and prepare to move out to lead if I send the word. After all, you are still the war princess who is uniquely fit to lead because of your ability. Noah said this as he prepared to finish off a few more things before he went to the fourth infernal realm to most likely achieve complete comprehension in a supreme law, where things could go in many directions thereafter as they would permanently change the state of the novice galaxy. Within the next hour, a grand announcement was made to the respective commanders under Noah, beings like Elena, Steel Mikhail, Kraken, and many others that oversaw and led large forces or regions in the infinite realm. All of these beings received the message that the war princess seeking order in the novice galaxy would take on a similar position as them as she used her unique ability created for war to lead some of Noah's forces, a new commander coming into their ranks. Something that would not be known until much later was how the title of this being, who was now known as the War Princess, would change in the future as she went on to carry out her goals and ideals. The identity of this being that used to be a celestial would be stripped away as she would later come to be known as the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor, Athena, Chapter 579, Racing to 100%. While carrying many thoughts and emotions, Noah decided to forge towards the path he was following as he spent some time to resolve the issue of Athena and get her up to speed on all the wondrous things in the infinite realm. After that, he disappeared from the infinite realm just as quickly as he had arrived, heading towards the fourth realm of hell as he knew that time was a factor in what was to come. While he did this, he checked all the things he had gained in the recent battle aside from the implosion of fate lines. The next best thing was the skill points, where the ability, origin conversion, skill point absorption, shined for the first time as he actually obtained 354 skill points from the 7 Starforgers he had taken down. This meant he had recovered all the skill points he used to obtain the skill, and had now gained another 54 to use as he wished. The usefulness of origin conversion, skill point absorption, would only continue to increase from here as he got back on track to obtaining more and more skill points. Aside from the star forging cores that he had already given out most of to his subordinates, the skill books weren't anything worth talking about as they did not even come close to matching the effectiveness of the skills under his skill trees. It was these same skill trees that he had actually made a decision about, where he knew he had to narrow his focus greatly in order to have a powerful enough skill tree to stand against Aldrich. The battle against this being that he thought would not come for weeks or months seemed like it would occur in a matter of days, or even shorter. Thus, he most definitely needed to have at least one skill tree at the nebula rank before that time, and he was of course going with the only skill tree he had advanced to the star forging rank so far, the Terror of Ether. His next best options were the skill trees revolving around fate and chaos, but they were far behind at this point as he placed his focus on the skill tree that was only a stage away. In an ideal situation, he would have strived to have his skill tree that relied on the chaos element near its peak to face the fate that Aldrich utilized. But the power of a terror seemed to be just as deadly, if not more. Even in the infinite realm, fate and chaos were unlocked first, with ether being unlocked after. This led Noah to believe that there was something unique about this element, its tier maybe even being elevated higher than the other two, so even if he had to utilize some skill points in order to bring the proficiency to a required level in order to upgrade the Terror of Ether skill tree, he would do it. His gaze was sharp as his figure appeared in the skies of the fourth infernal realm. When he appeared in this unique realm, he could actually feel a sense of calmness amidst all of this, his gaze going towards the powerful energy signatures in the ancient metropolis cities as his figure descended down. He could sense the aura of the first infernal lord in the clearing behind the enormous archaic castle he had arrived in before, his figure lying down on this clearing as he saw multiple beings turn their eyes towards him. All the infernal lords were here, with the first infernal lord looking towards him with a smile as she pointed to a group of bound beings in front of them. Noah's eyes focused on these figures as he sensed the strong fate essence from them, each of these figures holding varying amounts of fate lines as they were the celestial commanders that the infernal lords captured before the events that occurred today took place. This was the objective that the first infernal lord had given to all the lords some time ago. And Noah would reap the rewards of it now as he would actually be able to complete his comprehension of the law of fate through it. Fate works in mysterious ways. Even I could not have predicted for things to play out this way. The melodious voice of the first infernal lord rang out as Noah activated apathy while going towards the bound celestial commanders. He knew what he had to in order to be able to stand against Aldrich, and he stepped forward as he claimed the hundreds of thousands of fate lines he needed to achieve 100% of law comprehension in fate. On the other side of the Novice galaxy, Aldrich was floating in the skies of the sanctum of the celestial realm peacefully as he glanced down beneath him. If one glanced at the sanctum at this moment, they would notice the golden landscapes to be bathed in a bloody red color, a horrific scene of millions dying unexpected deaths present in the celestial realm. Aldrich had actually continued his cruel actions after he made up his mind, continuing to reap the lives of the force he had created for hundreds of years because he now saw them as useless. Keeping them alive only meant that they would continue to be fuel for an abominable enemy that actually advanced through the law of fate as easily as one could, while dismembering the organization he created and reaping their lives for himself actually granted him more fate lines himself. Where he actually neared his goal at this very moment, as he forever changed the fates of millions of powerful celestials and influenced both the light expanse and dark expanse because of it. Hundreds of fate lines were descending towards him every time he reaped the lives of more celestials that he commanded to retreat to the celestial realm. Rumble. Another legion entered and appeared in the sanctum as Aldrich waved his hands one more, a bone-chilling light being carried with it as all the arriving celestials were killed even before they knew what happened, more blood dying than normally golden sanctum. The cold light of apathy and madness in Aldrich's eyes only continued to grow stronger as he saw fewer than 10,000 fate lines remaining before he achieved 10 million, his gaze shining with powerful light as he continued to destroy the organization he created with sweat, blood, and tears over the years in order to achieve his own goals. Chapter 580, A New Identity. Controller. Across the vicissitudes of time, many beings came and went as they made very little impact on the overall lives of trillions. Very rarely, a few unique beings rose above the masses as they shone brighter than anything seen before. The paths these beings took changing and affecting the lives of an uncountable number of beings. In the fourth infernal realm and the bloodied sanctum of the celestial realm, two beings were going towards achieving something that very few could ever hope to achieve. Both of them were rushing towards the completion of a comprehension of a supreme law, and oddly enough, the actions they were taking were actually eerily similar. Aldrich was dismantling his own force that he created for the past 100 years. This single action of destroying an extremely powerful and pervasive organization granting him hundreds of fate lines as the few thousand required fate lines before 10 million were quickly gathered. Meanwhile, Noah was also reaping the lives of celestial commanders as each life gave him anything on the range above 100,000, similar actions, similar goals, the only thing different being the varying efficacy. Rumble. At this time, the space around the sanctum where Aldrich stood had begun turning a shade of gold as he closely approached the 10 million point, the surrounding miles beginning to permeate with a pure essence of fate that seemed to be calling for the arrival of something grand. In the fourth infernal realm, Noah's surroundings had actually not adopted this same appearance. The phenomenon that Aldrich was experiencing being unique as he was going towards completing the comprehension in a much slower form, but he had less than 1,000 remaining fate lines required in order for him to reach it. Meanwhile, Noah was still 100,000 fate lines off, his eyes looking towards the last remaining celestial commander that was shaking terribly as he saw the lifeless bodies of all the others. Noah could see this commander had above 1.5 million fate lines, meaning that with the end of this commander's life, he would gain close to 200,000 fate lines as he reached the 10 million point and even possibly spill above it if that was possible. A unique air began to spread out as his hand reached forward while crackling with the baleful power of ether. The last celestial commander falling under his hands as a rumble, the very air began to tremble, Noah's body shaking as a ray of golden light erupted out with him at the very center. In the sanctum of the celestial realm, Aldrich wiped away the last entering celestial legion as he also received the last few hundred fate lines that he needed. His expression ecstatic as his body also began to tremble while a golden ray of light shot from him. One was a being that had embarked on the path of laws over hundreds of years ago, and another had just begun in the span of a few months, yet the one who had only spent months had actually reached the comprehension of a supreme law a second faster than the being that had put in the hard work of hundreds of years. It was simply insulting at this point, but this event was the beginning of something unique in the Novice Galaxy. For the first time in the history of this Novice Galaxy, two beings had reached the complete comprehension of a supreme law through their own efforts and hard work. The rewards for such an achievement was something that only the two of them would be able to understand. In the fourth infernal realm, Noah's body had stopped shaking as he opened his eyes that shone with immense brightness, his gaze that of shock as along with comprehending 100% of the supreme law of fate, he was given a shocking truth that completely shattered everything he already knew. This truth shattered everything he knew, and then later built up a brand new reality as he turned his gaze towards the blinking stat panel in front of his eyes. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, Variant, Grand Controller, Fate, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Fate Lines, 10,000. 000, Chaos Particles, 3,464,245, Origin Cores, Fire 6, Water 6, Domains, Fate, Chaos, Space, Fire, Water, Vitality, Starforger, Focus, Strength, Starforger, Laws, Fate 100%, Chaos 34%, Space 8%, Fire 62%, Water 62%, Authorities, Fate Lord, Flame Lord, Water Lord. A pristine and beautiful 10 with 6 zeros was clearly displayed next to his number of fate lines, and a stunning 100% was shown next to fate in the section that displayed laws. But the more shocking thing was the addition of his second title after Infernal Lord, and it was the title labeled Grand Controller, Fate, Grand Controller, Fate, a title given to those who have completely comprehended the supreme law of fate. It grants knowledge that shines the light for the way forward, as well as granting what the title suggests, control. The type of control granted by fate is to allow the user to break away from the river of fate of their galaxy as they gain the ability to traverse outside of it. The user also gains the unique essence of a controller that makes many unknown possibilities into a reality. His eyes shook as he confirmed some of the knowledge he received in the form of a description. The words that said gain the ability to traverse outside of it were the ones that caused him the most shock. I welcome the first controller of the Novice Galaxy. The melodious words of the first Infernal Lord rang out as Noah turned around to observe all the Infernal Lord bowing towards him. The first Infernal Lord raising her head again as she uttered more words, though it seems another controller has appeared right after. We must hurry to the central realm where this controller wants to pierce through. Her words were melodious while her expression was smiling brilliantly while looking at the Infernal Lord around her, speaking shocking words. Let us return home. Chapter 581, The Infernal's Home. In the celestial realm that held the true name of Central Realm, Aldrich was laughing boisterously while feeling the enormous sense of power and control welling up within his body, as well as the profound knowledge and essence he received as he took the title of Grand Controller. Such a title was reserved for those who fully comprehended a supreme law, with those mastering normal laws simply being termed controllers. As Aldrich received a new profound knowledge that showed him the path forward, his body shook with joy as the thing he sought for many years actually came to fruition. When he sensed the realm of power he had achieved, he knew that not a single being would be able to stand in his way. The only thing he even had to be remotely careful of were the terrors, but even those existences could not move freely and were actually the least threatening to him. He closed his eyes as he felt the unique energy of a Grand Controller, his mind being able to see all the beings he was connected to, all the celestials that had yet to return to the sanctum of the celestial realm. As he wanted to nip the possible problem of the ninth Infernal Lord with his ridiculous route of getting fate lines through celestials in the bud, his mind focused on the millions of lines of connections that he could see in his mind as he moved to do something extremely horrific. His closed eyes veiled the light of genius and madness as he moved to eliminate all possibilities, his mind focusing on all the lines that represented all the celestials spread out across the Novice Galaxy. and he utilized his unique new essence as a Grand Controller to reap their lives. Rumble. An enormous amount of essence was used as it was only a dip in the reserves of a Nebula Realm expert that had numerous stars forged. His mind observing the many lines he could see begin to burn a golden light as across the Novice galaxy, the beings known as Celestials shockingly felt a golden fire erupting out from their very origins, this fire spreading out as it began to consume them in their entirety. GAH-WHA-NO, Rumble. No matter the screams of the use of their power, they could not deny the authority of the Grand Controller that was connected to them, all these beings except a select few that held the title of Celestials before actually perishing into nothingness. Some of the few that did not face this horrendous fate were the Inquisitor, Athena, who was currently under the guidance of another Grand Controller unbeknownst to Aldrich. And also the two founders that had turned their backs to Aldrich a long time ago and did not fall under his influence, Fritz and Inuit, but the rest of them, any and all Celestials under the rule of Aldrich, saw a golden flame initiate from their very origins as they were utterly extinguished. It was a shocking and cruel sight to see, but it was something that Aldrich did as he did not want any possibilities of the anomaly that was the ninth Infernal Lord, the puppet that his enemy was raising. He did not want this being to even stand a chance in reaching the position he just did, yet to his dismay and what he would soon find out, all of this cruel planning and plotting was useless. As another Grand Controller had already risen a second before he did, even though he spent less than a few months to reach a position he strove to reach for hundreds of years. Aldrich's eyes majestically opened as they shone with such intense splendor they folded the space nearby, his gaze turning far away from the sanctum as he gazed in one particular direction. As the remainder of his forces burnt and died, his gaze looked excited as he thought about one singular golden barrier that had evaded him all this time. He thought of the golden barrier that the Novice Galaxy itself set up, his heart knowing that all that he wanted would be past this barrier that he could actually get through as he had become a being at the level of a controller. Rumble. His body shot forth at unbelievable speeds as it thundered forth towards the golden barrier he had been near too many times in the past, a barrier that he now wished to pierce through as he took everything inside of it, as horrendous monstrosities were being conducted with the force of Celestials and its founders shooting forth towards a certain location. Noah was glancing at the many infernals around the fourth infernal realm that had begun to disappear into particles of light, each of them being teleported into another location. The space around the fourth infernal realm was actually shaking, showing signs of destabilization that showed this realm would actually fold within itself and disappear in just a matter of minutes. Anything remaining within facing a terrible fate. Noah did not see this himself, but this same scene was occurring across all the infernal realms, where even their enormous gateways were slowly fading away from the outside space as all the infernals spanning across the infernal realm were teleported away. As for where they were teleporting to, Noah looked at the first infernal lord as he recalled her words where she said it was time for the infernals to return back to their home. He had a strong inkling of what she meant, but his eyes locked onto her and the figure of the infernal lords that had already began disappearing into particles of light. The infernals' home, yes. The infernal realms came to be because it required us to be spread out across the Novice Galaxy in order to halt the advancements of Celestials. And that problem has come to an end as we face our final fight in the next few minutes. Coincidentally, this fight will most likely begin in our home. Her expression was one that was always smiling as she said this, coming towards Noah as she placed her fair hands on his right shoulder. It's been a while since you've been in the Central Realm, yes? I'm sure you're curious about what lies behind a shimmering golden barrier. Noah affirmed his thoughts as shockingly. The words of the first infernal lord showed that the origins of the infernals was actually the celestial realm, the same place that had paradisical environments with all sorts of behemoths and unsolved mysteries behind an impenetrable golden barrier. Chapter 582. Are you serious? In the dark expanse, Vladivostok had just finished communicating with the Grand Mage Drusim as they oversaw the re-establishment of order across the areas affected by war. Vladivostok's gaze was currently on Old Man Inuit as he was accompanying this founder while he met with another founder that stood in the way of Aldrich, Fritz. The two old beings were drinking as they gazed at the wide expanse of space around them, Fritz turning towards Inuit as he spoke. What are we to do about Aldrich? He might do something horrendous once he achieved complete comprehension. Inuit's gaze was cloudy as he heard this question, but he eventually smiled as he answered with a profound expression. Fate moves as it always has, and it seems our task will be completely shouldered by a single being. What? Fritz looked towards Inuit with perplexed eyes as the old man relayed Noah's message that the final battle was something that his subordinates could not participate in, and that he would soon be facing Aldrich himself while accompanied by the infernal lords. The two founders themselves could not lift a hand to attack their own brother, nor did they have sufficient power to do so. Even Fritz was hesitant as he nearly collected the dredges of energy he had at the nebula realm to find where Aldrich would be going to. You do not need to worry. I sensed a type of strength that none of us had in the being you know as the Ninth Infernal Lord. All that we need to do is to wait for the passage of time. Old Man Inuit was actually at peace as he awaited for whatever results came, his gaze hopeful as he looked forward into the future. This was because he affirmed his beliefs in the few things he could still see while utilizing karma and fate. The being that he was placing all this trust on had already achieved the title of a controller, and was currently on the way towards a momentous event. Numerous truths were being uncovered in the blink of an eye, with Noah watching as the first Infernal Lord placed her fair hand on his shoulder, his body being wrapped by a unique essence that was teleporting him into the same location as all the disappearing infernals. His surroundings changed instantly as he disappeared from the fourth infernal realm, his awareness spreading out as he sensed a familiar environment that he knew all too well. The abundant essence of the celestial realm flooded towards him once more as he looked around, noticing that only the first, second, and third infernal lord were also floating on the skies around him. Noah sensed the much more abundant environmental essence as he turned around to observe a powerful golden barrier, this being the impenetrable barrier that the Celestials could never cross, the thing that was Aldrich's obsession, the fate barrier. It's actually something that is selective on who can cross it, only those who have achieved complete comprehension in a law being able to forcefully tear through it. The voice of the first infernal lord rang out sweetly as she stood beside Noah. The other two nebula rank infernal lord looked in the opposite direction of the golden barrier as powerful essence began to bubble forth from them, abilities stemming from the law of chaos and fire beginning to surround them as they were the first to prepare, all of them already sensing an enemy coming in this direction. But it seemed that Noah and the first infernal lord were not paying attention to this, Noah's hands reaching out towards the golden barrier as they actually passed through. With ease, as if no restriction or barrier existed there in the first place. If you had ventured far enough into the central realm in the past and come across the circular fate barrier, you would have actually been able to cross it with no problems as no such restrictions were placed on you. Even more shocking information was revealed as Noah's eyes shone with luster, his hands being able to pass through the golden barrier even though he was not using his unique essence as a grand controller, shaking his head as apparently if he had just ventured slightly further into the celestial realm in the past, he would have been able to see whatever lay behind this barrier that Aldrich strove for so much. The first infernal lord looked around her as she spread her arms out, spinning melodiously in the skies as she had a content expression on her face. It has been too long since we left here. I had nearly forgotten how the air tasted. The vibrant colors of gold and white around them painted for a fantastical paradisical surroundings that had actually begun to tremble at this moment, and it was because far in the distance, the aura of a terribly powerful being was fast approaching. But one final thing remains before we can move forward, and I'm ashamed to say that it will be mostly dependent on you. O Ninth Infernal Lord, the first Infernal Lord spoke melodiously as the space around them shook. The only other controller in the Novice Galaxy was approaching at this very moment, his power seemingly bubbling out at this moment as one could distinctly feel immense wrath and madness within it. Noah understood a little about Aldrich's goal, but he did not know the madness of this being and the level of obsession he held towards it, and it was one of the reasons why such a palpitating feeling of wrath was spreading out at this very moment. After exploring the celestial realm and obtaining the treasures he obtained and rose in power, the golden barrier behind Noah was the one thing that Aldrich could never cross as he felt like he was locked out from something that should have been in his hands a long time ago. It felt like something that was rightfully his was denied from him, his obsession growing stronger over time until he nearly had his goal in his grasp as he neared the golden barrier once more after obtaining the title of a controller. Yet as he neared, he actually felt the auras of four beings that were already there before him, individuals that had no business being there in the first place. WAA, his figure materialized from golden lights as his golden eyes locked towards the first, second, and third infernal lords, and then finally landing on Noah himself. Are you fucking serious? Aldrich uttered wrathful words as he held an expression of incredulity and rage, his gaze focusing on Noah the most as even though his goal was right in front of him, even though the one thing he wanted the most was literally within reach, there were multiple beings there to stop him from getting it. What caused the most incredulity and rage to overflow within him though was the fact that from the ninth infernal lord that he had made many drastic actions against. For this being that he had even destroyed all celestials in the Novice Galaxy, he actually saw that this being had a similar aura as him. He had the aura of a controller. Rumble, Chapter 583, Nebula Rank Skill Tree. Noah stood behind the three infernal lords as his eyes landed on the fearsome aura that Aldrich was letting out, the essence that was currently wrapping around Noah's body. the unique essence of a grand controller that would allow him to do incredible things. This same essence was overflowing in the body of Aldrich as it was even further enhanced with the backing of his nebula realm power. Noah himself was still only at the star-forging realm, and he would have to face this powerful creature at this realm while relying on his power as a grand controller. To increase his chances of winning and make sure that he won't be facing a colossal loss today, Noah was making his own plans as his clones were working tirelessly in the timespace of the infinite realm, and the reward for their hard work was coming to fruition soon enough. He had already reformed the clone destroyed by Aldrich as both of his clones worked tirelessly in the timespace to increase the proficiencies of required skills that would be able to push the terror of Ether. Cthulhu, young, into the Nebula Realm stage, are you ready? The words of the first Infernal Lord rang out beside him as their surroundings began to take a hue of gold, Aldrich's body visibly trembling from range as he looked toward them with the light of madness. Nearly, Noah replied as he checked the progress of his skills in the stat panel, his clones going forward as they covered whatever remaining deficiencies in the proficiencies with skill points. Well then, we shall set off first. The three Infernal Lord around him nodded to each other as the skills they had been preparing erupted forth, their figures turning into streaks of light as they thundered towards Aldrich. The first Infernal Lord had her figure begin to glow with the colors of shining white and black, the laws of chaos and light swirling around her in balance as she also shot forth like an arrow. Why won't you abominable creatures leave me be, or rumble? Aldrich's shout came at this instant as his power overflowed out. His rage palpable as he was being stopped yet again when he was this close to his goals. As these powerful figures shot towards each other, Noah stayed behind as his eyes finally saw the change occurring in his stat panel. After having to use up over 100 skill points, he was able to bring the one and only skill from the stage of the star-forging realm and into the stage of a nebula, from the lowly stage of amorphous space beast, all the way to the terror of Ether Cthulhu, young. The next stage that Noah chose was termed Madness of Old, the terror of Ether Cthulhu. As a space-rending battle began in the central realm of the Novice Galaxy, Noah laid his eyes on the nebula rank skill tree that he would be using to stand against Aldrich. Nebula, Amorphous Space Beast, 1515, Abilities Spatial Cage, 5-5, Destabilize, 5-5, Shattered Star, 5 out of 5, and Miniature Space, May 5th. Lesser Cthulhu, 45/45, Additional Abilities Morph, 5/5, Child of Space, May 5th, Portals of Terror, May 5th, and Sever, May 5th. Kin of Terror, 60/60, Additional Abilities Ether Reinforcement, May 5th, Multiplicative Ray Support, May 5th, Triple on Cast Support, May 5th, Lunacy Inducement, May 5th, Fledgling Ether Terror, 75/75, Additional Abilities Ether Emission, May 5th, Ether Chain Support, May 5th, Fatal Ailment Support, May 5th, Size Distortion, 5/5, Juvenile Terror, 100/100, Unique Being, 5/5, Compounded Terror Support, 5/5, Unnatural Size Support, 5/5, Tentacle Manifestation, 5/5. Terror of Ether Cthulhu, young, 125/125, Masterful Ether Control, Ether Starform, Dissension of Madness, Anomalous Ether Construct Support, Madness of Old, The Terror of Ether Cthulhu, 150/150, Terror of Ether, May 5th, Star Color, May 5th, Madness Hegemony, May 5th, Anomalous Size Support, 5/5, Law Genius, 5/5, Origin Destruction, 5/5, Terror of Ether, 5/5, an inborn ability granted to the special existences known as terrors by the Novice Galaxy. For an extremely high price and restrictions, this ability normally granted 100% comprehension in the law of Ether. As the current user has not paid this price nor any of the restrictions and yet still holds this title, only 50% of comprehension in the law of Ether shall be granted. The technique of cultivating Ether, Disciple of Ether, is also granted. Star Caller, May 5th. Unstable stars of hundreds of miles are called forth as they descend upon the enemies of the Terror of Ether, Madness Hegemony, May 5th. The surrounding space is changed into an environment familiar to the Terror of Ether, the surrounding thousands of miles turning being occupied with unstable ether and thousands of portals of terror that release rays of ether which seek out their enemies. All abilities of the Terror of Ether are enhanced by 1000% in this space. Anomalous Size Support, May 5th. The ether starform that the Terror of Ether can assume is further enhanced, allowing for a growth of up to a few thousand miles. The strength of the user's origin will determine the limit of the possible size. Law Genius, 5/5. Being a creature closely tied with laws, a terror is granted the ability to traverse the laws of the universe at 100% speed. Origin Destruction, 5/5. Built for a purpose, their last ability is one that reflects the lengths that terrors will go to achieve their objective. origin destruction, is built into all terrors as it allows them to face true death that will in turn release an attack capable of killing any beings at the nebula rank. With a few exceptions, 6 abilities instead of the usual 4 appeared, each of them having their own terrifying aspects as Noah focused on the secrets that the descriptions of the skills displayed. The descriptions told him information about the terrors that nobody could have ever imagined, where just the first skill showed that each terror was actually already at the level of a controller, with their first ability giving them 100% comprehension in the type of law their origins were geared towards, a shocking skill concept. A shocking skill tree. Chapter 584 Implications of a Terrifying Future. Rumble. Within his body, Noah had begun feeling an explosion of ether that permeated around his very origin, and it did not just stop there as destructive ether which should have shredded apart any being felt like the most blissful energy coursing through him, this ether going on to also wrap around his fire and water origin cores. As well as the chaos particles and fate lines that dwelled within his body, all of these different types of essence were wrapped singularly with ether, each of them becoming more active as the strength and power they gave off more than doubled instantly. The terror of ether ability was taking full effect as the 50% comprehension of the law of ether was added onto Noah's stat panel, his body feeling this abundant essence of ether permeating throughout as he felt even more explosive strength rumble throughout. His heart shook as he continued to read over the descriptions of the newly gained abilities. The skill tree in front of Noah's eyes was simply too eye-catching, and it was supposed to be so as it represented the nebula realm of abilities that only a few creatures had achieved in the novice galaxy. The abilities present in the skill tree displayed the unique strength and mysteries surrounding the terrors that only made Noah ask more questions the more that he read. Aside from the spectacular gifts of Law Genius, Madness Hegemony, Anomalous Size Support, and even Star Caller, the terror of ether, and origin destruction, skills left many questions in Noah's mind. This was because as he read their description that talked about purpose and how he knew they did not move to stand in the way of Aldrich, he understood that their purpose was actually not something within the novice galaxy, the terrors that were built by the entity that had stopped censoring the descriptions of Noah's abilities. The novice galaxy itself, these terrors were actually creatures made while already having the title of controllers, their true purpose being something that would scare anyone once they thought about what it really represented. This was even more so when one looked at the ability of origin destruction, as it showed the unflinching loyalty that these beings had to protect and achieve their purpose. Rumble. Noah calmed his raging heart that continued to receive more and more information unlike never before in just the past few hours, his gaze going up front where 3 nebula rank infernal lords were matching a wrathful Aldrich, and they were actually losing 3 nebula realm creatures. Yet they could not stand against a single being of the same realm. This was because the being they were up against had the identity of a grand controller, a being that had fully comprehended a supreme law. Every attack that Aldrich released contained in it the essence unique to grand controllers, a type of essence that was extremely penetrative in attack and extremely robust in defense when against any beings that did not achieve the same level of a grand controller. If the essence of such a controller was quantified by Noah's system, it would show enormous percentages in terms of offense and defense that varied in the thousands depending on which type of law it was. Crack. This created for the shocking scene in front of Noah's eyes where even the first infernal lord who was utilizing the laws of chaos and light in conjunction was being pushed back while simply falling into a defensive position. In the skies of the central realm, Aldrich was staying still as he did not even dodge the incoming attacks being laid out by 3 nebula realm experts, numerous projections simply being formed in the skies that countered all of these attacks while continuously pushing back the infernal lords. You truly do not know the weight of your actions. You truly do not comprehend who you stand against. Pierce through. Rumble. A unique speech was released from Aldrich as he used one of the abilities unique to a controller. This ability allowed one to utilize the unique essence that came with their law in terms of speech, their words carrying their intent as it was manifested in shocking ways that altered the surrounding laws. Using the essence of the controller to achieve their wish, Aldrich had screamed for his attack to pierce through, so his golden palm that was hundreds of meters in size and smashing towards the 3 infernal lords did just that. It pierced through all their defenses as a deadly blow was dealt. Clap. Pah. Pa. Pah. 3 figures smashed into the hard earth of the central realm as their bodies were ravaged by the golden essence of fate, the second and 3 RTH infernal lord coming out of their deep holes in sorry states as the first infernal lord came out thereafter. She wiped the dust off of her as the wrathful essence of fate continuously destroying her body was also reduced at the same time. Her gaze actually turning towards Noah at this moment as she spoke with a smiling expression. Are you ready now? the eyes of the beat-up infernal lord looked over to Noah as an unknown light flowed through them, Aldrich's eyes also wrathfully turning towards the being very close to the golden barrier that he had wanted to cross for so long. Each of them were looking towards Noah as they all knew a singular truth: a Grand Controller could only be matched by another Grand Controller. This was why Aldrich had done all he could to achieve this title, and why his madness had exploded even further when he saw that somehow, the anomaly that was the ninth infernal lord had somehow reached the same realm as well. Thus, all their eyes were on Noah as he moved away from the golden barrier and moved towards the position where space itself was shaking from the might released by a single being. The light of wrath in Aldrich's eyes was overflowing as he stared at this being that seemed to be at the epitome of calm, no emotions across his face whatsoever. One was at the nebula realm while holding complete comprehension of the law of fate, the other had comprehended the law of fate to the same degree, but was only at the star-forging realm, and yet he had unlocked an ability that only those at the rank of nebula could utilize, and he ridiculously had enough mana that would put any beings at the nebula realm to shame. Among these two beings, just who was bound to come out on top? Chapter 585, Controller against Controller. Aldrich's eyes were literally blazing with golden flames as he stared down towards Noah, his eyes seemingly trying to peer through this being entirely. His mouth moved as his power continued to bubble and overspill wildly. You were playing the role of Crixus and Ninth Infernal Lord. What are you, really? But WAA, Majesty was coursing through this voice as it seemed to be compelling the responder to speak, but Noah calmly looked forth as the unique essence of a Grand Controller began to spread across his body while replying, Noah Omont. Just someone that comes from a small blue planet. Rumble, haha. Good, wrathful laughter was all that met Noah as the power Aldrich released reached a tipping point at this moment. Celestial King's Majesty, ONG, the color of gold overflowed in front of Noah as the figure of Aldrich was adorned with a grand visage, a golden-colored outline erupting from him as it grew tens of miles. This visage he released having three faces as one looked forward facing him, with the other two facing left and right. This golden-looking incarnation reached out as it grasped an enormous pillar that seemed to be a staff, or one could actually discern that this golden pillar was actually made up of fate lines. Hundreds of thousands of fate lines came together to create this enormous staff. The golden incarnation surrounding Aldrich, smashing it towards Noah as the three faces eerily carried different expressions. Rumble, it was a single strike thundering down, a strike from a weapon that was somehow created from fate lines and wielded by an incarnation multiple miles long. Yet as this strike thundered down, Noah breathed out as he closed his eyes, the time around him seemingly moving in slow motion as breathed out and felt the aura of a Grand Controller. It was a type of essence that had a myriad of uses, but he uttered in his mind a single word at this time as he sought only one, as he formed an intent, defense, suring, adhering to his command. The essence of a Grand Controller erupted from him as it streaked towards his index finger, becoming concentrated in this location as he actually rose his finger up to meet the enormous miles-long golden staff. Even the eyes of the three watching infernal lords opened in surprise at this as they saw no flashy skills or transformations, simply a shimmering golden light rising to Noah's finger as he actually raised it to come in contact with the staff that was smashing down. BZZT, crack. Boom, space shattered as at the point of contact. Noah actually was not even pushed a single step back, those raising their eyes to the skies being able to see a distinct figure stopping an enormous staff with a single finger. Shocking, powerful, boastful. These were all the words that would come into one's mind as they watched this. The enormous staff made of fate lines stopped in place as a terrifying friction that continued to split apart space continued. Meanwhile, Noah felt what should have been an enormous weight bearing down on him, and yet the essence of a Grand Controller that he had focused while uttering defense made it so that he actually did not feel a thing. This was the power of a controller. This was the perk one received after comprehending an entire law. A unique essence Noah had only just begun exploring the uses of. BZZZT. Aldrich raised the staff up as his golden eyes inside the incarnation stared coldly towards the being that had stopped his attack with a single finger. This was a stronger attack than when Aldrich even faced the three Nebula Realm infernal lords that could actually not even stand up against him. And yet Noah had defended it effortlessly. This was the gulf of strength that was created when one fully comprehended a law. This was the true meaning of the title of a controller. The first, second, and third infernal lord knew this as they simply watched on, knowing they would be of no help whatsoever when it came to beings on a completely different type of strength. The light of wrath had only continued to grow stronger in Aldrich's as he saw the seamless use of the essence of a Grand Controller that would take enormous amounts of mana to utilize from the hands of the ninth infernal lord, his mouth moving thereafter as he simply made his next move. Fusion Celestial Emperor, Rumble. Essence wildly filled the skies as the incarnation of gold around Aldrich became much more solid, his small body within actually turning into particles of light as he fused with the incarnation, enormous runic circles beginning to swim around this enormous golden body as it rose to over 100 miles, the body, the weapon. Everything around the enormous golden figure became more solid as it looked to be a creature made of gold, yet a grotesque head that contained three faces with expressions of rage, happiness, and mercy were eerily overseeing everything around it as three pairs of eyes looked over the small figure of a single being. Noah's gaze also looked back as he reveled in the ingenuities of a grand controller's essence, nodding his head as he saw the enormous figure that was over 100 miles large. He was only at the star-forging realm, yet he had been able to stop the strike of a being at the nebula realm who was also a grand controller. It required an enormous amount of mana to command the grand controller's essence to move, but he had no such worries as it wasn't even a drop in the wide reserves of the realm he was connected to. As he saw the enormous golden three-faced figure of Aldrich though, he smiled once more as he confirmed in his mind that he actually stood a chance of winning. He also smiled because when it came to size, well, size was the one he was not lacking in: Ether Lord's authority, Fate Lord's authority, Fire Lord's authority, Water Lord's authority, rumble, for different authorities erupted out around him, even the newly gained authority of the Ether Lord because of the singular ability of the terror of ether. But this wasn't all as he continued: Ether Starform, rumble, Ancient Blood Scion, rumble, Archdemon Lord transformation, WAA, Madness Hegemony, a ridiculous spamming of skills, authorities, transformations, and the most recently gained, Madness Hegemony, that transformed all the surroundings into a realm of ether as it allowed the eruption of thousands of portals of terror that released ether rays which sought out their enemy. All of this went on to create for something wondrous. What was made was simply magisterial. Chapter 586. I just wanted one thing: the celestial realm had a truly beautiful environment. When one traversed through it, they would normally see visibly colorful essence particles floating around in the surroundings, even the plants having a tinge of essence as they created for a paradisiacal atmosphere. This was especially so in the region close to the golden barrier that restricted the entry of many beings. It was simply a wondrous location to observe, but currently, this location had actually been turned into a hellish environment where baleful ether was freely permeating through as numerous portals of terror began to appear. A purple-blue hue overtaking everything in the surroundings, the enormous figure of the solidified celestial emperor that Aldrich had assumed was surrounded by the tendrils of ether as his fingers reached out and played with it with cold pairs of eyes, the three faces on the head of the incarnation he had fused with crying, laughing, and stern at the same time as his body released a golden glow to push this ether away. At the same time, portals of ether that actually released ether rays erupted towards him, eating up at the golden energy he released as Aldrich placed his entire focus on the monstrous transformation in front of his eyes. The figure of Noah had activated numerous transformation abilities, but the ether star form took all precedence as he took the enormous form of a terror. But this time the form was actually more humanoid as the other transformations came into play. The numerous tentacles had come together as they wrapped around each other to form into the muscles and form of a humanoid being at the exact same size of 100 miles, similar to Aldrich. This form had purple gold wings erupting from its back, a monstrous head with devilish horns erupting out as the pointed ends of these horns actually had a swirling ancient runic sigil that palpated with ether. This runic sigil atop the two horns was the condensed Ether Lord's authority, continuously rotating as it released terrifying levels of ether to permeate throughout the huge body. There was an enormous golden runic sigil that represented the Fate Lord's authority, swirling around Noah's chest, a fiery red sigil in the form of a tattoo moving across his right hand, and a shimmering blue sigil also in the form of a tattoo swimming on his left hand. His entire body was an assortment of colors and essence as his eyes opened up blood red. Animalistic pupils brightly displayed within as fearsome sound erupted from its tentacle-covered mouth. ROAR, space shook as the waves of ether, fate, chaos, fire, and water elements rushed out in droves, Noah actually not even taking the form of thousands of miles as he simply matched the same size that Aldrich displayed at this moment. His left hand opened as a minuscule purple dagger appeared within it, this dagger enlarging until it stood perfectly within his hand, releasing a purple sheen of light. The dagger of time had appeared once more as the essence of the law of time permeated out. His right hand also opened as an enormous trident of the sea appeared, its pointed ends even ripping apart the space around it as on Noah's body. The hydromancer's mantle also appeared to thinly cover the grotesque monstrosity lying within, a sea domain erupting out at this moment as Noah just continued layering skills on top of skills. If one actually took the time to measure the percentages of boosts that his armor alone provided, then to the domains he set up around him, then to the boosts displayed just in the description of the trident of the sea while within a domain of water, then to the authorities, to his abilities from multiple skill trees. There were essentially so many factors going on to simply grant Noah a crazy numerical value in terms of how much his abilities were boosted, and this was what he was using to match the strength of a nebula realm being. This was how he bridged the gap between them, even though he didn't know exactly how many stars Aldrich had formed within his nebula at this moment. His transformation finished resplendently as he breathed out, tendrils of ether releasing from his mouth as he did so. Even before he attacked, the entire landscape had been changed to a destructive one where much of the space was shattered, portals of terror continuing to automatically appear as they released more and more rays of ether. Aldrich glanced at all of this as his voice boomed out coldly while feeling the power of this being standing in front of him. You know, in my whole life I've only ever truly wanted one thing, rumble. His voice carried with it waves of power as Noah saw the essence of a grand controller building up around Aldrich's body. It's to simply pass that barrier behind you and get my hands on what is truly mine, on the treasures that were promised only to me, rumble. I found this celestial's realm, I explored every single stone and river. All I want is to just pass through that barrier and claim the rest, rumble. Awe-inspiring essence erupted out with his words, Noah's eyes squinting as he saw the essence of a grand controller forming into a sharp edge around Aldrich's enhanced staff that was made up of fate lines, which let him know that Aldrich was using an intent of attack, or something similar while utilizing his essence, robust defense. He thought simple words himself as droves of mana went towards activating and utilizing the unique essence of Grand Controller, golden square slabs of essence beginning to form all around his body as they prepared a ridiculous level of defense for the coming battle. Even though my goal is right in front of my eyes, something always pops up to stand in my way. The three faces on Aldrich's celestial emperor form each had their own emotions as he pointed his staff layered with hundreds of thousands of fate lines towards the transformed figure holding an enormous trident of the sea and a dagger of time. Noah glanced at the wrathful Aldrich as he truly addressed this terrifying genius for the first time in his life. I'm not just here to stand in your way. I'm here to take everything away from you. His voice calmly boomed out as he taunted this terrifying creature to cause even more instability within its psyche, and the effect was just that. Rumble, a flash of gold, and a flash of mixtures of gold, purple, red, blue, all sorts of colors rushed towards each other at this moment. Aldrich's faces were filled with wrath as he thundered forth, the battle between two grand controllers in the novice galaxy fully going underway as the mere impacts themselves continuously shattered space. One was utilizing their unique essence for the intent of attack, another was using it for robust defense. It was the first time each of them were learning more on how to utilize the perks of a grand controller. But one would be shocked if they realized that even during all of this, the one known as Noah Osmond had not yet even used all his power. Chapter 587, Flung out of the Central Realm. A battle of terrifying proportions was underway in the central realm of the novice galaxy. Crack, space shattered with every point of contact as two figures over 100 miles large smashed into each other. The paradisiacal space of the central realm continuing to be overturned as thousands of portals of terror releasing horrendous ether rays continued to appear around the battlefield, making it so that anyone at the star-forging realm or lower would perish if they were in this location. As of this moment, more than an hour had passed since the two figures at the levels of grand controllers began fighting. Roar, any nearby behemoths scrambled to get out the way whenever the battle of these two figures changed locations as they moved across the central realm. With there being unlucky behemoths every now and then who could not escape in time as their bodies were shredded into mincemeat instantly, it was a battle of immense proportions and would continue for quite a while. But very few beings knew that it was even occurring at this moment, with many of the figures of the novice galaxy still moving about their lives in the infinite realm. The curvaceous Elena was commanding vampires as they re-established grandeur to the expansive landmass that used to be the ancient blood world. In another location, an emperor penguin was teleporting multiple times across an area filled with elemental particles of the law of space as he faced the powerful undead legion under Barbados while dodging the sharp blade of Kazuhiko that was shimmering with a dark light. This is all an arrogant penguin like you has to offer? Come on, the Harbingers continued to spar as they tried to raise their power higher, a multitude of beings in the infinite realm also moving as this wondrous realm continued to be developed and enhanced into something unbelievable. Above the blue seas on the land that used to be Noah's homeworld, the continental-sized realm dreadnought he had taken from the hands of Celestials was floating. On this dreadnought, numerous figures of Atlanteans were moving with highly advanced technological equipment as the wonders of this vessel were scanned with the goal of reproducing it themselves, deep beneath the sea in a region that had turned into a fate-lost space. The Inquisitor Athena was adorned in a golden armor as she faced the Kraken and other calamities of the sea in a spar, the former war princess choosing to get to know the beings she affected the most as she sparred with them. Blades of liberation were thundering down as Athena was reinforced in the fate lost space, the Kraken and other calamities weaving around the attacks as they released their own. All of them continued to train and reinforce their strength as they strove to reach greater heights. Rumble. In another region, one could see Steel Mikhail and Queen Adelaide observing the harvesting of wide fields of resplendent vegetation that was brimming with essence, all the produce here being collected here and across the millions of other fields being distributed out to the billions of beings dwelling in the infinite realm. It was truly a land of wonders where the lives of many were just beginning. To protect all of this, Noah was currently facing the wrathful Aldrich in the central realm as he fully got in the groove of utilizing the unique essence of a Grand Controller. Pierce, boom, the trident of sea thundered forth as it gained a terrifying new piercing force, blowing a chunk out of the golden staff that Aldrich wielded. Strengthen, destroy, Ryup. Two more qualities were layered on top as when it smashed towards Aldrich this time, the entire golden staff made of fate lines was ruptured apart. Noah felt his heart rapidly beating as he utilized the essence of a Grand Controller more and more. His unlimited mana reserves not making him worry about managing his power as Aldrich was, and he simply continued to experiment on what he could do with this unique power in his hands. Aldrich let go of the remainders of the shattered golden staff as he moved back emotionally, his hand stretching out as another staff reappeared in his hands. His mouth moved as he uttered unique words himself, unbreakable, boom. The battle resumed once more as their two figures streaked across the skies, constantly shattering space as they weaved in and out of the void. But in the middle of all of this, one would be able to notice that on all the moves exchanged, Noah was only testing things out so far and had not moved seriously. While Aldrich was slowly losing the edge in terms of momentum, the more time that passed, the more familiar Noah became with his new power as his fearsome form of a horned terror being reinforced by 4 different law authorities pressed towards the three-faced celestial emperor. Occasionally, the purple dagger in his left hand would shine with a purple light as Noah utilized the abilities of the Dagger of Time, and they afforded him an extra second or two where he could turn back time even with Aldrich actively defending against it. Boom. At this juncture, Noah glanced at his surroundings as he saw that he had pushed Aldrich far from the earth of the central realm. They were now extremely high in the skies of this wondrous realm as they could both feel the boundaries of it. This was a unique sight that only controllers had, where they were powerful enough to see the bounds of a realm, and even capable enough to leave it that way, not needing to utilize portals or doorways. As Noah saw the thick barrier of transparent light that represented the boundary of the central realm, he breathed out as his body bubbled with power. His enemy doing the same as an irreconcilable look of wrath and anger continued to permeate his three faces. Rumble, world-shaking essence, was utilized as Noah called forth for multiple intents from his essence. Explosive strength, space-breaking, unavoidable, WA. Aldrich's numerous pupils dilated as he observed the golden essence of a Grand Controller utilized so freely. The enemy in front of him continuing to senselessly use it multiple times as if the enormous energy requirement for such a thing did not exist. He saw the three-pronged trident streaking towards him as it carried horrendous qualities, with this attack not even being avoidable as it seemed to follow him wherever he went. Wretchedness. Defense, boom. The strike found its target as Aldrich could only hold on briefly, the enormous force behind the attack overpowering him thereafter as his figure shot forth like a cannonball, smashing into the boundary of the central realm. Swish, his figure actually did not stop as the force was terrifying enough to smash him through the layers of space. One of his faces shattering as shockingly, he passed through the boundary of the central realm and was actually flung out. WAA. Noah did not let up as his figure streaked towards the same area of the boundary Aldrich was forced through, also leaving the central realm as he located his enemy with dents and cracks throughout his 100 miles large body in the vast space of the Novice Galaxy. Chapter 588. Centuries of planning turned into nothing. Rumble, while essence still moved as Aldrich floated in the starry space, energy weaving across his body as he healed himself. Regeneration. His body was rapidly healing as his eyes filled with the light of madness and wrath looked at the enemy in front of him. An enemy who seemed to not even be paying full attention to him as he looked towards their surroundings. When they pierced through the boundary of the central realm, they actually did not appear in the light or dark expanse, but had been flung out in the region of the Latalis expanse. Noah confirmed this as he sensed the unfamiliar air that was different from both the light and dark expanse, as well as noticing the grandness of the surrounding stars that were unbelievably larger than many that he came across in the light and dark expanse. On this day, he had actually come into the Latalis expanse, and it was because he left the central realm through forceful means as the coordinates they broke through were in the bounds of the Latalis expanse. I just wanted one thing, rumble. Aldrich's voice boomed out as his body came back together, the voice carrying out a tinge of sadness amidst all the anger and wrath as he was flung out even further from his goal in the central realm. Why can you not let me be? Why can you not just be gone, rumble? His figure shot forth as he released deadly attacks, Noah using his trident of the sea and dagger of time to defend his look towards Aldrich coldly. The celestial founder had long ago felt the pace of the battle and how Noah seemed to be using abilities and the unique essence of a grand controller over and over again with ease, not even worrying about the usage of mana as if it wasn't even a factor to consider. For years I have strived, boom, for centuries I have planned, boom, why is it that you can just come out of nowhere and take it all from me? Why? His three faces were filled with wrath as he recklessly attacked, Noah defending all of his strikes as he saw that shockingly, this being at the Nebula realm could be handled by him just from his identity as a Grand Controller and the use of a Nebula rank skill tree while backed by his nearly infinite mana. Thus, his curious heart wasted time no longer as he freely released his energy, his body beginning to expand as he became even larger than he currently was. Mana was unreservedly used as it went into his ether star form that was combined by numerous other transformations. His size expanding past 500 miles as he instantly became 5 times as large as Aldrich, and he just continued to expand ever higher as he took on a titanous form. Rumble. Aldrich watched on with apathetic eyes as the enemy prevented him from achieving his grand goals, expanded even further in power, his heart pained at the level of unfairness as ultimately, the figure actually grew to be 10 times as large as him. At this moment, he actually seemed small when comparing himself to this being, the red eyes staring at him with an obscene level of calm, simply making him angrier as the seconds passed. But as if this was not enough, Aldrich felt the appearance of 2 new figures, each of them with identical faces as in the mystical Latalis expanse they were in. 2 more figures carrying the same face of the 9th infernal lord he was battling appeared. Rumble, he observed as these creatures leaked out the same energy of a grand controller as the enormous being in front of him, the bodies of these 2 also exploding outwards as their power began rising towards the same level as the being Aldrich was just battling. At this point, Aldrich actually laughed angrily at the ridiculous sight opening up in front of him, at the complete nonsense of this creature that was sent to oppose him. He was already only matching his enemy before he expanded in size, and now 2 more beings just like him had appeared simply, and he knew at this point that his aims would never be achieved. It was a sad and extremely demoralizing moment as one realized that all of their life's effort, all the blood, sweat, and tears they put into their lives, all of them were turned null because of a single being. Truly ridiculous. Truly unfair. His gaze was irreconcilable as he said this, realizing why Fritz had given up when he knew their enemy was the Novice Galaxy. But he still wanted to try. He still wanted to obtain all the treasures within this galaxy before he broke out of the cage and explored the grander universe, yet, he was denied at every turn as at this moment, a nonsensical enemy that defied all reason was sent to stop him. The light of madness in his eyes was slowly overtaking everything as he glanced at the 3 enormous figures around him. A forlorn sigh escaping his mouth as he voiced out sadly, "So be it, rumble, extreme speed." Acceleration. Aldrich used up a large amount of his mana as he utilized the essence of a grand controller twice, his body turning into a streak as he shot forth faster than the speed of light and continued even faster above the encirclement of 3 Noahs. Noah instantly shot out thereafter as he experienced the extreme speed and instant acceleration that allowed Aldrich to be hundreds of miles away instantly, his own bodies utilizing his unique essence as he chased towards him, far in front where Aldrich's figure continued to streak forth. He could hear a voice of complete madness and immense hatred ringing out. "If I cannot have what I want, nobody else can." Rumble. Even more mana was being used as Aldrich accelerated forward even faster, Noah noticing that he was shooting forth in a particular direction that was actually extremely dangerous. He termed it dangerous because at the speeds they were going, they would actually come to another barrier sometime very soon. This was a barrier that he normally would not even be able to sense or understand in the past, but as a Grand Controller, he knew exactly what it was. It was the barrier that represented the bounds of the Novice Galaxy in the area they were at in the Latalis expanse, a location where one could choose to pass through as they moved on to a grander stage. But why exactly was Aldrich rushing towards the boundary of the Novice Galaxy while spewing out such foreboding words? Rumble. "If it is destruction you want, then destruction you shall have." The wrathful voice of a founder feeling extremely wronged rang out, his eyes blazing with light as he shot towards the bounds of the Novice Galaxy while planning something shocking. Chapter 589, The Bell Has Been Rung. In the Latalis expanse, the powerful terrors dwelling within had sensed the appearance of 2 auras at the same level as them, the auras of controllers. This in itself was a shocking finding, as it meant that in their novice galaxy, more beings like them had appeared. It would normally be a grand event and a cause for celebration. Yet the terrors actually felt a sense of foreboding when these auras appeared, their intuition telling them something they could not discern. Rumble. The enormous terror of ether opened its star-sized eyes as the aura it always released to monitor the boundaries of the novice galaxy in this Latalis expanse where the barrier was actually the thinnest contracted slightly, trying to focus on the auras of the two appearing controllers. One of the auras was very similar, making the terror feel as if he was looking at his own energy signature, but there were distinct differences with it. The other was foreign and had a distinct coldness that caused one to feel distaste. The two controllers had only appeared in one location briefly before two more energy signatures appeared. And then they all began shooting forth at high speeds. The terror of ether had continued observing these figures briefly, but his gaze turned stern soon enough as he saw their direction was in a straight line towards the boundaries of the novice galaxy. Essence erupted around the terror as it adopted a stern expression, seeing these figures actually continuing in this direction as it affirmed its thoughts. The sense of foreboding seemed to come from this as the terror trusted in its intuition and also began moving towards the same direction as the newly appearing controllers. Shockingly, the terror of ether was not the only one, as the two other terrors dwelling within the Latalis expanse also began moving at this moment. All of their intuition screaming something indiscernible to them. Rumble. Noah's three bodies continued to chase towards the figure of Aldrich, each of his bodies occasionally teleporting as they tried to get their hands on a being who was utilizing all of his essence as a grand controller to run. Noah assumed that Aldrich had used his essence with the intent of speed, velocity, or something similar that allowed him to forget everything else as the figure of this Nebula realm expert continued to slip from his hands. His gaze was stern as he did not know what Aldrich wanted to do, so he simply continued to give chase while utilizing his unique essence, extreme speed, surpassing light. Streaks of light were the only things barely visible as they thundered forth even faster than light. Noah's hands flinging out as an ability was also cast, Star Caller. Rumble. The skill of the terror of ether activated as multiple unstable stars hundreds of miles in size began to appear in front of Aldrich, the founder expertly avoiding them as his golden figure even smashed through one. Skill after skill was used, but Aldrich continued to use his essence only for running as they soon neared the extremely thick boundary of the novice galaxy. The boundary was among the thickest that Noah had ever seen so far, being tens of miles wide as it adopted a shimmering black color. It was a barrier that seemed to blend in with the space around it, being extremely thick yet thin at the same time, as only those at the level of controllers could discern it or even do anything when it came to this barrier. Having the identity of a grand controller allowed a being to be able to leave their galaxy and actually survive while traveling outside of it, so Noah moved even faster as his three bodies tried to grasp onto Aldrich before he came in contact with this barrier. Rumble. A golden light began to emulate from the body of the celestial founder at this moment as it seemed his power was rising even higher. Noah's senses shocked to find that Aldrich had without a second thought actually began burning his very origin as a source of strength. Thump, his hands reached the thick barrier at this moment as his enormous 100 miles incarnation holding three faces turned towards Noah, its body ballooning up as a small figure blazing in gold light came out from within. Aldrich appeared in his human figure as his right hand lay on the barrier of the novice galaxy, his left hand pushing out the incarnation he had been in as it transformed into a thick golden barrier that covered Aldrich and the portion of the barrier of the novice galaxy he was in contact with. Noah was already near as he used his essence while forming an intent. Break, boom. Noah's trident of the sea instantly smashed onto the golden barrier Alric laid out as trembles spread across it. The power Aldrich was releasing right now as he burned his very origin being extremely fearsome. This was the burning of an origin that was first at the Nebula realm, and also of a being holding the title of Grand Controller. Noah had no doubt that Aldrich would have been able to heavily injure him if he directed attacks while burning his origin like this, but this founder had actually chosen to run away as he came in contact with the barrier of the novice galaxy. Remember that it was you that pushed me to do this. That it was your own fault things ended like this. Aldrich's voice came out at this moment as it contained a mixture of sadness and extreme lunacy, his eyes shaking brightly as he pushed all of his power towards his hands while uttering a single intent. Shatter, rumble, what? Noah looked towards the figure of Aldrich incredulously as this being was not actually trying to pierce through the veil and leave the novice galaxy, but was doing something far sinister as he apparently planned to shatter the portion of the boundary of the novice galaxy he was in contact with. But what would this accomplish? Noah did not know what the aim of Aldrich was as he did this, but he utilized his immense mana reserves as he laid out his own intents. while trying to break through the golden barrier of a grand controller that was burning his very origin, ultimate penetration. Shatter, rumble, enormous units of mana were absorbed in order to utilize his essence as a grand controller to make possible what his intent wanted. The trident of the sea shining with a piercing light as it smashed into Aldrich's golden barrier again, but Noah was actually able to hear the shattering of two barriers at this moment. Crack. Crack. One was the golden barrier he broke that Aldrich had set up, the other was the portion of the miles-long barrier that represented the boundary of the Novice galaxy, where he could now see a portion of the barrier multiple miles long and in an octagonal shape, was actually shattered. Chapter 590, The Bell Has Been Rung. 2. At the very precipice of the Novice galaxy, in the corner of the Latalis expanse where only controllers could discern an area where the bounds of this galaxy passed, two figures were staring at a broken space. Ha! Ha! Wild laughter that reeked of madness flowed out from the one responsible as the area that he had destroyed vibrated intensely. An extremely strong absorbing force leaked out from the portion where Aldrich had broken the barrier of the Novice galaxy, Noah's essence forming into tendrils of ether and reaching out as it grabbed around Aldrich, who was about to get sucked in through the octagonal shattered space. Do not blame me. Wrathful and incoherent laughter was all that came from Aldrich at this moment as his body seemed nearly depleted of essence after stopping Noah's advance and shattering a portion of a barrier of an entire galaxy. Noah looked towards the shattered octagonal space as what he saw behind it was truly terrifying, his awareness barely being able to spread out a few meters as all he saw was immense blackness. The space immediately outside the bounds of the Novice galaxy was terrifyingly empty and black. What did you do? What purpose does this serve? Noah's voice rang out coldly towards Aldrich as the founder currently had his arms and legs stretched out in four directions, the force from the void outside the Novice galaxy threatening to swallow him whole and rip him apart the moment that Noah released him. Aldrich did not nearly have enough essence that would allow him to actually utilize the abilities of a grand controller to traverse outside of it. Yet Noah observed as this being actually continued to laugh with no fear, his gaze actually looking towards him mockingly. You do not know? I thought as the main puppet, you would know everything that was happening. Rumble. Foreboding words were the only thing coming from Aldrich as Noah tugged at his essence, the tendrils of ether that were holding Aldrich in place bringing him closer as Noah observed the wide-open octagonal shattered space. There seemed to be a greater meaning to Aldrich's actions that Noah had not grasped yet, so he brought the figure of the founder close to him until he landed on his palm, his enormous figure that was still over 100 miles looking down with shining red eyes as his two clones flanked his left and right. What did you do? I did the only thing I could when cornered to such a state. I called for the destruction of the enemy I could not defeat. Aldrich's reply came in between his maddened laughs, his words continuing as his image completely lost all dignity and he looked more and more like a raving lunatic. The destruction of my home, huh? A fitting end for the enemy that raised me up and then threw me away like nothing. Shocking words of destruction released from the founder as Noah's eyes squinted, his gaze turning murderous as the palm he had Alric on began closing. It is too late now. Even a puppet like you will not be able to stop it. Noah was prepared to stop listening as he wanted to simply eradicate Aldrich right away. Absorbing his memories as he simply learned what the meaning of this creature's actions were, the bell has been rung. Rumble. More raving screams left Aldrich even as he saw the enormous palm about to crush him, his words only repeating again, the bell has been rung, and they are coming. Ha ha. Ha! Noah's intuition became more and more foreboding with every passing word as he prepared to crush Aldrich, when he instantly felt the nearing of three terrifyingly powerful auras that he had sensed from a very far away region not too long ago. Rumble. The unique signatures of terrors neared as Noah only heard a space-shattering yell, "You fools!" Rumble. Two enormous red stars for eyes. Massing coiling and moving tentacles that occupied hundreds of miles, the terror of ether was at the forefront as he arrived while staring at the figure of Noah and his clones, as well as the raving lunatic of a being grasped within the palm of Noah's main body and about to be crushed. Its enormous eyes then locked on the shattered octagonal area that represented the boundary of the Novice galaxy as its body shook, the terrifying power of the terror exploding out wildly as he spoke once more. "You fools! Do you know what you have done?" Rumble. The only answer was the wild laughter of a particular founder as the auras of two other terrors made themselves visible, creating for a suffocating atmosphere that would have simply destroyed the origins of any weaker beings were they in the surroundings. One was a being coming a bit over 1,000 miles, his figure humanoid in nature as his body seemed to be made of extremely bright black crystals, even his eyes densely black as he released a cold air. The terror of the void had appeared as his eyes coldly glanced at Noah and the small raving figure of Aldrich within his hands. Rumble, on another side, the third terror actually had a shape that Noah had seen before, a shape of the ancients that he could normally summon with the skills of the Blood Lord, also claiming a unique humanoid appearance with horns rising from its head as its head was filled with shimmering gray hair. This was the ancient terror that had actually born the ancient races of the Latalis Expanse. All three terrors were looking towards Noah and then the figure of Alric with extreme wrath in their eyes as they understood what the image of an octagonal broken area in the barrier of the Novice Galaxy represented. The other puppets are here as well. Very good, all of you can simply wait in helplessness before you dash. Crunch. Noah's patience had run completely thin as he folded his palm entirely, destructive ether rolling out as the founder of Celestial perished as simply as if one crushed a bug. A radiance of red erupted out as Noah absorbed the memories of this creature, having deactivated Origin Conversion, Skill Point Absorption. At this point, as he chose not to obtain skill points but instead obtain all the cores and loot of the only Nebula rank being he had killed in the Novice Galaxy, as they would allow him to make a greater advancement into the next realm. Even the appearance of three powerful terrors did not deter him as he read the many memories of Aldrich, wanting to know exactly what was the full meaning behind his actions. What had the breaking of a portion of the barrier of the Novice Galaxy done? The full answer was something horrendous, and also the reason for the wrath that the terrors felt. Chapter 591. A signal. Memories are a curious thing. One can look fondly when going through memories of the past, or one can even try to forget them depending on what they contain. But when it came to stealing the memories of someone else, when it came to absorbing the memories of a being who had lived for close to 2 millennia, one could not even begin to describe such an experience. While being surrounded by three wrathful terrors, Noah had crushed Aldrich within his palm as he began absorbing all of his memories, giving this task to his two clones as his attention focused on the powerful entities that surrounded him while also trying to focus on memories pertaining to Aldrich's goals and what exactly was the full meaning of his actions just now. Foolish. 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 Rumble. The body of the terror of ether, Cthulhu, moved closer as its eyes focused on the octagonal broken area on the boundary of the Novice Galaxy. An oppressive force continued to leak outwards into an extremely black void that nobody but Grand Controllers could be able to survive in as the gaze of this terror turned towards Noah's three bodies. Based on your essence signature, you should have stopped something like this from ever happening. What made you so useless? The voice was wrathful as the body of Cthulhu continued coming ever closer, Noah feeling the intent of this terror to push him away from the area of the shattered boundary as he did not resist, his mind having already located the most important and most pertaining memories of the current situation from the dead Aldrich as he sifted through shocking information. Cthulhu came towards the shattered area of the boundary as his tentacles landed on the areas around it, a unique energy beginning to leave his body as his voice of wrath continued to come out. Such a thing should not have been possible. Mysterious words were uttered as the other two terrors came close, glancing towards Noah closely as a unique energy also released from them to go towards the shattered space. Noah, observing that the miles-long shattered area was slowly beginning to reform at this moment, unless words of hesitation leaked out of the terror of ether as his body began to shake while affirming its thoughts and observing the state of the shattered area, his enormous red star-sized eyes trembling as the wrath within them only became more potent, the voice he released only becoming grander. You allowed for this. Rumble. His voice rang out clearly as it had an accusatory tone. The other two terrors opening their eyes as understanding registered into them as well, the gazes of all these three powerful terrors at the level of controllers turning towards the direction that Noah and Aldrich had come from. Each of them were glancing towards the central realm while the terror of ether released accusatory words. It was you. You allowed for this to happen. You would have sensed the moment the thoughts of that creature were aiming to harm you like this, and you would have sent us to stop him long before. You allowed for the barrier to be breached. Shocking words were released from the booming mouth of the terror of ether as he actually looked towards the central realm while releasing words that seemed to be filled with pain and sorrow. And Noah would have not been able to understand their full meaning had he not just grasped the memories of Aldrich that pertained to this. That creature should not have even had the knowledge to do this unless you granted it to him. So why? Even more mysterious and shocking words left Cthulhu as the energy that he and the other two terrors released went to reform the shattered portion of the barrier even faster. Noah's own thoughts had turned chaotic as he actually grasped the full picture, being able to understand exactly what Aldrich had done and the significance such a thing had. When Aldrich saw that he could not win the battle against him, His unwillingness and unfairness he felt for not being able to get his hands on the only thing he wanted drove his maddened mind towards one thing. And it was the thing he was screaming about: mutual destruction. If he could not have what he believed to be the biggest treasures in the novice galaxy, and he was about to fall under the hands of a being that had not even appeared before just a few months ago, he might as well perish along with the enemy that prevented him from achieving anything. With this thought, Aldrich actually chose to go towards the bounds of the novice galaxy, where a barrier that only Grand Controllers could affect existed, a barrier where one could pass through as they left behind their galaxy to explore the wide universe. But his goal was not to simply pass through this barrier, but to shatter a portion of it, as he did something no inhabitant of a galaxy would ever do. But it was the only way he saw of causing the destruction of his enemy, the novice galaxy itself. Aldrich chose to shatter the barrier because it was the only way to invite beings stronger than him into this galaxy. It was the only way to release a signal to powerful entities in the outside universe that a galaxy still in its beginning stages existed in this area of space. Aldrich's action of shattering the small portion of the barrier of the novice galaxy was simply that: a way to send out a signal to the outside universe, a way to invite unknown dangers towards the novice galaxy that had always been unknown and undiscovered this entire time. This was why he had been screaming that the bell had been rung, that they were coming. A native had actually sent a signal that invited the destruction of his own galaxy. Chapter 592. Why? As Noah sifted through the memories, he also understood why the words of the terrors were accusatory as they looked back towards the direction where he had expelled Aldrich from the central realm. These terrors were glancing towards the location where the entity that could represent the novice galaxy resided, as they accused this entity of actually calling for destruction itself. The terror of ether had screamed that the creature known as Aldrich should have never had the knowledge that the capabilities of a Grand Controller would be able to shatter a portion of the barrier of their galaxy. Nor should Aldrich had known what doing such an action represented, yet he had the information that did just that. And when he could not win, Aldrich made it his goal to simply call for the destruction of the novice galaxy through the hands of others. Noah also understood where this information came from, as while Aldrich was journeying throughout the celestial realm, the technologies of the Warsh.I.P.S and realm dreadnoughts, as well as the techniques of the law of fate, were not the only things given to him. Noah used the word given because it was actually just that all that Aldrich found during his exploration were simply things he was allowed to have, those he wasn't allowed to have, being placed behind a golden barrier that he never crossed, information about terrors, and even the small tidbits of information about the novice galaxy itself and the working of the barrier protecting it. They were all spoon-fed to him by a single entity, the novice galaxy itself. This was why the terror of ether had turned towards the central realm while sending out accusatory words. This was why he blamed the happening of the shattered area of the boundary of the galaxy on the novice galaxy itself. It was an event that sent a signal of their location to the wide and dangerous universe full of things they had no knowledge about. And now that this signal had been sent out, something was coming. Why? Why would you do such a thing? Noah continued sifting through the memories of Aldrich as the red eyes of the terror shook while his voice continued to resound across space. Why subject us all to death? Why seek for more? Are we not enough for you? Words that were filled with extreme pain and shock left the terror of ether as the reality of what this event signified fully settled in all their hearts, their many questions wanting to at least be answered as they looked towards the central realm. What goal could you possibly have to invite such a disaster towards us? The voice of the terror of ether had turned dejected as the shattered space on the barrier became completely stitched up, the powerful gravitational force stopping as everything seemed to have gone back to normal. But each of them knew that nothing would be normal again as in the foreseeable future. Something they had no knowledge about would be descending upon them soon enough. The essence of the three terrors was flowing wildly as with the closure of the shattered space, their eyes turned fully towards the central realm as they portrayed emotions of anger and frustration, emotions of unwillingness and non-understanding as Cthulhu's voice rang out once again. Quiet, RUUUMBLE. Space seemed to shake and tumble as the terrors felt searing pains in their minds. Noah being in the same state as he felt like his head was burning the moment this voice erupted out. That's right. It was a voice that felt familiar in Noah's mind, yet at the same time, it felt extremely foreign. A voice that seemed to resonate with the very deepest parts of the origins of the terrors and even Noah. Noah's heart was beating wildly as this voice erupted out, the terrors beside him turning mute as it was only Cthulhu with his shaking red eyes still actively moving, the enormous tendrils of ether coiling around him shaking with wild destruction as he actually disobeyed this voice and continued, "No. You have freely done unexplainable things for centuries, and I have kept quiet while following orders. You have let unneeded wars and deaths occur by uncountable numbers on the same creatures living within you over the millenniums. This time I will not just sit idly by, this time I at least want ants dash, ruumble. A magisterial energy erupted out of nowhere at this moment as it wrapped and bound the body of the terror of ether. His eyes trembling in shock as these energies ignored his balefully destructive ether and even his identity as a Grand Controller, his enormous planet-sized body being covered by these unique energies entirely as his figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gone. Noah sensed the fluctuations of a huge spatial movement as the entire planet-sized terror of ether, Cthulhu, was forcefully teleported away from this position instantly. Anyone else feel like talking? The terror of the void. And the ancient terror shook fearfully in their position as they actually got into kneeling positions, their eyes bowing down as not a single word was heard from them. Noah saw this shocking scenario as his own heart continued to beat wildly. His gaze still on the thousands of miles where a terrifying Cthulhu used to be, yet this same being was forcefully taken away in less than a second by the entity whole voice was permeating in the surroundings by the novice galaxy itself. Go back to your posts, rumble. Without so much a millisecond delay, the remaining two terrors moved away as they turned into streaks of lights, spreading to different directions as they went back to their original positions in the Latalis expanse without so much as another word. Noah floated at the same spot as he ridiculously just watched the shocking set of events playing out, waving his hands as he sent his two clones back to the time-space of the infinite realm so that they could go through the memories of Aldrich faster. His gaze looking towards the void of space and the boundary of the novice galaxy near him as the shocking voice that seemed to cause searing pain in his mind every time it rang out expressed itself again. You have questions? Noah closed his eyes as he felt the searing pain in his mind dim little by little every time the voice spoke, his eyes squinting coldly as he looked towards the central realm while activating apathy to calm his rapidly beating heart. Damn right he had questions. He had a whole lot of FUCK&G questions. The time is here for all the answers. Come, my champion. Chapter 593, What Lies Behind the Golden Barrier? Space was extremely huge and vast. This was even more so when one looked at an entire galaxy that housed an uncountable number of planets and creatures, and it was even vaster if one took into account the unknown that lied outside of a galaxy, yet there existed a few specific beings that could effectively achieve a high enough level as they actually changed how vast things seemed to their perception, rising to such extreme lengths of power that even the vast distances of a galaxy did not seem as vast as they were before. This was the case with Noah after he achieved the level of a Grand Controller, the type of movements he could do within the novice galaxy expanding greatly to the point that he could not even compare it to his past self. An example was how he and Aldrich had gone from the central realm and into the Latalis expanse, and then just a few minutes later reached the bounds of the novice galaxy as the events that had already occurred took place. With his position as a controller, the vast light, dark, and Latalis expanses could actually be explored by him in time, as he would at most have to spend a few months or even a year or two to fully explore the entirety of the novice galaxy and everything that was lying within. But at this moment, he had an enormous task ahead of him as he heard a shockingly powerful voice that had teleported away a terror of ether without its will, an entity that the Cthulhu had accused of bringing calamity to itself and all of them by allowing the actions of Aldrich to go through unstopped. You still know nothing about this. He sent his words towards his own realm system, which was the integrated infinite realm that had all the worlds he was connected to put together as he sought for even a bit more guidance to try and understand what was about to happen. No. I am experiencing this at the same time as you, his system replied curtly, Noah analyzing the distinct differences between the voices in his mind as he affirmed they were different, that the commanding voice that had simply teleported Cthulhu away was much colder and emotionless, one feeling a distinct chill from it. He glanced at the surroundings where the boundary of the novice galaxy had reformed, preparing himself fully as he used enormous amounts of mana to teleport directly to a single location. Of course, his location was the wondrous central realm that he had left not too long ago, returning close to the Golden Barrier where he had left behind the nebula-rank infernal lords. The land around the Golden Barrier was already getting back to normal as the destruction is, madness hegemony, caused was slowly wiped away by the abundant essence of the central realm, the vegetation already regrowing. Noah saw the figure of the three infernal lords standing straight in front of the barrier as the first infernal lord looked towards him with a smile. I trust it went smoothly. Her words were as melodious as always, Noah staring towards this woman as he nodded while speaking, not necessarily. There's something about a bell being rung and all that. His eyes were squinting as he tried to figure out the mysteries around him, wanting to see the full connection this first infernal lord had with the commanding voice that had called him a champion, wanting to know the things that had been held in the dark for too long. I am in the same situation as you and many others, but I have received guidance that all the answers lie on the other side." The first infernal lord bowed apologetically as she spoke, her hands pointing behind her as Noah saw a blinding golden light shining out, a blinding rectangular opening being created on the fearsome golden barrier that Aldrich had wanted to get behind for so long. Rumble, the golden barrier that he was completely kept out of, was now open towards Noah, even though he could have just chosen to pass through it with his power as a Grand Controller. Communication will be much smoother the further in you are. Come, Noah turned his head in pain as he still felt a searing tinge every time the cold voice entered his mind, looking towards the three infernal lords that seemed to be waiting for him before they entered the golden rectangular opening that showed something entirely different than what Noah and many others were expecting. He left behind his reservations as he floated down and walked through the opening, feeling like a film of light was peeling in front of his eyes the moment he passed through the golden barrier that Aldrich had wanted to get behind for long. He began spreading his awareness out as the auras of the three infernal lords entered with him, his eyes opening wider at everything he was discovering as the contents within this barrier were really outside the expectations of many. Aldrich and many other powerful celestials had made passing this golden barrier their goal over centuries, imagining all the wondrous treasures they would be able to find in the hidden region as they used it to reach even greater heights of power. Yet over all the years, they had never been able to achieve it, as Noah was currently the only one to explore this mystery with his own eyes. This is what Aldrich spent his life trying to reach? This was the reason for all the chaos over the past hundreds of years. Noah could not help but voice out as the infernal lord beside him let out a light laugh, an indistinguishable light shining in her eyes as she nodded. We often have wild delusions of grandeur on things we cannot get our hands on. What Aldrich sought, he would have never found here. Noah shook his head with emotion at these words as he thought about the being that had lived over 2,000 years while having the singular goal of passing through this golden barrier and putting his hands on all that lied within. He shook his head as he confirmed with his own eyes that it was better he took away Aldrich's life with his hands, for if he had actually been able to pierce through the barrier and see what lies behind it, he might have just taken his own life right then and there. Chapter 594, What Lies Behind the Golden Barrier. 2. Behind the golden barrier that Noah had crossed was a spectacular environment that had 10 times the concentration of essence as the area immediately outside of it. Noah's awareness at the level of a Grand Controller could spread out to cover an extremely wide distance, so even though he had just entered an area that covered the remaining portion of the central realm that had not been explored by anyone, he was able to notice many things in the immediate surroundings. Shockingly, those he could sense the nearest were the droves of infernals who had been spread out across the Novus galaxy to stop the advancements of celestials. The auras of the remaining 6 infernal lords and the hundreds of billions of infernals that had been in all the infernal realms had returned into the central realm, into the home they had originally deep behind the golden barrier. But this was only the first thing that Noah noticed. As he rose to the skies and watched the mystical surroundings filled with extremely tall trees that further increased the aesthetics of this surrounding land to make it seem as if he was walking through an ancient primordial land, he saw even more shocking things. Aside from the nearing infernal lords, the further out that Noah spread out his awareness, the more beings he came across as he actually saw their levels of power increase ever so higher. Some looked like behemoths, others were creatures he had never seen before, but the most unique thing was their realm of power. Nearly all of them stood at the star-forging realm, without a single one being a rank lower. That's right, aside from the infernals with their varying levels in the immediate surroundings, Noah could only observe a truly large number of creatures that all had their realms at the level of a starforger and nothing less. As his awareness went out even further, he began coming across the auras of creatures at the level of the nebula, even further inland where his awareness could not reach, and it became foggy. He could sense the aura of the powerful ether of terror that was forcefully teleported away from the Latalis expanse not too long ago. This was why he thought if Aldrich had really been able to cross the golden barrier, he might have just taken his own life, as the things within were wholly different from what he expected. Are there actually any truly spectacular treasures in here? He unconsciously asked the first infernal lord floating beside him as he focused his awareness on the smaller details of this area past the golden barrier. It actually wasn't wrong for many beings to think that there were countless treasures past the golden barrier, as his sharp eyes actually noticed a section a few hundred miles away that had something he had taken in the past that pushed him to the world rank, the luminescent rainbow dew. He actually saw these luminescent rainbow dews freely coming off of extremely tall trees as if they were fruits, and there was a large number of them that they would have made any beings in the Novus galaxy to look towards them with greedy eyes, yet they peacefully swayed in the branches of these tall trees among this fantastical environment filled with an overabundance of essence. making Noah look around everywhere else for treasures he did not even know about. Of course, there is also an abundance of treasures. All the techniques that allow one to advance through normal and supreme laws, even unique laws like ether that are just a small distance further ahead than supreme. Of course, the other things which might not be considered treasures but are abundant in nature are the protectors you are seeing. The first infernal lord replied to him as their figures floated further inside, stating that the beings which all seemed to be at the level of star forging were termed as protectors, and the multiple auras of nebula realm creatures? His awareness was focusing on seeking out exactly how many of such creatures laid within this place as he asked, another reply coming towards him. But this time it was from an extremely cold and monotone voice. Existence is made for the sole purpose of protecting. It is not hard to make many once you set restrictions on their origins. With their greatest restrictions being bound by universal laws that they cannot escape, his head did not feel a searing pain anymore as he floated further and further past the area of the golden barrier, this voice being clearer as he began receiving answers from the entity itself, lying just a level before controllers, with their sole purpose to remain in the central realm for guard duty and nothing else. The moment they do anything else but that, their origins implode. Concepts similar to what Noah had read when he achieved the nebula rank in the Terror of Ether skill tree rang out, an idea of how these beings came to be filling Noah's mind. He recalled the description of the ability as he continued flying towards the depths of this new land. Flying over the droves of infernals standing completely motionless below him, Terror of Ether, May 5th, an inborn ability granted to the special existences known as terrors by the novice galaxy. For an extremely high price and restrictions, this ability normally granted 100% comprehension in the law of ether. As the current user has not paid this price nor any of the restrictions and yet still holds this title, only 50% of comprehension in the law of ether shall be granted. The technique of cultivating ether, disciple of ether, is also granted. Based on the description of this ability, the creatures within this area behind the golden barrier were granted their power at the starforging or nebula realm in exchange for huge restrictions from the universal laws themselves. But the ability to make these protectors as well as place the restrictions that allowed for their power, this ability was only something that the entity known as the novice galaxy could carry out. Noah continued forward as he noticed the three infernal lords stopping behind him at a certain point, the second and third infernal lords descending down as only the first infernal lord remained in the skies with him. They had passed the area where hundreds of billions of infernal lords were motionlessly and noiselessly standing, with their figures about to enter further, and where Noah saw multiple creatures at the level of star forging and even a few at the nebula realm moving. It should be much easier to communicate now at this point. He heard the voice of the powerful entity once more, but he had to turn his head this time around as it came from the figure right beside him, from the first infernal lord herself. Her eyes had lost their blue light as they turned a blank white, becoming completely emotionless as they stared towards Noah while the two of them floated in space. The delightful expression and melodious words of the past infernal lord were gone, her cold gaze telling Noah he was currently talking directly to the entity known as the novice galaxy itself. She waved her hands as the trees below them stretched up and formed two mystical chairs of identical stature and length. The body of the infernal lord floated down to one as she pointed her hands towards the other. Noah's body descending onto it as his eyes locked onto the figure in front of him. I'm sure you have many questions, but it would be even easier if you first listened to a story. It will answer many if not all of them, and shed light on exactly what is to come in a much smoother fashion. Noah glanced at the blank eyes of this creature in front of him as he nodded, the entity known as the novice galaxy beginning to narrate a grand tale, a tale of how many things came to be. Chapter 595, The Novice Galaxy. The novice galaxy was extremely vast and wide, but it was not always like this. Like many things, it began somewhere, and ended somewhere. The answer to the question you heard the terror of ether spouting actually lies here. The monotone voice rang out in front of Noah as the tale began. The accusatory questions that the Cthulhu had thrown towards the central realm indicated that even though Aldrich had carried out the actions of shattering a portion of the barrier of the novice galaxy and sending out a signal to the unknown universe of exactly where their galaxy was, the Cthulhu said that this dangerous action that would put them all at risk could only be made because the novice galaxy itself let it happen. So, why would this be? Why would a galaxy incite destruction to itself? To understand this, you must realize the true nature of a galaxy, as well as the workings behind it, over the many eons of time. The novice galaxy has actually risen and fallen numerous times. Noah's eyes shook as he listened, hidden truth that nobody knew being revealed simply in front of him, over the past tens of thousands of years, and who knew how much further. The novice galaxy had actually come to be and then been destroyed multiple times. Each time was different. Whether by the hands of the natives, or by outside forces, or by something completely unknown, but no matter what, every time there was complete destruction before everything restarted once more. Rumble, lines of fate seemed to be swirling around Noah as he learned this truth, the shocking reality that a galaxy actually went through cycles of destruction and rebirth. The truth that trillions of beings would inexplicably be moving within it every cycle as they lived their lives before all of them were wiped away, only for the galaxy to begin anew as the process repeated itself. I have gone through this process too many times to count. The voice coming out from the first infernal lord felt even colder and more emotionless at this moment. Noah beginning to understand exactly why that was so as he thought about just the idea of countless destructions and rebirth, of seeing trillions die over and over again. To try and prevent this, I strove to make strong protectors over the eons that could withstand the challenges which ultimately led to my destruction. But even that was never successful. The first infernal lord waved her hands as an illusory screen appeared beside their two figures, Noah turning towards it as he saw numerous shocking scenes being played. One scene showed multiple figures with the auras of controllers releasing horrendously powerful attacks towards a shining white core, whether it was by my own inhabitants. Another scene showed a shocking large-scale battle that involved creatures Noah had never seen before, of powerful beings that even caused Noah's heart to stir, or by outsiders who inadvertently found the location of the novice galaxy in this vast universe. No matter what happened, the conclusion was always the same: destruction. But there existed a unique feature about galaxies where they did not utterly face extinction, going into hibernation for countless years before enough essence can be absorbed for everything to restart yet again. Even more recently, I have been trying new methods of raising powerful protectors with unique abilities that can stand against any coming forces, but even that failed. The scene changed as it portrayed 5 figures releasing auras at the level of a grand controller. These 5 figures facing unknown beings that were not shown clearly on the illusory screen. Noah's eyes shook as he saw that at the forefront of the 5 figures, a single woman with dark hair was wildly leading the others with a cold expression. This figure was very prominent in his eyes as she looked to have a face that was very similar to Noah's, the features just slightly more feminine to match the body. This being that looked just like him but had a different gender faced the unknown enemies as in the end, all 5 grand controllers fell, every time. All that I could look forward to was destruction. That is, until something changed. Yes. Something had changed. Noah's eyes looked towards the first infernal lord that carried a blank expression as he could feel his beating heart even though he had apathy activated. He wanted to know exactly what change had occurred, but the cold voice skipped over it entirely as the story continued. After that change, I tried something new. I tried not to have multiple powerful protectors that all seemed to lose in the end. I tried to forge a single champion that I was confident could withstand anything that came. Rumble, that is where you come along. You are that champion. After whatever change she mentioned occurred, the novice galaxy had stopped focusing on making multiple powerful protectors who always fell in the end to either their own conflicts or to outside enemies, and she instead focused on forging a single powerful being who could possibly withstand any and all coming forces. She wanted to forge a champion of ultimate proportions, a being that could shoulder a task that nobody would dare put on their shoulder. Accomplishing this was not possible before, but the change allowed for me to be able to bend the universal laws even by a little, and it expanded the possibilities as I focused on a single aspect of strength that I saw over the eons of destruction and rebirth. I observed this aspect on the outsiders that occasionally caused my destruction, where the outsiders had extreme strength and power in one aspect, a strength that culminated in giving them a tremendously powerful presence that is collected and turned into a single word, a trait. Rumble, a trait. Some outsiders had traits focusing on the extremes of laws, some had traits that allowed them to do unimaginably powerful things with ease. And others had so traits as they could even be matched by the controllers I made, but the one singular truth remained, and that truth was if someone had a strong enough trait, an extreme of a law or something else that could overpower any other beings, they would be victorious. Because of this, I went forward with the goal of forging a champion that had an unbeatable trait, a champion who could trample on all other beings regardless of the trait they held in the coming future. Rumble. Space seemed to be shaking around them as the emotionless words of the novice galaxy continued to ring out. What do you think about infinite mana? Chapter 596, a trait, a trait. Noah's eyes opened wide as he heard this word. His mind going back months ago when he saw a dash in the stat panel when it came to his focus. At that time, this dash that represented nothing meant that the amount of the attribute of focus, the amount of mana, could not be properly displayed as it was too exorbitant. He later found out that this was because of his connection with the planet he was on, and he even actively expanded this connection as time passed so that he could accumulate even more mana. There were multiple trial and errors, but I am now seeing that the trait of infinite mana ranks higher than any of the traits I have come across before. Rumble, it is also a trait that could not just be granted, but it had to be grown to the stage it is at currently, where even at this moment it has not achieved a full bloom to be properly called an official trait. This is because you have only created a connection with a realm, and to fully complete this trait, a connection with something even larger is required. Thump. 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 Noah could feel his heartbeat as if it was the sound of a drum. Shocking information about all that was occurring to him being displayed so freely at this time, all the connections that he had formed with the many worlds, and even when all of these connections were combined into a single powerful realm, all of this was still just progress he was making towards creating a particular trait, the trait known as infinite mana. Even at this moment in time, this trait was not complete as he still had work to do before it could officially manifest. When you take the final step and officially achieve this trait, you can unequivocally say that you have infinite mana. This is because a completed trait is forced to intertwine with the universal laws, whatever the trait is granting being made into a reality. When he officially completed this trait, he would never have to worry about any mana he used at any stage he achieved. He would never have to worry about adding this planet or that planet in order to expand his reserves. He would, for as long as he lived, always have infinite mana. Noah's eyes shone with as he reached this point, his heart nearly jumping out as he wanted to grasp this trait in his hands right away. But this posed the question of exactly how to complete this trait. He glanced towards the white blank eyes of the first infernal lord that had been taken over by a separate entity as he had an idea of exactly what he had to do to achieve the completion of such a spectacular trait. The eyes of this entity seemed to understand his thoughts as their monotone words continued. As it is a trait that I doubt has ever risen across the vast universe, it is one with very strict requirements to bring to fruition. Yes. It was extremely hard and required many factors coming together to bring to light a trait such as infinite mana. First, one had to begin with forming a dangerous connection between a world and a creature that had yet to even experience any forms of mana, and then have this creature awaken to the workings of mana while keeping their lives during this whole time. If they perished, the planet would perish. If somehow everything lined up and continued, the creature would then have to grow to enough power as they had to be able to traverse in the starry space as they formed even more connections and expanded the usage of this incomplete trait, all the while none of the planets they were forming connections to had to also remain safe with no destruction. Noah had shockingly gone through all of these stages as he arrived at the point where all the worlds he was connected to were combined into a single realm, paving his path in an even smoother direction as it granted him a level of safety he did not have before. Now that you were able to form a realm, the next steps are relatively easier as all you have to do is fuse into your realm the worlds present in the light expanse, dark expanse, and litalis expanse. Jaws would have dropped down if there were any other beings listening to this conversation, but Noah managed to release a question during this time: how many more stars will have to be fused? This, I have not been able to confirm. There is a last stage you must still complete after the fusion of many worlds into your realm. I will know if you are ready for that final stage as you fuse the worlds. And the trait that shall stand against any enemies will be complete, a trait unlike any other, a trait that would be able to stand against outsiders and anything that had appeared before and destroyed the Novice galaxy, causing it to experience rebirth over and over again until this current era. As Noah arrived at this point and tried weaving everything together in his mind, he was reminded of the accusatory words of the Cthulhu, and the fact that the actions of Aldrich shattering a portion of the barrier of the Novice galaxy had sent out a signal which actually let unknown beings know exactly where their Novice galaxy was. It was a signal that effectively called outsiders over to them. Noah locked his gaze with the apathetic eyes of the entity residing in the first infernal lord as he asked, if in the past eons you faced destruction and rebirth multiple times because of outsiders or other sources, why allow for a signal that would invite disaster to be released by Aldrich this time around? He could feel the space around him beginning to shake as he asked the same question that the Cthulhu had asked and was forcefully teleported away for. He asked a question that demanded an answer. Rumble, lines of fate and chaotic particles began to swirl around them as Noah actually observed the emotionless and impassive face of the first infernal lord show emotion for the first time since this entity had taken over it and adopt an extremely enigmatic and cruel smile. A smile that would cause the spines of beings to curve as their very origins trembled. Well. Chapter 597 Multiple Law Inheritances. Sometimes, too many shocking things can occur at once that one would often feel a sense of numbness after consecutive shock after shock. Over an hour had passed, and Noah was currently feeling like this as he finished listening to shocking information from the entity that was the Novice Galaxy. He had asked for the reason as to why a signal was allowed to be released to the outside universe and invite destruction towards them, and the answer was a shocking one. His head felt blank as he looked towards the face that had turned impassive once, any emotion it showed the moment he asked the question being completely gone as if it was never there. It will take some time, but I am confident in the champion of this era. The voice of the Novice Galaxy was monotone, but held a hint of certainty as the blank while eyes stared at Noah. You are completing a trait that requires the workings of an entire galaxy to complete, whereas other creatures can only be granted traits that are slightly exceptional or even normal by their galaxies depending on what the River of Fate tells them. The first infernal lord rose as she said this, looking around them while Noah continued to sit in a contemplative tone. This was because the bombshells dropped today had been too numerous, with their answers also being questionable. I know you may still not fully agree with or understand my reasoning as it jeopardizes the lives of all the creatures in this current era. But I did this after multiple cycles where creatures just like them faced complete destruction before everything started over again. The tone was somber as the concept of an entity watching as trillions died over and over again was brought up, the possible emotions behind it being something that very few could understand. You may feel emotional as you are connected to and know a few creatures in this galaxy, but realize that I am connected to all of them. The emotions you feel are nothing compared to mine. If I still chose to undertake this route, it is naturally the route that I believe will give them the most chance to not be like the others in the past cycles that have destruction. Rumble, waves of fate and chaos rolled around as these words were said with certain strength, Noah looking up while still contemplating, looking at the many things around him that lay behind a certain golden barrier. What of Aldrich's words about puppets? His pondering gaze asked another question in his mind as the first infernal lord turned towards him and titled her head, "Do you truly believe you are a puppet?" It was a questioning tone that held a hint of surprise, Noah not needing to wait as the voice continued, "Do not confuse the moving of the river of fate with someone controlling you. Any time in the past months, you could have chosen to do different things that would have led you on a completely different path. Fate does not lead to a singular location, it can change and shift at any time because of just a single being's actions. Even now after all this, you can choose to complete your trait or not, you can choose to go forward with what I proposed or not. I cannot force you." Her blank gaze looked around the very deep areas of the central realm as she said this, Noah taking in the words as he half agreed with them and half didn't. Even though it was something wondrous that he himself knew he wanted to achieve, he still wondered whether he could really say no to all of it. This was the paradox he found himself in, as when he thought about the fantastical concept of an infinite mana trait he wanted to complete it. When he thought about saving himself and all those he was connected to from eventual destruction that the Novice Galaxy had faced multiple times in the past, he also wanted to do this. The entity that was the Novice Galaxy also wanted the same things that he wanted, so was he really being controlled to do all these things, or were they all just his choices? His gaze was that of pondering as he felt that he already had an answer, but he left this topic behind as his eyes glanced at the many protectors around the area behind the golden barrier. Alright, we can leave this behind for now. I should get started if we want to see a chance of success in the coming weeks. The blank face of the first infernal lord nodded as they began to float further into the inner area of the central realm as Noah followed along. Aside from your trait, you also carry the attribute unique to this galaxy that allows you to quantify your abilities in universal laws and divisible numbers, this attribute also allowing you to very easily comprehend universal laws when paired with your trait. Their figures currently went towards the inner depths as Noah observed the numerous creatures that were all at the Starforging realm. A few at the nebula rank that also acted as protectors popping up. In this inner realm, I have been able to put together the techniques for advancing through the normal and supreme laws, as well as unique laws such as ether that a creature born in this galaxy is proficient in. Aside from other treasures that will mostly be useful to the beings you choose to elevate the strength of as your subordinates. These techniques will be the things that will be the most useful to you. The entity currently residing in the first infernal lord said this as their figures dove down towards the ground, passing the many scintillating ancient trees around them that vibrated with essence as Noah came upon a circular clearing that held multiple pedestals. These pedestals each shone with their own unique essence as an enormous inheritance crystal lay on top of them, each inheritance crystal representing a Different law, he saw the one shining red and blue as he recognized the inheritances of the disciple of fire and water, and he saw that nearest to them were two huge crystals that shone green and gray representing earth and air. There were even more inheritance crystals that represented the laws of space, time, light, dark, fate, chaos, karma, and even ether, an abundance of inheritances for him to choose from on where he wanted his journey in the universal laws to continue. They should continue overlaying even more boosts to your power as you gain authority from each of them and eventually becoming a controller of multiple laws. You should have also seen the path of advancement as a controller, yes? This will be the toughest gap to close between the coming outsiders, as they have long begun on that path. The entity that was the novice galaxy looked towards Noah as she said this, Noah's head nodding unconsciously as his eyes were fully focused on the many inheritance crystals in front of him. He knew the path of advancement after gaining the title of controller, and any enemies that could do anything to him would be those that already embarked on this path, but he was leaving all of this for the future as he now focused on the abundant treasures lying before his eyes, as he went forward to learn the techniques of advancing through multiple universal laws so that he could fully put his clones to use in the time-space of the infinite realm. Chapter 598, a signal is received, at the circular clearing where enormously tall ancient trees shimmered with essence. Noah was going across every single inheritance crystal as he learned multiple techniques to traverse through universal laws. Laws were the one thing that always continued to add more and more boosts to his strength, and it was one of the things he planned to focus on aside from completing his trait. He glanced at the description of a law comprehension technique that he had yet to start on, Disciple of Earth, a technique that allows one to form an Earth origin core. It comes with the techniques of the Herald of Earth, Disciple of Karma. Every action will have a reaction, every deed will have its consequences, every being will be surrounded by karma. This technique allows the user to embark on a loosely understood law as they read and try to interfere with the workings of karma while cultivating karma lines. Disciple of Air, Disciple of Light, all of the inheritances that Noah could get his hands on, he did. Once this was completed, he sat down at the center of the mystical clearing as he closed his eyes, all these new techniques he had obtained being reflected in the eyes of his clones currently residing in the time-space of the infinite realm as he began cultivating numerous laws at once. Yes, simultaneously, and without reservations, rumble, space quaked in the surroundings of the time-space in the mystical area deep inside the golden barrier that Noah was in. The convergence of numerous elemental particles beginning to head towards him as he once more performed something that would shatter the common sense of others without so much as blinking an eye. One could observe a hint of light green elements that repressed earth swirling around Noah's body, the formation of an earth origin core beginning seamlessly beside the fire origin core and water origin core. At the same time, an air origin core from the Disciple of Air appeared as Noah felt his central core shaking. Rumble, the four commonly known and cultivated laws of air, earth, water, and fire were being comprehended simultaneously as they caused for a splendorous reaction that very few geniuses would be able to achieve. Even if they could achieve it, it would only be brief and not as long as Noah was about to, as he had the mana to keep on going for as long as wished, within his origin. The slowly rotating fire and water origin cores seemed to have been lit by spark, soaring to life as they began to spin rapidly. The newly appearing earth and air origin cores rapidly finished forming as they acted the same way, an outrageously beautiful congregation of blue, red, green, and white colors of elements beginning to form outside of Noah's body as he began a cultivation session of multiple laws. As if these laws were not enough, mysterious particles of essence that represented space, time, ether, karma, all of them seamlessly rushed towards him as he fearlessly took all of them in, his eyes only opening to see his stat panel that was rapidly changing. Aside from the four cores of fire, water, earth, and fire, even more brilliant cores of light and dark had also appeared as milky waves of white and black freely ran rampant around Noah. Not too far away from him, the figure of the first infernal lord still had another entity residing within, the blank white eyes looking towards Noah seeming to have a multitude of thoughts as they turned to look above. These blank eyes pierced through the layers of the central realm and even the boundary of the novice galaxy, going on to observe the dangerous and chaotic void outside of it as they waited expectantly. In the vastness of space, a great number of unknowns were constantly in motion. The universe was wide and vast, with many beings finding it hard to grasp the sheer size when discussing it. That the understood concepts of miles or kilometers had to be thrown away. At this juncture, one had to look at a distance in terms of light years. For the knowledge creatures, there was an understanding that a single light year was equivalent to 6 trillion miles, a distance that the majority of beings would never even dream of traversing throughout their lives. Yet in this vast universe, at a distance of an unknown number of light years, a signal was traveling along the waves of universal Laws. The unique thing about this signal was that it never traveled in one direction, the chaotic and deadly nature of the void outside of galaxies throwing it around millions of miles of random distance every second. The signal had been strong but was gradually growing more and more feeble over time as one could be led to believe that it could disappear completely any second. It was blinking on and off as it traversed the chaotic void where only grand controllers could travel across, occasionally passing powerful entities by a hair's breadth as it continued forward. It traversed through the void directionless, and soon enough, it came to stop at a certain point and disappeared completely. It wasn't that the signal had grown weak and been snuffed out, it was that this signal had stumbled into an extremely large presence in the chaotic void as it was sucked in right away. This presence could be considered extremely large as it represented a galaxy that had lived for who knew how many eons. A galaxy whose very presence shook the surroundings of the chaotic void. Inside this vast galaxy, the sucked-in signal was attracted towards a single location that was actually an extremely prominent feature. This feature was enormous in size, actually being a shimmering portal that was hundreds of miles long as it shone with a rainbow-colored luster that would enamor the eyes of all that saw it. The signal sunk into this portal as a small vibration could be felt, this vibration being picked up by numerous beings not too far from this enormous portal. Beings that had the title of Watchers. One of these Watchers closed their eyes as they read the essence of the vibrations and the signal it received. A smile blooming on their face as they spoke with utter calmness. We might have just discovered something new, though it is an extremely weak signal. Rumble. Waves of fate distinctly rolled around the area surrounding this enormous rainbow-colored portal, a portal that was actually known by a different name among the locals of this galaxy. The area where the signal of the Novice galaxy had reached was actually the location where a universal rift existed, a universal rift that was extremely rare to find or come across in the expansive universe. The signal reached this universal rift as it signaled the beginning of something spectacular, of a grand future that very few could never have even imagined. Chapter 599, A New Era. Among the knowledgeable forces of the dark expanse, shocking news had begun to spread that caused all those that heard it to stop in disbelief. This news had passed from Noah to his forces and Old Man Inuit before he delved into a resplendent session of universal law cultivation, as he really did not pay full attention to what the news represented. When Old Man Inuit heard it, he tilted his head as he looked towards the solemn-looking Fritz absent-mindedly, uttering the message he just received from Noah. Thereafter, as the two brothers looked towards one another in shock. What do you mean it's all done? Aldrich is nearing complete completion of a universal law. He's dead. Rumble. This shocking and unbelievable knowledge about the being that was considered a top-tier expert in the Novice galaxy, a being that had been able to interfere with more than half of the galaxy with his own ideal, was hard to swallow by many. It caused Old Man Inuit and Fritz to feel a grand weight lifted off their shoulders, and it caused Idrusum and the other forces in the dark expanse to breathe as they also accepted it incredulously. Many commanders had thought the news was a ploy to let them lower their defenses, but as the source was a being like Old Man Inuit that they knew from the War of the Righteous, they accepted it with immense joy, and celebrations began for the first time in many years throughout the dark expanse. Can you imagine the feeling of being placed in a constant state of war where you feared for your life, only to be told that it was all over? All the fear that many people had begun to evaporate rapidly as they absorbed the news, with some forces taking this news in very differently. In the infinite realm, Elena was floating in the skies of the lands that used to be the ancient blood world, Vladivostok floating beside her as they looked down towards masses of vampires below them. The gaze of Elena was chilly even amidst this victory as her voice rang out. The progenitor avenged all our dead brethren from the War of the Righteous and the last war, and you fools were stupid enough to begin celebrating. Rumble. What were you all doing as the progenitor faced a powerful enemy by himself and saved us all? You were doing nothing. Elena was reproachful as she stared at the powerful forces of Vampire Lord and lesser vampires around her, her status of being closer to the progenitor than most earning her a high seat among the race of vampires as she actually floated above them commandingly. Do you know how many races there are in this infinite realm? Do you know just how grand and majestic the might of the progenitor is going to continue expanding? As those directly sharing his blood, we cannot be falling behind in strength in this realm, and must live to be worthy of even uttering the name of the progenitor. Of the overseer, Vuo, the vampires could feel their blood pumping as they heard this, Elena's curvaceous body shining brilliantly in the skies as she pushed for the continued growth of her race, something that many beings were doing in the infinite realm, as it wasn't just the forces of vampires doing this. In the land that used to be Noah's home world, Steel Mikhail and Kazuhiko were addressing the forces of the past blessed empire and the United Federation with solemnity in this time of great joy. The overseer came from our past world, and yet our forces are actually the weakest among the many in the infinite realm. Are you all content with that? Rumble, continue working hard to raise your strength. You have all the resources you can want. All the ideal environments in this wondrous realm. Choose a path and stick to it as we elevate our power to not let down the overseer. Oh, in another location, the Inquisitor Athena had boarded the enormous realm dreadnought with the Emperor Penguin and a few other harbingers, these figures already setting off towards the destabilized light expanse where the gap left behind by the Celestials was causing chaos. The Inquisitor was leading forces for the first time as she sought to re-establish order in the light expanse, the Emperor Penguin coming along as he felt stifled for not being of any use when battling a huge guy like Aldrich. All around the infinite realm as the news spread that the powerful force of Celestials were dismantled. Many beings overcame the initial joy as they made vows to get even stronger and began moving to stabilize the chaotic environment left behind by the Celestials. None of them knew at this moment that an unknown threat was approaching, a threat that their own galaxy called towards them as motions were in play for a shocking future. In the depth of the central realm past the golden barrier, Noah's body rose as he shone with ridiculously colorful lights, his mouth breathing out as a multicolored rainbow essence flowed out with his breath. The cultivation session he had undergone being ridiculously multiplicative to his power. He could feel an overabundance of numerous essences of universal laws vibrating stably within his body. Knowing his path as a controller would be a much different one than many beings, he was comprehending a number of laws that no beings would dare to comprehend, and he was even speeding through them at a rate that they could not even begin to imagine. Setting off, his thoughts were brought to a close as the voice of the first infernal lord rang out beside him. Her cheerful expression had returned as her eyes were back to shimmering blue, Noah nodding towards her as he glanced at the surrounding area and the even deeper area of this inner portion of the central realm that he had yet to explore. Aside from the inheritance crystals that taught how to advance in laws, there were still abundant treasures in this area like the luminescent rainbow dew and even more potent treasures that he wanted to give out to his forces to raise their strength. During all of this, he was also about to move as continued towards the completion of a single trait by continuing to fuse more worlds into his realm. He went towards the completion of the unranked trait that would be the cause of much change in the coming years, the completion of the trait of infinite mana, Chapter 600 Realm Expansion. Hello, it is your trusted Shadowguard Knight once more. This is the 36th journal entry in the new volume I've started since the day the infinite realm was established. It has been an extremely busy period of time, with many beings moving around this wondrous realm as they mostly harvested its abundant resources that did not seem to be ending. Delegations were sent from numerous lands that used to be worlds, beings of different races meeting as they began to work together towards a common goal. I was always present in protecting Queen Adelaide during these meetings, her delight as she handled any matters that would be helpful to the esteemed person being extremely visible every time. During this busy time period, the esteemed person abruptly passed down the word that the biggest enemy was defeated. Just like that, he didn't need an army with him or millions in order to come out victorious in such an ordeal, and this knowledge caused many of us within this realm to feel a burning desire to get stronger just so that this esteemed person would not leave us all behind. We wanted to participate in the battles, be of some help as we received so many benefits that we never thought possible, yet not too long thereafter, on what should have been a period of relaxation and resting, a change began to occur. Rumble, it's actually just happened once more as I am writing this. Over the past few days, a tremor would pass throughout the infinite realm every now and then. Sometimes it came in a few minute intervals, sometimes just a few every hour. We didn't know what these tremors represented at first, but every time a tremor finished, the extremely perceptive beings could notice that the atmospheric essence had risen once again. This was an easy thing if you had been following the esteemed person for a while and was the worlds ascended to higher ranks before ultimately forming into a realm, and I noticed it right away as a shocking truth was confirmed right after as the changes became more noticeable and word passed down from the culprit in question. It seemed that every time this tremor occurred, it signified that yet another world was joining the expansive infinite realm, that another few billion creatures had joined us once again. It was such a shocking thing as we expected the esteemed person to rest for even a little, but it seemed like he could not sit still as every few minutes, another world was fused into this grand realm filled with wonders. Rumble, multiple worlds have already been fused as I am writing this journal entry. The task we have at hand to continue reaching out to the newly joining worlds and establish communications and governance only continuing to increase as many beings would have to be mobilized. But this entire unbelievable and shocking issue of the esteemed person actively moving as he combined numerous worlds into this realm made many of us who could think realize that something big was coming. He would not be moving like this unless another enemy we do not even know about had risen, or maybe the esteemed person just enjoyed achieving ridiculously higher realms of power that he didn't wish to stop. But either way, I was already preparing my mind to withstand any shock that the esteemed person wanted to send towards us next. Me being even surprised at the fact that a new world was being fused into this realm every few minutes was a loss on my mission, but I am now vowing with all my strength to never be shocked at the things this being did in the future. I would wholly expect unbelievable and shocking things to continue to occur, and I will succeed in never having my jaw drop at the next unbelievable event. Until then, there is an entire realm to explore and numerous races to meet. I'll update next time on the progress of my mission, whenever the time comes that the esteemed person chooses to break all common sense again. Rumble, yet another world seamlessly fused into the infinite realm as Noah used the feature of world integration. He had stopped counting the hundreds of billions after a certain point as many beings found their worlds suddenly changed, his focus working overtime in the infinite realm as they stabilized any newly appearing fused lands and spoke to their people. The billions of vampires that were spread out all over the dark expanse were those at the forefront of wanting to take on this task, trying to be of some help to their progenitor as they moved diligently to make sure everything continued smoothly. But just like this, Noah was able to seamlessly integrate many worlds as he first teleported across the dark expanse, where he only had to let beings like the Grand Magidrusim know what he was doing as they only nodded in a stupor. Already sending him messages of when their own worlds being integrated into this wondrous realm that only a few higher-ups of the dark expanse knew about. They were at the forefront of it as Old Man Inuit had told them, the being who had so easily taken care of Aldrich and the billions of Celestials that nobody could find at this moment was the Ninth Infernal Lord. A being that was moving for the peace of the Novice Galaxy. All those with the tiniest bit of intelligence wanted to attach themselves to this being, as Noah was able to bring in multiple powerful prime worlds in this manner. Days passed like this as his main body integrated new worlds while his two clones continued cultivating multiple universal laws at once. The areas where these two clones stood turning into shockingly overabundant fields of essence as the mana of numerous laws freely swirled around. Rumble, his origin shook at this moment as he detected yet another change, reaching another stupidly grand milestone in a short span of time as one of his clones briefly opened his eyes to observe the changes in the stat panel. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, variant, Grand Controller, Fate, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Ether. Particles is 5,526,932, Karma Lines, 502,492, Fate Lines, 10 million, Chaos Particles, 5,192,265, Origin Cores, Light 1, Dark 1, Fire 8, Water 8, Earth 3, Air 3, Domains, Ether. Karma, Fate, Chaos, Light, Dark, Space, Time, Fire, Water, Earth, Air, Vitality, Starforger, Focus, Strength, Starforger, Laws, Ether 55%, Karma 5%, Fate 100%, Chaos 51%, Light 8%, Dark 8%, Space 28%, Time 12%, Fire 83%, Water 83%, Earth 38%, Air 38%. Authorities: Ether Lord, Fate Lord, Chaos Lord, Flame Lord, Water Lord. Beautiful numbers that were enough to make a grown man cry were displayed in front of him, the shocking speed of progress he had made in just a matter of days being visualized for the first time. Multiple laws now littered his stat panel as he managed to break the 50% mark in the law of chaos, gaining yet another authority aside from Ether that was just handed to him. Even more shocking was the rate of progress for the four laws that had amazing synergy. It was fire, water, earth, and air. The synergy of cultivating these four laws at the same time allowed for him to simply speed-run their advancements, the four origin cores of these laws spinning at such a rapid rate as they devoured all the essence they came across. Yet as Noah stared at the new information on the laws of karma, ether, light, dark, space, and time, he couldn't help but bring a smile to his face while thinking of the future. The Novice Galaxy had a grand plan aside from Noah completing his infinite mana trait, and it was a plan that Aldrich had helped to initiate as he sent out a signal to the chaotic universe. Whatever this signal would bring to them, Noah had to be ready for it, as it would determine the success or failure of the plan that his own galaxy had concocted, and whether it faced another cycle of destruction and rebirth because of it. It was a shocking and cruel plan when considering the lives of the creatures within this wide Novice Galaxy. Yet Noah could not help but think back to the grand goal that the entity overseeing the Novice Galaxy had discussed with him back then, his face becoming firm as he chose to continue advancing his strength and make sure nothing went wrong.